Yes. Another Saturday night shoot the breeze. I want to thank everyone who's here already, everyone who will be here tonight. So you got the Pro Black Perspective says we in here. TZ Tanzan says Amani Kuku Amani to Tanzan and the Pro Black Perspective. You all know the deal. I like to jump on early and just let everyone know what we're doing tonight. Tonight we're going to actually talk about a gas them up Black Pentagrammers topic. Is Middle Eastern history fiction. We're going to look at how France creates mass migration from Africa. We're going to look at a prompt that says respect your ancestors' racism. We're going to try to answer the question, is it simping to protect Black women, or using other people's examples, shouldn't we check out of order men? We're going to look at successful fathers, resentful sons. Is it entitlement or bad parenting? We're going to look at unprovoked female aggression. We're going to look at straight men who don't like women. What does it mean? Okay. We're going to look at work or surgery. Does it matter? I think that has to do with women as well. We're going to look at helping the irresponsible. Should we rescue people from their mistakes? And we're going to look at degenerate dad, degenerate son, Joe and Hunter, I could assume Biden. In the chat, we have the matron is here, saying greetings to everyone. Keter is here, saying peace to me. So those are the topics that we have tonight. Should be an interesting one. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to drop the invite link. Yes, StreamYard changed up some stuff in here. I'm going to drop the invite link for anyone who wants to join the panel tonight. And what we're going to do is we're going to start the show now officially. And on the other side, I will drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight. So you guys, please stay tuned.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
All right, we're back. I want to thank everyone for tuning in again this week. Make sure share the episode. Make sure hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already. Yeah, make sure to do those things for me. Invite some people through. Like I said, I dropped the link earlier in the chat. Anyone who wants to join the panel is welcome to join. I see we got Brother Bakari out there in the chat saying, "What's up, everybody?" So good to see all of you guys here. Let's welcome in Bwana Haguziki this week. Bwana, how are you this week?
I'm good, Koku. You know, we had a good discussion in midweek on Spooku shot start by the door. I hope everyone probably had a look at it to see. I don't know. I kind of like I don't know what the reception is when whether people listen to it or not. But I thought it was a good thing. But I'm doing well though. How are you?
I'm great. I'm glad to hear your voice. Glad to see you.
Yes.
Still kicking.
Still kicking, brother. Still kicking.
Yeah, make sure you got. Yeah, the reason I say still kicking too is because I've been catching some of that news back home, man. People getting murked to Camp Road.
Yeah.
What's new?
yeah. You know what it is, and you try to. For me, I try to practice as I do it here on the internet. I do it in real life.
Mm-hmm.
I try to practice is not like tolerance, and I think before I speak, and I don't allow my emotions to answer for me, because I find that when you do it with these emotional guys, you can lose your life.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I just careful about how I go about handling people and handling things, But I'm good, bro. I'm good.
I don't blame you. Again, thanks for coming through.
Yes.
Well, it's just me and you for now. So
Okay.
What we're gonna do is I'm gonna drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1. So, Mr. Untouchable, you were there for the discussion last night on the Black Pentagrammers, right?
I was in and out.
Yeah, that's right. You were in and out. So this prompt here, I was hoping Gas and them would be here, but it's all good. This prompt says, was Gas them up right? Is Middle Eastern history fiction? This came with a link. Let's check out the link. I'm going to play about 10 minutes of it. And on the other side, we'll have a discussion. Hopefully by that time, more folks would have joined us. Let me just share my screen. Okay. So again, we'll watch about 10 minutes of this, and on the other side, we'll discuss it.
Okay.
The Middle Eastern Assyria is fake. Though this may seem like a bold claim to some, it is unfortunately the truth. In the Middle East, during the rule of the actual Assyria, other empires in the area did not even know of a land called Assyria or Assur. The ruling elite has made it their mission to completely deceive the world of its history, then confusing and conflicting geography, even from the time the Library of Alexandria was burned. The artifacts that we see, called Assyrian or Babylonian, are actually fabricated and stolen artifacts. The artifacts that are labeled Assyrian, for the most part, don't even look Shemitic. They have the exact phenotypes of white Europeans. The true Assyria was in America. Its art style would have displayed Negro features rather than purely Indo-European features. The true Assyrians were, without a shadow of a doubt, the American mound builders. This was a proud mound-building civilization that was also warlike, advanced, tall, and conquered many tribes near and far, just like scripture and classical history describes the Assyrians. Many Assyrian and Babylonian artifacts are complete fakes. I will go into depth and prove that many, if not most, of the most famous artifacts from the false Assyria and Babylon are indeed forged. In fact, Many of them were created as late as the 1930s. This is actually a very easy thing to prove. Let's look at some of the artifacts, shall we? As much as we love the concept of the Anunnaki, none of the large steels, panels, and statues of them are real, and I will prove it. Every single statue made is supposedly carved out of a material called alabaster, one of the softest, most brittle rocks known to man. It is a type of gypsum, a mineral that can be scratched by a mere fingernail. Why is this important? Because look at how they were supposedly discovered. Now, I have a few problems with these images. Number one, alabaster is only a bit harder than chalk. There is absolutely no way that they can perfectly dig these fragile structures up without damaging them with the machinery and shovels. Number two, the statue called Lamassu, which is that winged bull man, is a 40-ton chunk of pure alabaster. At least that's what they tell us. It was allegedly found falling on its side. There is quite literally no physical way for a 40-ton chunk of alabaster to fall without being transformed into powder from collapsing under its own weight. Number three, wind and rain ruins alabaster. There's no way that these statues were made for the outdoors. They were said to have stood in the entrance of the gate. Number four, how do these objects look brand new when they were exposed to the elements for 2.5 thousand years? They are literally in better condition than the newer and harder marble statues of Greece and Rome. The alleged Anunnaki statues would have also had some sort of water damage, as they were found in the basin of the Tigris River, only 2 miles from the bank and right upon the floodplain. ISIS also seemed to have had some type of problem with these images, so they destroyed many of them in the name of Allah. By doing this, they brought to light what was hidden in the darkness for many years, the truth. The truth is, these statues were not carved out of solid alabaster. They were most likely made of a plaster of some sort, or some sort of cement. When ISIS began to destroy these idols, they noticed something very peculiar. There were steel rods within them. It was like something off of a Hollywood movie set. Those steel rods are actually called rebars. Rebars are metal bars meant to reinforce concrete. They were invented in 1910 to hold together concrete. This is an invention that helped spark the Industrial Revolution. Now, this is the information the elites don't want us to know. When we find out that they spent billions of dollars on faking Middle Eastern history, the hoax quickly begins to fall apart. Want even more proof that these statues were not carved from solid gypsum stones? Look at this. The official story is that the Lamassu statues were carved from giant gypsum boulders and weigh 40 tons each because they were solid and not hollow. The above image confirms that to be a lie. The gentleman of Isis standing upon the statue has struck off the top layer of the Lamassu's face, revealing a rectangular shaft of what appears to be cement. This shows that the statue is indeed hollow and perhaps even made of some sort of plaster like what is used in movie sets. Now, if that blows your mind, look at this. Now look at this image of an ISIS member destroying a graven image in the temple of Hatra. But what's that in the top left corner? Is that a hot rolled structural steel beam or a C-beam sticking out of the temple? Steel beams were invented in the late 19th century and brought about the Industrial Revolution. This palace is said to date back to the 3rd century BC. But here's the thing, in the 3rd century BC, no one used C-beams to build temples. The only artifacts of claimed Mesopotamian stock that we can conclude to be authentic are smaller artifacts like cuneiform tablets, small murals, some small stills, pottery, and jewelry. These would have been taken from America and relabeled as Mesopotamian. With close examination of the image, we can clearly see that the jewelry and pottery are of American stock. The artifacts are made out of solid copper that has been deoxidized with a salt scrub to look brand new. During this time in the Middle East, copper was extremely rare and had to be mixed with other trace minerals like iron or tin to make things like brass and bronze. Sometimes they even would mix copper with gold to make things like rose gold. But we know that the Americas produce more copper than anywhere else on Earth, specifically Utah, which has the largest copper mine on the planet. And America's Great Lakes just so happen to be the hotspot for copper artifacts, having more copper artifacts found in that region than anywhere else on Earth. But here's the thing, no country in the Middle East produces copper, at least not enough copper to trade. Now in this image, this is a Mesopotamian artifact displaying a man hunting a monkey with a bow. Monkeys never lived in Iraq. This man is shooting a monkey in the same exact way that natives shoot monkeys till this day in isolated tribes of South America.
Whether from the tops of the trees or from the ground, the KWAZ marksmanship is an invincible adversary for the monkeys. Today, they would have preferred to defy the jaguar instead of the almighty Homo sapiens. Sooner or later, the large naked primate is always victorious.
In the bottom right corner, there is an animal that is identified as a hog, but it very well could be a tapir. Nineveh. Nineveh was a very important city of the ancient past. It may have been the main trading point between Assyria and Babylon. Given the biblical account, we can conclude that Nineveh was the largest city to ever exist. According to Jonah 3:3, Nineveh was either 3 days walk in diameter or 3 days walk in circumference. If the city was a 3 days walk in diameter, it would be the largest city in history, even larger than the greatest cities of the world today. A 3-day journey is approximately 107 miles, but at least 72 miles depending on the walking speed and terrain. If the city were round, the circumference of the city would be more than 300 miles around. To put this into perspective, that is the same circumference as the bulk of the Lake Huron. Let's look at the archaeological site that they call Nineveh.
All right, let's I think we get the idea here. Yana B is in the chat. Daily Affirmations by Pauline is here. Real Black Gentleman is here as well, also on the panel. Only said he missed the beginning. He'll hold his opinion. He also says, not going to hold you. Man sounds like a clown. Gas him up, says, why y'all associate me with this guy? Janelle says, good evening. Forecast says, what's up? And let's go to Real Black Gentleman. Real Black Gentleman, you got some stuff to say in the chat concerning the video. What are your thoughts as far as the video, what we saw, and the prompt? Is Middle Eastern history fiction? Unmute your mic, brother. All right, real black gentleman seems not to be there. Let's welcome in Tanzan this week. Tanzan, how are you this week?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good. Tanzan always sounds cheerful.
Well, I have had a long day, but I am good. One has
Yeah.
to be grateful for life.
Yes.
Yeah, so I don't know about this claims, extraordinary claims need extraordinary proofs, and right now he's making very great claims. I would have to probably look at some materials and references because he does make one think a little bit, especially when he talked about the statues being looking like new, but that's just conjecture. He could be showing pictures of different things. Sometimes that's a thing that people do, and that's why you should trust more written proofs than visual ones, because sometimes people can show you something and say something completely different, as we discovered yesterday, of course. So I'm very skeptical about what he's saying, but the one thing that I would say is this: it's very curious how obsessed the Europeans have been with Egypt and Egyptology and all this stuff, but there's very little curiosity about Sumeria, about those kingdoms in the Tigris and Euphrates, and there was a lot of them, from the Babylonian, Akkadians, the Sumerians, the what was the other ones? Yeah, there was a whole lot of kingdoms, and there were big ones as well. What was his name? Akkad of Sargon. He built a mighty empire and cities as well. You'd think that they would study that more than some place in far-flung, dark continent of Africa. But there's been so many French, British, and all these Egyptologists, and they should be studying more of Sumerian history than Egypt. But that's all I had to say. But yeah, this one, yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Tan. I will say, Gas them up is in the chat saying, this has nothing to do with the Arab slave trade, which is what the topic was on the Black Pentagrammers last night. I think the person who posted it was referring to the part of the conversation last night of who do you believe? These people say that this is that so and such is history, but who's to say it is? So I think that's where this came from, and the person who posted the prompt should be along soon enough to kind of talk about where they was coming from when they posted it. In the meantime, though, let's go to Brother Bakari. First, let's welcome in Brother Bakari. Brother Bakari, how are you this week?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you're a little bit
What's
in the
up?
matrix.
Can y'all hear me?
Okay, go ahead. Yes.
What's up, man? I'm good. How everybody on the panel and in the chat? It's hard to take anything this guy on this panel said. It's hard to take any of that him serious when he say Assyria was in America. When he made that statement, I was like, okay, he sounds like one of those crazy Moors. The next thing is going to say Egypt, because I've been told by those type of people with me being from the South, being from Mississippi and living in Georgia, I've been told that I live in Lower Egypt several times. And I just take that, it's crazy to me, but I don't think when you played this, I didn't think that you were trying to say this was about the Arab slave trade, but you were trying to say, who do you believe, white folks or Arabs, right? They're the same to me. Right. Both of them will lie. I'm not trying to act like, well, see, white people would say this about the Arabs. So what, the Arabs, I don't give a damn about them fighting one another anyway. The Arabs gonna say stuff about black folks. The Arabs say, what make us think they would be so honest when they say they were the first people in Egypt? You understand? Those Arabs in Egypt right now would say they were the first people in Egypt, and their ancestors built the pyramids and all that. So what would make them be so truthful? You understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So just because I have beef with a European white person don't mean I don't have beef and I trust what they call a Middle Eastern white person.
Mhm.
You understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
They are both liars. Just like they say the Europeans would lie on a Arab to make like the Arabs do this. The Arabs, I'm quite sure, they will lie as well. And this guy who doing this thing, like I say, to me, he's just crazy. He went off here, then talking about the Anunnaki, then start talking about how something is made out of alabaster and
Yeah.
it's so soft. Man, don't you know you can make bricks out of dirt? You understand what I'm saying? So if you can literally get dirt and make you a brick, literally, right?
Mhm.
So what he's talking about you can get soft stuff like that. It's just according to packing it and tightening it and wetting it and shaping it around. So what he's saying truly have no stance with talking about what they couldn't do with alabaster. I don't know what they did or not. You understand what I'm saying? Because like I said, both of them is my enemy. Their so-called Prophet Muhammad and they so-called all them white folks to me. So it don't matter to me. Both of them are liars.
Mhm.
I yield the mic.
Bakari, before you go, did Jackson State win?
26-12, and at the end of the game, man, Alabama State coach wouldn't even shake his hand. Well, he shook his hand, but you know how we shake hands, and then give like the half hug at the same time.
Yeah.
So when they shook hands and Dion tried to give him the half hug, he pushed Dion off and snatched his hand away.
Wow. Interesting. I gotta check out the replay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for that. Let's go to the matron, the lovely matron. Matron, how are you this week?
I'm good. How's everybody doing tonight? Peace to the chat and to the panel.
I'm good. Thanks for coming through.
Good.
Morning, matron. Good to have you.
Matron, what's up?
Hey.
Matron was gas them up, right? I don't know if you were you there for the talk last night?
I heard some of it, but I wasn't participating in the chat. I was half asleep. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna hold you up.
No, that's all right. I'm sure Gas is that much happy that you came through. By the way, I see Jay in the chat. Peace to Jay. I see he says he's not feeling well. I hope you feel better soon. To echo the words of Yana B. Matron, is Middle Eastern history fiction? Did this video make you feel like, oh, potentially it is fiction?
Gonna do the KWAZ side. Something we ain't did in a long time. Napoleon said it best, and I don't like to quote white people often, but sometimes they tell the truth. History is a set of agreed upon lies. Nobody was there. And the people that were there are not in power anymore. So even if they have the truth and the information, it doesn't matter because they're not in power. His video did not convince me one way or the other because I know that the United Nations sponsors this thing called the World Heritage Center where they go around saying, oh, this is a historical site, and they pour billions of dollars into different places to try to build them up and make them cultural tourist centers. So no, this did not convince me. No, this did not put me in a place and position where I'm like, oh my gosh, they've been lying to. We know they've been lying to us. All that really matters is whether or not you can convince enough people that your truth is the truth so you can get into power and take care of your people. That's all I got to say. I yield the mic.
I appreciate that. I saw, I'll read the comments in the section. I saw Gas mention something that is true, is that oftentimes real artifacts are hidden away somewhere, and they do put out facsimiles or fakes of artifacts. So I will say that. So all that cement and rebar and all that kind of stuff is possible if they're putting out replicas and storing the original somewhere else. Before I go to Kevin Carre, who just joined us, are you guys familiar with Chief, what's this guy? Chief Moray. Are you guys in the chat? If you're familiar with Chief Moray, drop a 1 for me. I don't know if you guys in the panel are familiar with him.
No.
No? Okay. That Tanzan says no. Kevin Curry, how are you this week?
I'm good. I came in late to the video, but was that Dane Calloway I heard?
No, it wasn't Dan. I thought it was Dan for a while too.
All right. Having a background in anthropology, I did a minor in anthropology when I was at the university, but I came in late. But there's something that you ever heard this thing called Piltdown Man?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, these people lie all the time. What did I forgot who said this? The bigger the lie, the more people will believe. But if you the best way around this, you gotta do your own research. Just like when you go to those financial videos, they said don't believe what I gotta say. Go out and research on your own. And people these days, they're so gullible that they'll believe anything that they see on the internet. Things can easily be faked. But the one thing that was very glaring in that video was these were old photos. These were not modern photos.
Right.
So that's all I got to say, man. But it is what it is. If you stand to believe that, then you'll fall for anything. All right, I'll pass the mic here.
I feel you on that. Thanks for coming through, man. Stick around with us. Is Real Black Gentleman back on the panel yet? I see him in the chat.
Yeah, what's up? I'm here.
All right, Real Black Gentleman, what say you to this? Is Middle Eastern history fiction?
Oh yeah, I mean, this is the thing. It's like I'm, you know what I'm saying? Like I see that whole region as I see the peoples how they moved into the region. Like when people say like the Arab is a white man, it's like it's like what am I trying to say? About the what's his name? The guy Lawrence of Arabia. Look, a lot of these Arabs are nothing but white folks in beards. You heard? I mean, that's just how I see it. The whole Arab identity, it didn't exist to a point. Those peoples were white peoples who came. Look, I'm just cut it to you real. I think that a lot of those Arabs are these Khazars and like ethnic relatives of the Khazars who came, you know what I'm saying? Who some of them may have come from like the Iranian Persian region, but I think most of them kind of came from that Caucasian Asia Minor-ish region, even like beyond, you know what I'm saying, in that like Turkestan region, straight like that. It's like, they came down, you know what I'm saying, the whole Arab explosion with the so-called Muhammad. They go across West, North Africa, and they're kind of been sitting there ever since, you know what I'm saying, like the early 8th century and whatnot. It's like all of that stuff is fake. It's, clearly the pyramids are, the Sphinx, the Hormaka, you know what I'm saying, all of our Kemetic, what am I saying, artifacts, those are real. You know what I'm saying? Those what they found in those tombs are real. No one made up that stuff. They can't make that stuff up. You know what I'm saying? They can't fake Kemet. But yeah, I mean, for real, I've seen, you know what I'm saying, how like the ziggurats were fake and like, you know what I'm saying, propped up by fake bricks. But you know what I'm saying, a lot of those relics, whoa, just seeing that with the blocks in there, yo, that's eye-opening. Yeah, a lot of what they call Middle Eastern history. You always have to look at it from the back door. You can't look at history from a frontal side. You can't take it from what you're told. You have to go around and outflank and do your research and outflank that stuff. Because obviously they're going to tell you and they're going to lead you down the road that they want you to know. But if you look with your own eyes, naturally black folks aren't out here, being archaeologists and stuff, digging up our own stuff. And we really should. There's nothing wrong with, digging up some dirt and trying to figure out what, what was that? Because this is, you do have to unearth stuff. And if we don't, someone else will. And then, let's face it, a lot of the history that we know of ancient Egypt is stuff that these white folks then came in and dug up. So it's like, if we accept that, then we should just go ahead and just take it on ourselves, just do our own digging. We can do that wherever in Africa. For all kinds of empires and peoples and stuff. and fill up our own story. I'm gonna pass the mic.
I appreciate that. Real Black Gentleman in the chat. Gas him up says he provided. Gas him up speaks in the third person, which is funny. He says Gas him up says that Gas him up provided evidence. He provided conjecture. This guy provided conjecture to go with his blacks are from America narrative. Gas says, I will say, however, that many statues are forgeries put together during the so-called reintroduction of the classics. The forecast came in, piece of the forecast. Bobby E. Wright came in, hailing up everyone. Peace to Bobby E. Wright as well. Brother Bakari says to Tan and gas him up. The relationship of both conversations is who's lying, the white Arab or the white European. Which white person can you trust? After that, yeah. So let's go to Mr. Untouchable. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to the prompt and what you saw in that video?
Yeah, first of all, let me say that Gas is the second person who I see who mentions himself in the third person. I see another guy do it from the Dagger Sword, from one Jamaican do it. He used to mention himself in the third person. I was like, why is he doing that? I don't get it. I think that the world has gotten their fill of historians, and I think that our community, we seem to always be going backwards. Let me first say this. Before we speak on certain subjects, I think that we have to earn the right to speak, and I think that because of the internet, the internet has been democratized where everyone can have a microphone, everyone can talk about any particular subject. I think that these topics, Dr. Ben spend years and years and years in the wilderness, Egypt, fact-checking to make sure what it is they were saying was correct and precise. In fact, you would have never got them on camera unless they could have stated the date, the time, the year, and where they was in whatever particular statue they was talking on and pointing out. This particular gentleman in this video, you don't even know who he is. He provides no references. It seems because I don't know if he thinks that the person who's watching this is stupid, but he seems to think that he could fuse historical images with modern day images as if, one thing has nothing to do with another one, or as if Hollywood doesn't create historical movies all the time in which they build their own scenes. So you could take a picture of that and make it seem like, okay, these statues are fake. Of course they are. They're built by Hollywood. They're not historical. They wasn't found in the desert. But he kind of fuses the two together, and you don't know when he switches, because it's like, if you don't know history, if you don't know what he's talking about, he references nothing. But I think that this kind of information is for particular viewers, people who only have enough information and don't necessarily question any other thing. But I think that we are beyond this now. I think that with us, I think that we need to have more futurists in the mix. I think that we've been getting our fill of what's happened 2,000, 1,000, 100 years ago. We have enough of that information. And I think that through the compilation of all our information, we need to start extracting what we could do in the future to be ahead of the game rather than behind it. I think that we always backwards looking. And I don't think that that's the greatest thing for our community. I think that we need to start looking ahead and what's in front of us. And usually I find that our community is full of escapists. We like to escape to 2,000 years ago when we was great. And I think that Marcus Garvey said, if you was a great man before, you could be great again. And I think that we need to start, going on the road to try to be great again, rather than being so pasteuristic and looking behind us. It used to be before America was America, and they talk about the great Americans who did things to make America great. Then they're going back to Egypt, and we keep on going backwards. It's like, when we can start looking ahead of us. I don't like it. I don't like the fact that we do it so much, invest so much time And what happened 2,000 years ago, I think that we need to invest in what's going to happen in the next 2,000 years ahead of us. And I think that that's what's going to propel us ahead of the game rather than keep us behind. But that's just me. I'll stop there.
No, I appreciate that. Speaking of such persons, Zuli, how are you this week?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. My thing is crazy. I don't understand how Gas them up could question the whole thing about the Arabic slave trade, but this is something that's weird. I can't get behind it. Most of you guys get all your info from the same person that put you in the predicament you're in. But you ask him for, it's just what the matron just said, which is very important. The matron said, Napoleon said, history is a bunch of facts that a group of people agreed on. So did you know there's a bunch of people that believes that Egypt started in the Americas? There's a bunch of books on it, but you guys never go there. You still attached to, I'm not saying Egypt started in America if it's true or not, but what I'm trying to say is that how come you guys are so caught up? The guy put the evidence, shows you the steel beams and the supposedly historical sites that were, he didn't show you pieces that are in a museum. He showed you they were destroying pieces that are outside in the desert. And he showed you beams of steels that history says were not there back in the days. But you guys are like so bullheaded that we're not believing this. But just Gassimo was questioning the whole fucking Arabic slave trade under the ban of Arabs. And he said it's, so I don't understand how we want to question certain stuff but don't question other stuff. So this guy is because he doesn't have a scholar, because he doesn't have a book that was published by those same people that you claimed were oppressing us. So I just said this, I just put this I put this post because it's like, if we could question the whole Arabic thing, and this guy for the first 10 minutes was showing that there was steel beams and those so-called what is it, Mesopotamian stuff. So why can't we trust? How do we know all this stuff that they've been telling us is true? Because Gassimo was the one that started questioning the Arabic history in the first place. So it's just strange how people could question certain stuff, but this guy doesn't have no evidence, this guy doesn't have no reference. The hell you talking about? The people that gave you your history, the reference that they use are the same people that oppressed us. So that's just crazy to me. All right, that's it.
But the difference between what Gas did, Gas provided references. Everything he said, he talked about Lugar.
Bro, those same references are created by the same people, bro. Did you not hear what the matron just said? The matron just said history is a bunch of people that agreed on a certain fact, bro.
Yeah, but if you make a statement, right? If you make a statement about something, I'm asking you. All I'm simply doing is asking you about where you got that information from, so I could research it myself. Why do I have to leave?
Bro, he showed you the pictures. Pictures are worth 1,000 words. Don't you see the steel beams?
That's not good enough for me, brother. Tell me, first of all, tell me where you got the
picture.
Yeah,
that's not good enough for you, but you believe your oppressor all the time. Yeah, wow.
Do you think I believe in my oppressor all the time? You think I really believe in my okay. Anyways, all I'm saying is, if just provide me with the information or where you would have gotten the information from, so I could research it for myself. That's the only thing I'm asking. You make a statement, verify it. So give me where you where you get a reference from, where you get the picture from, so I can reference it myself. That's all I'm asking. That's simply all I'm asking. I'm not foolish for asking you, where would you have gotten this information from? Tell me where so I could find it myself. That's not a bad thing. Am I supposed to accept what someone says because they put a picture to it and make a statement about it? That's not good enough information for me, brother. I don't roll like that. That's just me.
And where did he learn Assyria was in America?
That's exactly my point.
Like, he can just say stuff, right? Like, and I'm gonna show you something. Like, the steel beams, but Ronald Hagaziki made a point when he was like, those were just pictures. He could have got that picture. They could have been Hollywood pictures. Or they could have been reconstructing my opinion, they could have been reconstructing the statue and had to use the steel beams to put it back together. I don't know. Did he show steel beams all throughout saying that's what it was done? I'm just saying, if something come apart and you wanted to put it back together and you can use modern technology, But when he started talking about Assyria is in America, and then started talking about the aliens called the Anunnaki, everything he said was out the door. Now, for me, I understand what you're saying about gas, because they don't get no pass with me trying to make like I'm just like Dr. Ben, trying to be like, because to me, when people do that, they're almost like Arab apologists, right? So I'm like you. They don't get no pass with me trying to make like the Arabs, the Hajis was something so different than the Europeans, when they actually, and you study history and Dr. Benny, people can show you where they actually worked together after the Europeans came to enslave us. So I don't see a difference. So I agree with you on that point. But this guy right here, man, I'm telling you, he would have eventually told me Egypt. I live in Lower Egypt, just like the Moors told me. You know, Egypt is here in America. People make up stuff and they can get people to follow it. And what he was doing, I'm not sure about nothing he said when he started talking about Assyria in America and started talking about the aliens. Now you're the mic.
Yeah, I just want to share. This is a picture of Azuli on the screen right now. Since we could just believe pictures of anything.
Oh my
that's
God, man! He looks younger. Holy shit, Zuli, man, you look good, man. Shoots.
Right. Yeah, I have a problem with any documentation that's pictures from, some third or fourth party. I find that problematic. You need a little bit more evidence. Now, I will say this, because this came up last night too in the discussion. Oni made this point. I've had this conundrum personally in the past. The conundrum of, you could just get to the point where you just don't want to believe none of it. You understand what I'm saying? If it's from the European, you just reject all of it. That's something you can do if you want. But I think the better thing is to, as Bwana Hagoziki said, let's start focusing on the present and the future more, man. Let's plan ahead. Let's change the future. Forecast asked me earlier in the chat, do I believe in the Middle West history? Good one. Good joke. Let's welcome in the brother Jay this week. Jay, how are you?
Hey, Jose. Good to have you. I'm glad you braved out your disposition.
Jay, unmute your mic if you're there. Oh, maybe he's not. Yeah, so I was trying to give Jay a chance. Does anyone want to give any last words on this prompt?
Oh no, I've had enough of Arabs for quite some time in this area. So can we go back to to black?
All right, make sure you guys.
Hey, I have one thing to say. I got one
ahead.
thing. Stop being so respectful when y'all say Arab. Just call them what they are. Some nasty ass Arabs. Arab. Y'all say it so proper. Arab. Just call them an Arab. Be disrespectful, because that's how they gonna be to you. Arab. They're Arab. That's what they are.
Okay.
That was striking for me when I came to New York and I heard people call them Arabs. I was like, wow, okay. All right, so look like Jay is not here, and I think Azuli stepped off as well. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 is how France creates mass migration from Africa. This came with a link. Let's check it out.
What's up, family? This is your man, not your boy, Go Black to Africa. So, Italy went broham on France. Got pissed off because France called them some terrible names. Watch this video and I'll be back.
Vomitevole è chi, come la Francia, continua a sfruttare l'Africa stampando moneta per 14 nazioni africane sulle quali applica il signoraggio, facendo lavorare bambini nelle miniere, estraendo materie prime come accade in Niger, dove la Francia estrae il 30% dell'uranio che gli serve a far camminare le centrali nucleari e il 90% dei nigerini vive senza elettricità. Non ci venire a fare lezioni, Macron, perché l'Africa scappa da voi. Emmanuel Macron ci ha definiti vomitevoli, cinici, irresponsabili. E qui la stampa italiana a dire, hai visto che ha detto Macron, che siamo irresponsabili. Vergogna. Irresponsabile Emmanuel Macron sono quelli che hanno bombardato la Libia perché gli dava fastidio che l'Italia avesse un rapporto privilegiato in campo energetico con Gheddafi, esponendoci al caos migrazione nel quale ci troviamo. Cinici Emmanuel Macron sono i francesi che mandano la gendarmerie a rispedire indietro qualunque immigrato tenti di passare il confine a Ventimiglia. Ma soprattutto, perché le cose vanno raccontate come si deve, vomitevole è chi... Buono, che lo vuoi tu? Ci hai mai tolto il pathos? Vomitevole è chi, come la Francia, continua a sfruttare l'Africa stampando moneta per 14 nazioni africane sulle quali applica il signoraggio, facendo lavorare bambini nelle miniere, estraendo materie prime come accade in Niger, dove la Francia estrae il 30% dell'uranio che gli serve a far camminare le centrali nucleari e il 90% dei nigerini vive senza elettricità. Non ci venire a fare lezioni, Macron, perché l'Africa scappa da voi e la soluzione non è spostare gli africani in Europa, è liberare l'Africa da certi europei. Non accettiamo lezioni. Chiaro?
What do you think? Isn't it interesting that when you find European countries who get upset at each other, they will come out and share the dirt? Isn't it amazing that nobody says anything about who's coming into Africa, rape, robbing, and pillaging until they start to fight amongst each other? Now, what she was talking about, like her country was innocent in the treatment of Africa, I want you to go ahead and see what recently just happened in Italy when they killed a Nigerian. He was a food vendor. One of the Italians killed a food vendor. The video is out there on YouTube. And also, too, one of the issues with people out in the street that were protesting, too, was that African woman, she was slapped in the face because the owner of a restaurant owed her money and he didn't want to pay her back. Look at this right here behind me. This is Africa. This is the same pictures that I had painted in Tanzania of why Africans are being taken advantage of because of their own ignorance. Because we can't promote our own children. Because we think that, like Italy and France, is the place to go, or America. But let me tell you this right here. We have to get to a place to where what she's saying, we run to Italy and Spain, and she wants to blame fault against France why Africans are going over into her country, because of the bombing of Gaddafi, because of the 14 African countries that France make the money for these African countries and cause a destabilization in their economies, which is true. But I don't have any newfound feelings for Italy because they want to expose France, because the music has been the same for many of years. Yes, these European countries are taking advantage of Africa, and people need to wake up and realize that. But we'll never realize it until we do things like this. Paint them back black, daycare, and then that we will be able to empower our school children who are walking by this every day, that they are their future, that they don't have to rely on an education system outside of the country, that they don't have to go and get their degrees and then come back and don't get paid for what they're worth. So Italy, thanks for exposing France, but you're exposed too, because your hands are not clean in this situation. Because yes, you may be upset because you are receiving immigrants in your country and your people don't like it. And your people are starting to show their true colors of being frustrated, of seeing immigrants coming in. But you want to cast the blame. But what part have you been playing in this whole scheme of things of underpaying immigrants, abuse that goes in your country against immigrants? All of these Western countries' hands are dirty and still dirty. And until our children are able to see that we should be men and women enough to stand on our own 2 feet, is only when they will build a confidence that they're able to do right by their own countries. I don't blame people if you have dysfunctional governments that can't handle simple business and people feel as though they got to escape to go to other countries. But I'm saying to the youth, you are the opportunity, not some other country. Because what most are finding when they go to these European countries, they're working twice as hard. Though they're making more money, that money goes very, very little to where you think it will go. Yes, you'll be able to send some crumbs back home to mom and dad, but you know you're living 10 deep in an apartment. You know that you are barely making ends meet, because I've been in those countries and interviewed many of the diaspora in other countries. And many say they're overworked, underpaid, and mistreated. And that some say it was the worst decision they made. So you need to go back to Africa so that you can come back and make your country better, so that you can make your country great instead of running off into the Western lands. Well, family, this is your man, not your boy. Go black to Africa.
Think about it, 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 about it.
So this is Dynast, I guess, huh? This is the person I hear all the time being mentioned as Dynast. All right.
No, that's Go Black to Africa. That's somebody different.
Oh, okay. So this is not Dynast. Okay.
No.
My bad on that. Go Black to Africa. Okay. Let's see if we could get him in here. Jay, what say you this week? Jay, is your internet working? All right, Jay might be...
excuse me. It was my mute.
okay.
This time it was my mute button.
Okay. How are you this week?
During the many times, I'm having a little problem with my inner workings.
Oh.
And this time it's not inside my skull.
Well,
No,
hopefully you.
constipation.
Oh, okay. Hopefully you'll feel better
When I
soon
go
enough.
missing this time, it's not sleep. It's yeah. It's working, and yeah, it's not. But anyhow, yeah, I've been following this brother for a long time.
Okay.
And in the beginning, I was recommending everybody to follow him, because he had his lists, his playlist nicely organized. He made a playlist of all the repatriating YouTubers, and I like that. And lately he has become a sort of a preacher, a YouTube preacher or something like that. Maybe he's on God's mission. But if it's God or not, I like what he does, and I hope he takes me as serious as I take him. Not. But everybody has his approach, right? But what I was hearing in between the attempts of getting on is a good point. It's what I'm trying to tell people here. And back earlier on in 2011, I convinced at least one person to stay here, a person that that had attempted 2 times to leave Senegal on a pirogue, on those canoes, right? So yeah, and he has seen gruesome things. People die in the middle of the ocean trying to get to Spain, and the first time they were all fooled. They left in the Casamance, that's in the south, and the trafficker released them in Mbour, and that's touristic. That's still in Senegal. That's in between Dakar and Gambia, and it's very touristic. So it looks modern, and they really thought they were in Europe, and they were hiding in the bushes. But they were hearing people speaking Wolof, and they were like, hey, people speak our language here, let's go. And it turned out they had moved just a few 100 kilometers up north, and their money was gone. The trafficker and their money was gone. And the second time, the Spanish police received them at the beach, and guided them immediately to the airplanes. So I'm like, stay. And just like the fragment, I assume he was speaking about Africans making money in Europe, but all the expenses that you have, just like what I saw happen with my parents. Eventually, okay, so you earn 2,000 euros, right? But with all the expenses, there's only 50 euros left to send to your family. Was it worth it? Was it worth it? You're financing Europe, right? So I hope that was the subject, because I catched just a little bit. And I
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate that. Stick around with us. Yeah, I appreciate you coming through. Let's welcome in the brother Oni this week. Oni, how are you?
Peace. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, dang, I didn't know my mic was on this entire time. All right. Yeah, man, I'm good. Good.
What say you to this quote unquote revelation that France creates mass migration from Africa?
I mean, like you said, it's a quote unquote revelation, just just a white woman telling it. I mean, like, I saw some people clipping this or whatever, like sharing this video, but I never watched it because I was like, I don't want to hear no white woman, but I just listened to it now, or read it, and just whatever, like white folk fighting. Like, my thing is that when white folk fight, I'm all right, you know what I mean? Like, I'm cool with that. I like when white folk fight. So, sometimes we say things like, yo, white people always stick together when it comes to Africa. And I'm like, nah, that's not really the case, So I'm not saying that she's going to do some shit on our side, but, real talk, like, I don't mind when they fight. Like, when they fight, I'm like, I just grab my popcorn, I shoot out the chair, you know, and so this is good, you know, like this for me is good.
Isn't she just really angry that Italy didn't get in on the colonialism in time?
Yeah, of course she angry. You know what I mean? But like, you know, what she gonna do? I mean, like, as long as she don't come through with, I mean, she come through with soldiers letter. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm ready. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, that's the attitude we gotta have. But of course, you know, I know how our people are. We gonna fold, but you know, well, some of our people gonna fold. So, but I mean, like, yeah, I mean, like, she should be mad. Like, she can stay mad, but you know, France don't like. I think it's good to hurt France's image. You know. If the francophones are sharing this video, if this like translated into French and they sharing it in the French world, like I think that's pretty good. You know, I mean, I don't like that it's coming from a white woman, but you know, if like a lot of people, like you know, it's white man's ice is colder than the black man's. You know, like we could say it and they don't care. So you know, like the more the merrier. You know what I'm saying?
I get it, man. The forecast says Italy was late and lost. Yeah, Mussolini and them lost bad. Daily Affirmations by Pauline says, like living in the USA. I'm not sure the reference there. Keto says a lot of black nations live off remittances. Bobby Wright is having a problem getting it on the panel. Do you guys, how many of you guys have ever had a problem with your phones not connecting to StreamYard panel? It's like right now you're trying to get on, it says device not connected. They will need to connect their mic or cam before you can add them to the stream. Have any of you had
I
that
had
issue
the same
before?
problem.
I think you
I had
gotta.
the same problem for the first time.
Yeah, I think you gotta allow your mic and stuff, like allow it on your browser.
Yes, that was the same problem I had the week before this one. This one was a different problem, but yeah, allowing your mic and settings, something to do with your settings. Sometimes I don't know about the phone, but I know that on the laptop I had to go through various settings and so on.
Okay. Hopefully Bobby could hear that. Bakari, is Bakari still there, or did you step away already, Bakari? Maybe he stepped away already.
He
Kevin
said
Curry.
for a bit in the private chat.
Yeah. Bobby Wright wants to know, how do I edit my browser? If someone in the chat who's familiar, be it forecast or something, if someone could talk Bobby Wright through it, I would appreciate that.
The matron might be good at that. She helped me with my problem and it worked.
My nickel's worth of information about that is if Chrome is not your default browser, you should try to make Chrome your default browser on your phone.
All right.
Because if it's Firefox or any of those other apps that they have for your browser, then I think StreamYard has a problem with that.
That could very well be it, because I noticed when I was doing the review of the spook who sat by the door, I noticed StreamYard works with Google Slides more than it seems to work with Google products more than other things like Microsoft. So that could be it. Kevin Carre, what say you?
Yeah, I love that they're at each other's throats, man. You know, it's a beautiful thing, and you know, plus I'm loving now is going to winter, and the Russians are withdrawing the gas, so now they're gonna freeze. I love it. I love seeing this. This is, as someone said before, just get your popcorn. It's gonna be a great ride this winter, man. Just watching the hell that's gonna happen in Europe. But I'm gonna pass the mic.
Watching white folks scrap. Real Black Gentleman, what say you?
Yeah, France definitely needs to catch its fire. It in a way, France is kind of holding. It's the real true colonial power in Africa. I mean, you can say things about other countries, but just the nature of if people recognize how the nations are. Look, France is soft. I always see France as just soft, and they have that like snaky power. You know what I'm saying? They'll run in, they'll like tag team with like the rag, you know what I'm saying, the riffraff of Europe, and they'll go in and do their little missions, like how Denmark was up in Mali. It's France leads that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, focus. Look, I differentiate. Some people might not. I do. You think about the Belgians. That's like France adjacent. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things with France in Africa that if France could just you know how you probably heard the saying of the president of France himself said that shit. Was it I don't know who it was, but he said if we were to lose France, you know what I'm saying, France would be a third world nation. Hey, those are the breaks. I mean, the peoples in the French influenced countries should be free of French policy, especially financial, and you will see in Africa lit up like you have never seen before. Let's not worry about Britain. Let's not worry about Germany. Let's talk about France. You can get France out of the mix, out of the Niger, out of all these. If you can get them out of Mali, a lot of things in Africa will slowly and surely like brighten up. I do believe that. I see. I mean, you look at geopolitics. I mean, you see all of Europe knows what China's doing. You know,
aren't they out of Mali already?
Huh?
Aren't they? Didn't Mali kick them out?
Oh, what was that?
I think Mali kicked them out of their country.
Yeah, of course they should. But again, when we say Mali, I mean naturally we're kind of referring to the administrative structure of the Africans who are running that, and they, for whatever reason, want people to come in. You know what I'm saying? I see the societies as like an emulsion where there are all kind of layers to the society. The people naturally don't want all this drama. When they know about what's going on in their country, they're naturally they'll say this is wrong. I mean, anyone who's placed in these situations was like, really? Y'all give 85% of y'all's money to France? What you know what I'm saying? On its face. And so you do have to have a bit of differentiation. You do have to have a bit of pivot when you address these things. But France, I think, is Africa's number one just adversary in too many ways. A lot of loose stuff happened. Oh, France and Boko Haram? Look, man, let me drop the mic on that.
Bullseye. Boko Haram in Nigeria, when that black brother was leading it, the crazy one, he was standing in front of a brand new French army material. But if I may, I could have. I was a bit messed up, because of all the attempts of trying to log in. I forgot to just read the topic, and well, yeah, France. Yes. So an Italian person said that France is creating mass migration out of Africa. Hell yeah. You got two French channels, right? The main ones, because you also have radios, right? And too many of our people here listen and watch it, right? I don't. The radio is, the French that our brethren speak. I can follow it, but for the French in France is way too quick, too deep, etc. for me. For now, but to watch it on the television, right? France 24, so France 24, and TV5, right? TV5. Both of them are portraying Europe as a Valhalla of opportunities for graduated young Africans. It's like, yo, come come die in the Sahara. Come drown in the Mediterranean. Come. There's opportunities in here. Really, there's no racism. There's opportunity. If you work hard, you can make it in here. Come. Every other show. Yes, they are creating mass migration. Hell yeah, and then something else. French is not weak. French is definitely not weak. French wants to be the wanted. In the past, French wanted to be their own, and they are their own nuclear power, and they do as they please military wise. When I was deep into ICT, when was doing the courses, I read the boxes, right? NT4. When NT4 was introduced, that's when I did my Microsoft engineering courses. So I read the boxes, and French was in between Iran, China, North Korea, etc. Encryption above 57 bits was forbidden to sell it to France. So to the United States, French is not a friend. Right, so it's an independent nuclear power, and we must not forget what happened twice in Ivory Coast, right? So in 2003 there was some sort of cacao revolution, and France just float over there with their marines, and they didn't even touch the ground. They shot from helicopters. They shot at everything that moved. They took out. They told all their white Frenchmen, because I'm sure it's a problem if you're a black if you're black with a French passport. You don't get, they don't let you enter these marine ships just like that, because you'd be suspicious if you're not a part of that revolution, right? And with 2,000 troops, they shot at everything that moved. That was in 2003, and later on, Gbagbo. They humiliated Gbagbo and it pains me to admit that Senegal hires their army to several other nations as a sort of an income, and
Yeah, but Jose,
I believe it was about 80% Senegalese army that ousted Gbagbo. So French is not weak. They are motherfuckers. They are mean.
Jose.
Go ahead, Untouchable.
No, I think that the world knows, including most Black nation, they know the influence of France in Africa. Most Black nation knows that because of the monetary situation with the franc, the CFA, and the dollars and the debt. I think that Dr. Aracana made a great explanation how the African countries have to go to France to get their own money. I think that is very clear, because a lot of the money is being retained into French banks to this day, and that's an unfortunate thing. What I don't like, with the greatest respect to my brothers in the so-called first world countries, is I can't stand the finger wagging and the finger pointing. I can't stand that. And this particular video is indicative of the finger wagging and the finger pointing. This man goes into the so-called third world country, and he only go. It seems like he only goes to poor areas, or goes to areas that's deprived of good financial wealth, or people who could have intellectual dialogues with him at his level, and people who are at his financial level. And I feel like he does a poo-poo and like shaming of the people who are in certain situations in Africa. And I don't like that. I really don't like that. If you want to have a real solution or a dialogue based off of real arguments as to why and what for or what's going on to the country. You talk to the people who are able to converse with you. And there are many people who go to school and university, just like this man does, and would be able to articulate things better rather than resorting to what finger pointing and finger waving and saying what the Africans are doing on the continent. I don't like that. It's as if the kids where he is from don't want run past white pitchers in their own communities as well, and don't be conditioned by that as well. I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. Africa is in an economic situation. They had war with one another. They had war with the rest of the world. And this man goes in after being in the U.S. military, a part of the U.S. military who oppresses the rest of the friggin' black world as well. And then he goes there. He goes there with his stomach full and wags his finger like to suggest, so what these niggas getting wrong in this particular area. I don't like that. I don't like that. If you see a problem, you try to cure that problem as a man. You know what I mean? You take it to the people who have the ability to cure problems and you confront certain things. Don't do that in the side streets or the slums of certain African countries, and then you finger point and finger waves and talk about how they getting it wrong, how these niggas getting this wrong in this country, and how they can't never get it together. I don't like that. I don't like that. If you ain't gonna be as a black man on this planet, if you ain't gonna be the solution to African problems, keep your mouth shut. If you ain't gonna do nothing about it but criticize Africans. Because you live in a country with your stomach full. You don't have to answer them questions in your country. In particular questions of infrastructure, external warfare, in feeding and housing millions and millions of people. You as a black person, you have the comfort of living in a society where you don't have to answer them questions. You know what I mean? With your stomach full. I don't like that at all, man. I think that you need, as far as going to Africa, go to Africa as a visitor. Have your hands open, have your mind open, but don't be critical of your own brothers and sisters because they're in a situation of warfare, whether it be economic, biological, etc., 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 and then start pointing the fingers of what they're getting wrong. They're doing the best they can in the situation they're in. God forbid if you was in that situation too, what you would do. You know what I mean? I really don't like that. But I'll stop there because I'm ranting. I know that. I'll stop.
No, I like it. That's a powerful little statement that you guys could clip that and share that.
Wait, let me ask Mr. Untouchable. Did you like that, Mr. Untouchable?
So, Daily Affirmation by Pauline earlier clarified. She said she meant when foreigners go abroad to the West, they don't live rich and still try to send funds back home. Often the farm at home doesn't understand the struggle in the West. Ain't that the truth? It's very true. I forgot to mention Dorico Cooper is with us tonight. Yana B said what when Mr. Untouchable was talking, and she said not a fair statement. That brings us to the good sister, the revolutionary matron. Matron, what say you?
You know, to bring it back a little bit, she's just doing pomp and circumstances. She's just showing off because they are not France. And what Francophone Africans need to know about France is Haiti. They need to understand that Africans that fought for their liberation were then put into debt slavery to enslave each other to pay a debt to France for their freedom. If I was in Africa, we would probably have unending war because I'm tired of the white folks that's doing it. I'm tired of the black folks that's doing it. I'm tired of us not having seats at international tables and not being able to do business like we need to do business. I'm tired of us not being able to be represented in those different places. But she's just showing off, finger wagging at her white brothers and sisters because she's mad because she's not them. And that's it.
I appreciate that, Matron. Make sure you guys check out the Matron's last episode too. That brings us to Tan Zan. Tan, what say you to all of this?
Well, nothing new to see, I guess. But but that is also an important aspect to look at it, because sometimes people see, you know, Africans leaving their home and they wonder, oh, why don't you just stay? Why are you all fleeing? You know, that's what they call us, you know, the fleeing tethers. I'm not saying that, you know, most of us are here because of such dire circumstances, but it's only in degrees. So when you see nobody ever wants to leave their homes, nobody wants to leave their family and where they were born and grew up voluntarily. So, and some people do, some people want to go abroad and you know, but eventually even those who leave always want to come back. So when you see people in such desperate circumstances trying to flee their actual homes, you have to ask yourself what happened to their homes, you know. And a lot of this, even in the sea, you know, they come and then they overfish the oceans, they destroy the resources, and they leave people without, you know, the lives and the means of making a living that they were used to. So eventually it's like, that whole tactic of you know, burning the place down. What was it called? You know, when the roving armies go about burning all the
Scorched earth.
scorched earth policy, yeah, something like that. Yeah, so they basically just scorch the earth, the sea, you know, the air. They destroy, you know, the environment, and they really just economically depress the people until they feel like there's no hope for them there, and they have to seek, you know, so-called greener pastures. But the other thing is just the laughable hypocrisy of these people, Europeans, because at one point they can, it's just, you know, the liberal, you know, Republican dance. You know, one person comes, you know, with the big wagging finger, the other person comes with a big stick. But either way, none of them are going to help you. You know, one person is going to look at you and point, the other person is just going to, you know, look at you and, you know, try to crack a whip over you. So I put in the private chat about Italy, and yeah, I you know, even with the videos you share, when you listen, you have to listen and only take the facts, and you know, leave out the opinion sometimes, because yeah, that guy also says some really off the wall stuff. But the main point of it is that, you know, while this, you know, Italian lady is crying over, oh, the African children, pretend crying, we know that, you know, they can cry for real, but you know, even when they're not crying, they're never ever crying for real, let me just say that. So in any case, they just elected a very you know, very fascistic prime minister, and she actually, her speech was the very, very opposite of which this other lady, you know, was playing. And if you contrast the two, it's almost hilariously, you know, the opposite. The other lady was talking about Europe, how Europe needs to, you know, bring together the family and protect its borders, and talk about, you know, we have to stand up against the people who will tell us that, you know, our country is not strong. We have a proud, you know, the whole, you know, fascist line about, you know, we are such a proud big people and all that nonsense. But at the same time, these other ladies pretend crying about Africans, and they're two very similar looking ladies. Ugh, I should even not even give them that honor, but yeah, they just stand there. You cannot trust anything that comes out of their mouth. Just, you know, but that's not to say that you should pretend, say that everything that comes out of the mouth is a lie. You just take what the facts are, and then you leave out the rest. And the first thing is, why are they saying the things that they think? It's not what they're saying, it's why are they saying it. That's more important than, you know, what they're saying. They can go in there and saying all kinds of nonsense, good or bad. This lady is just, you know, like Matron said, mad that she didn't get her fill of it. It actually reminds me of that lady last week who was crying about, you know, the children in Tanzania, how these people go and, you know, molest the children, blah blah blah. Like, she gives if she really cared anything about it, do you think that she would have waited until, you know, sometime later when that happened and then go tell somebody? Like, that's absolute nonsense. You think that anyway, I get tired of, you know, especially the crying, the fake criers. You know, at least just be bold with it and say how you feel, instead of us pretending that you know. Anyway, I'll leave it at that.
In the chat, give me 1 second. In the chat, Keto said Italy is also in terrible economical shape. It should be under a troika, like Greece. Actually, he says exporting spaghetti alone can't keep an economy going. Who was that? Kevin Kare?
Correct. Yes.
Yes. Go ahead.
I just want to add something that Tanzan said about that scorched earth. Remember a couple of years ago they were complaining about the Somali pirates, how they were robbing the ships and stuff.
Right.
You know, come to find out that though these people are coming into their waters, and he said overfishing. What more can these people do? It's like they blame people even here in America. Oh, look at those lazy blacks. You know, look, that's all they can do is crime. but they don't see the underlying problems. You know, black people in this country have always had their own, built their own, and then these people come in out of jealousy or, you know, just fear and say, yo, we can't let these people do anything like that. If they do, they're gonna surpass us. Let's destroy whatever they have and have them depend on us. This is an old Roman strategy where they go into countries, destroy it, and bring those people into their country. This is not new in Europe. But I'll pass the mic.
Marcus Garvey is the way he says good night. You know, I'm gonna put this one up here and ask Mr. Untouchable Bwana Hagoziki if you're interested in saying anything to that. That was said during your time.
This, first of all, this person is an anonymous person. This person doesn't have the courage of their convictions to come on and make any kind of public statements or defend their point. So I'm not offended by them, but I would say this. You know what I mean? How do you don't know what I have done as far as monetarily? You don't know what I've done professionally. You don't know what I have access to and who I've made an impact in what countries of the world. And I would never tell you that because this is a public forum. That's nobody's business but my own and the people who I care to impact. But you believe whatever you got to say. But all I have to say is if you have the courage of your convictions, just come on and let's have a discussion. I would just leave it at that.
Bobby Wright says in his book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, Walter Rodney explains how the Europeans take the resources and develop them in Europe, killing the African job market. Yeah, because they also flood Africa with the end product too, right? They take the resources, they build their products, and then they flood Africa's markets, and so Africa can't sell their own wares. Does anyone else need a last word for that topic?
Okay, last thing, Coco. There's a documentary that came out. It's about Jamaica. I think it came out way back in the early 2000s. It's called Life and Death. And there's what you just said. They were saying the same thing. How a lot of people from my country, the farmers, they grow their own stuff, but they're buying potatoes from the United States.
Right. Shoot the breeze topic number 3 tonight is respect your ancestors' racism. This came with the link. We'll check it out and then we'll discuss.
That's a life goal for me. I do want to do that. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I love black women so much, man. The only problem is I'm technically not allowed to date black women until my grandpa dies. So, yeah. Just waiting on that. Yeah. He's 96, so he's only got like 4 weeks left. Like, it's gonna happen. By the time your next water bill comes in, ma'am, just give me a call. I want to date a black woman.
Yeah, the goofball cracking up at the bottom. It's kind of strange. So should it be topic number 3 says respect your ancestors' racism. Matron, what say you to this?
First of all, he is trying to respect the fact that his grandfather is probably going to leave him something. Mm-hmm. Okay? And you know them old people, them old white people, especially the ones in the nursing home sitting there racist as hell, sitting there talking about if you ever bring something in here that don't look like us, you're getting cut off. So So, yeah, he's respecting his grandfather's racism. We need some of our kids and grandkids to respect our racism. We need to be racist. But on a more serious note, the fact that they sitting there laughing and shucking and jiving at this is ridiculous because it's like, oh, I understand. It's diminishing yourself and your value to sit there and make jokes and make light of this very serious topic. That's it.
I agree with that, Matron. Oni, what say you to this?
Yeah, it just seemed like I don't know why black folk was laughing at that. You know, I remember one time I was in this meeting, and the elder, she pushed the door, but it was a pull door, and the doorman started laughing. And then she just said, "Negroes always laughing at something that's not funny," and I was like, Shit, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't get it. It was like, the guy's like, hey man, I want to date a black woman, but my grandpa said not to. I'm waiting for him to die. And you're like, okay. I mean, I hope you nah, man. He's the guy's spitting game to you, man. Don't date our women. You know what I'm saying? like, stay to Becky. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I don't get the humor, but yeah, I really got nothing on this. I don't get it. Somebody got it. So this dude's cracking up. I wasn't even looking at the video. This dude's cracking up. Like that's stupid, man. Yo, our people, man. I guess like the Ella told me a long time ago. Negroes always laughing at something that's not funny. And when they said Negroes, they meant coons. So she's just like, yo, coons be laughing at something. They always laughing at something that's not funny. Like, what is this? All right, that's all I can say.
In the chat, Trigger Happy 262 says, "This is what I meant by white people's being voyeuristic, and also why interracial dating within this climate is a big fat no." BB Rodriguez says, "Meanwhile, piece of shit grandpa had a whole black woman as a side woman." All right, BB. Forecast asks if that was Mr. Untouchable cracking up in the fourth row. Marcus Garvey is the way. Says, oddly, my great-granddad, son of Scottish landowners, gave up for his black wife. He gave up his land inheritance. Okay. Trigabi 262 says, I don't know. Some of our people find it funny and flattering when white people say they attracted to them because they are taught that there is one archetype of black person. With that said, Mr. Untouchable, was that you cracking up in the fourth row there?
No. I cracking up. No. I think that it's funny that he say that he's sticking to the code of not dating anybody. But that's you know what? There's some women in here in that room probably laughing and would mess with him that same night. And that's unfortunate, but it's just where we are in the world right now. But hopefully one day, we'll start to consider things differently. But for right now, we go for the joshing and jiving and laughing as if there's no urgency where they are in the Americas or anywhere else in the world. It's urgency for us to be serious people, but we still at a point in the stage where we like to be entertained, and I like to be entertained as well. We like to enjoy certain things and like to dance and party, and there's necessarily no seriousness about what we need to do in this world. And I find that to be, I don't know, I think that we need to think about things a little bit further. But I enjoy life. I enjoy having a good laugh. I enjoy having fun. But I just think that we also need to be serious people as well. We need time for that as well.
Jay, did you find it? Did you find it funny? And is he respecting his ancestors' racism?
I don't know, man. I'm looking at a comedian and a room full of black people. The room is full of black people, and there's a white guy on the stadium. Maybe maybe it's a club where in a black neighborhood, or where a lot of black comedians come. And yeah, I'm gonna be that coon. I watched it before today, and I thought it was funny, especially that moment that he tells someone. He jokes something about the water bill, and he directs it to one particular person, and then the camera switches to that person and her boyfriend, and you see her boyfriend checking her like, "Are you gonna laugh, bitch?" I don't know, man. I laughed. I laughed. Shoot me. I'm a coon.
Yana B in the chat said,
is he respecting his racist ancestor? And does every white man has money? Hell no. Is he respecting his ancestor? Maybe he's afraid of, or yeah. Okay, he's respecting his racist ancestor. If the story is true, okay, I pass the mic.
Yeah, Yana B in the chat also says, "What urgency? The black experience is over. We lost. It was funny to me," she said.
Yeah,
Uh,
she's a loser. So I mean, this is what I'm talking about here. For me, mentally, I'm not there. I know that some of our people have the idea in their head that they are losers. So we might as well enjoy the time we here and just go off with a big bang. You know what I
True.
mean? Eat, drink, and be merry because we have lost I understand that these people exist, but I'm not in their camp. You know what I mean? So she using the term we. I'm not included in that because I don't consider myself to be a loser, nor do I consider my brothers and sisters on this panel. This person don't even have the courage of that conviction, their convictions, to come on and state what their issues are, and even have a discussion with the people on the panel. They throwing stones from the peanut gallery. They nobody's. She's right. She is a loser. Claim it. I say claim it.
Trigger Happy 262 in the chat says, "What exactly is funny about it for the people who found it funny?" So we'll double back to that question. Forecast out there says the funniest part is when Koku said the brother over here cracking up. Yeah, that's the thing that stood out to me. This jackass in the bottom right-hand corner here is absolutely flawed. Gobsmacked. Right? Like, that's wild to me. Real Black Gentleman, what say you to this?
I mean, I'm again just looking at the people's reaction here in the bottom right. I mean, it's like, yeah, it's like really overly it's not that funny, you know what I'm saying? It's like it's a what's the word I want to use? It's a like a caricature of a I don't know. I can't figure out the word I want to use. It's just like a parody, you know what I'm saying, of a caricature of like it's not funny. I don't know. I don't have anything to really say about it.
Matron said Kevin Hart is in the audience. Okay. Well, I expect, yeah, that's right. That's him there, right? I expect him to be cracking up. He laughs at any shit. Tanzan, what say you?
Well, for me, it's more of I meant it in a sort of like a sarcastic way. I'm not so much interested about what the guy was saying. It's like if this person who is reminding you that his grandfather hated you and some of his relatives did even worse to you, and he's reminding you that they still have a grudge up to just the previous generation. He hasn't said anything about his brothers, his younger sisters, and he hasn't said anything about the last generation. We're assuming that, oh, that's the last racist to die. Like, oh, after that grandfather dies, then, oh, right, now everybody can just, love each other and be happy again because the last racist died. And look at these people just saying, he's respecting his ancestors' racism. Why aren't we respecting our ancestors' pain and suffering and experience? How can these Black women sit there and laugh knowing the hatred and the actions that spilled from that hatred? It was not just a simple hatred. And why would he even tell them that somebody hates you and finds it funny? So because he tells them how much he likes them, now all of a sudden what was done to them is hilarious. All that adding and brutality and horror that their ancestors went through, oh, that's nothing, because one of their descendants had decided that, okay, these women now, I can just talk to them and have them. I don't have to chase them down. I don't have to gun them down. I don't have to force them. I don't have to do anything. I just have to show up with my innocent looking, clean cut, child looking face and just smile, and they will just like me. This is their arrogance to this day. Anyway, yeah, it's just a shame that other people can have some kind of respect for their ancestors, and all we can do is just laugh at it. So that's the sad part for me. But yeah, that guy is the only one who sort of got it, but it doesn't even matter. The whole room was, and he's just one guy. Everybody else was in on the joke, whatever joke that was, and he was just sitting there looking like, what is everyone about? That's how sometimes it feels like to be in the world. Like everybody is laughing, but you're not getting the joke. So yeah, that's it for me.
Yana B, I'm kind of perplexed by your outlook. She says we will never be able to plan and build. It's a, I guess she meant corny. It's a corny comedian telling a joke. What we need to serious about okay, so what we need to be serious about, we're not, is what she said. Trigabi 262 Plus says this kind of proves that our wins and victories are vastly different from the rest of our people. If white people are more accepting of us, then that's a victory. He goes on to say, for us, true freedom physically and true freedom physically and psychological is our win. Forecast said exactly to Tanzan's response. BB Rodriguez says, the only grudge they got against us is that we got free. That was not part of the plan. Trigabi 262 says, yep, Tanzan speaking of the bear in the cage and the bear continuing to think there is still a cage. We have sections of our people who are experiencing psychological Stockholm syndrome. A white man or woman can show up, and that's enough to be valuable. Yana B said, is it hate to want our children to look like you? We say no interracial, meaning we want the same thing. It's not hate. Let me read that again. Is it hate to want our children to look like you? We say no interracial, meaning we want the same thing. It's not hate. Oh, I think I get it. Okay. Is there any last words on this prompt? If not, let's
I'll
move on.
just say this. I just want to say this. Black people spent money to be in those seats to be denigrated by a white comedian that wasn't funny. And that's it.
I appreciate that. Should be topic number 4 tonight. Is it simping to protect black women or using other people's example? Shouldn't we check out of order men who are out of order? This came with a link. Let's check it out.
Right. Are you sure? क्योंकि ऐसे लगता है ये लोग bad hairdo convention के लिए आए हैं. What the f is it with this stupid sideburns of yours? Are you in some sort of a time capsule? 60s में पहुंच गए हो? What is it with those faces? What are you doing? What is that? These guys don't have tongues? No, really, they can't talk.
Fabian, wanna say something?
No. क्यों? देख के ही फट गई. Idiot. क्या है यार? These guys have no life in them. I'm telling you guys something, you'll have absolutely no reaction. Okay. I guess I'm done over here. Thanks, guys.
Isha, I think तुम इन दोनों को अपना challenge क्यों नहीं दिखा देती?
There's not one word coming out of their mouth.
Actually, the thing is that we don't want to talk with you, actually.
Why don't you go and f*** off then?
You go. How can you slap? How can you slap?
Mad or what, bloody?
How can she slap? How can she slap me?
How can you slap, bloody? Fucker! Bastard! Bloody bastard! How did you
How can
enter?
she slap me?
You bastard! How did you enter? I'll fuck your bitch right now! You fucking bastard! I'll fucking kiss bastard! How did you enter? Mother chok ban chok.
How can she slap me, sir? How can she slap me? How can she slap me?
तेरी मैं गाँव मारता हूँ भी बहन के लोड़े मार बहन चुप तू अपनी बहन को यहाँ भेज अपनी बहन को बहन के लोड़े तेरी औकात नहीं कुछ करने की मादर चोद भोसड़ी का what है क्या बहन के लोड़े
Okay. We're gonna take our time with this one. I agree with forecast though. She can slap. B Rodriguez says, what kind of coolie madness is this? Trigger Happy 262 says LMAO, the way he curses. Times out in the chat said, but really, how can she slap? Yeah, that Indian accent is grating too, to be honest. Kevin Curry, 42. What saw you here?
You know, I recognize a lot of those curses. Me and you, we know about this. How one of them scammers always call me. I learn how to curse in their language.
Right.
But hey, listen, she started it, man. Didn't their mama tell you not to put your hands on anyone? Keep your hands to yourself. But you got all these simps out there trying to the man was actually trying to defend himself. I would not let her slap me. I would slap her back too. But you know, all I saw on the TV was a whole bunch of simps attacking another man over this. Would you want this kind of woman in your house? That's not good. But
I'll ask you this question. Do you think there's a difference between simping and cupcaking?
I think they're all the same thing.
I think there's overlap, but I think they're two distinct things. But there is overlap. And I think the main guy who was upset in there, I have a strange feeling he was cupcaking.
Yeah, he's trying to get laid. He's trying to get the brownie points.
Yeah.
Like, how can you hit her? Well, she just hit me. Yeah. What do you want me to do?
Yeah, no, there's just an energy to him. He doesn't seem to be a simp per se, but it seems he was cupcaking. Let's go to Mr. Untouchable next. What say you, Mr. Untouchable?
No, we need to get Barbados on the chat panel. Like ask her how she let her husband get slapped on national TV. Barbados, I just messing with you. Barbados, I just messing with you, man. I personally think.
Oh shit!
But I personally think that she should get a head slap. Hey, if you want equality, this is what equality looks like. This is what equality looks like, and I think that he was well in his rights to defend himself. I understand that we talk about the idea of chivalry, you know, and black and men should, you know, allow women certain things and allow them certain allowances as far as civilized society. But we don't live in that realm anymore. I think that we've gotten over that. And I think that you can't just physically assault a man publicly and not expect anything to happen. Now, the Asian society, they are an interesting society because you get your Muslims, you get your Hindus, and you get many different kinds of religions. And Muslims don't believe in turning out a cheek. They don't believe in turning out a cheek. So I just think that I think that he was within his right to do what he did. I think that if any woman willfully tries to assault us in a way that they're trying to harm us, I think that we fully in our rights to defend ourselves. Defend yourself, man. Defend yourself. Now, as far as acknowledging the fact that yes, the woman is 120 pounds and you are 220 pounds, there's a weight difference. You should be tempered because you could kill her. But I just say you are all in your rights to defend yourself. I'll leave it there.
Oh boy.
Wait, can I ask you, to Mr. Untouchable? You said it's a chivalrous society. Would you let that kind of woman like that step on your sweetbreads?
Step on your balls?
Yeah,
on your sweet what?
Sweetbreads.
Yeah, no. I mean, if we was into something kinky, because some men like that shit though. But but if she was just willful and trying to be insulted, and she did it out of anger, whatever, then we in a fight, we in a situation, and the woman have to know that. You know what I mean? The woman have to know that. All I'm saying, Kev, all I'm saying is remember that you 220 and she 140. So your anger, you could kill her and you could be in jail for a long time.
Listen, she has that. I don't want that woman using that whip on me. You know what I'm looking at right now? Looking at from another. That's a dominatrix right there. The way
that's true. And I just reminded the brothers. Huh? I just reminded the brother because I know y'all think I simping. I just reminded the brothers that these sisters are 140 and y'all in y'all 220s. If y'all hit them in anger, it could go to the morgue situation and life in jail. So just be
but
tempered.
I
and
would
consider
never.
that.
Yeah, I would never put my hands on a woman if she's talking shit, and you know what, I'll walk away. But
I'm saying if she hits you,
yeah,
in
that's
anger.
a whole different story. You got to give her, you know.
Yes.
I'm not gonna hit her
Yes.
how hard. Like I had a conversation with my friend's a bouncer. He's a 6'9" guy, 300-pound
Yes.
ex linebacker. You know,
Yes.
he dealt with that kind of situation where a woman, they were fighting and she kicked him in his balls.
No, I feel you.
But he didn't hit her. He grabbed her bag and threw that stuff right across the street.
But Kev, if you hit her like a man, if you hit her like if you was in a real fight with a man, you could kill her. A 6'9" dude.
Hit her like a lady.
But what I'm saying with the bouncer, he said
Thank
not
you,
to,
Dad. I appreciate that.
Mr. He said not to use an open.
Yeah, hit her like
I didn't appreciate that.
Huh? All right.
I just was saying it's just something to consider. No, you shouldn't hit her like you shouldn't be interested in hitting her. I'm just saying you have a right to defend yourself, but just be mindful that you are 220 pounds, 6'9", and she is 120 in her anger. What damage? I mean, she could do damage to you, but not the same kind of damage you could do to her. That's all I'm saying. Consider that.
Look at that woman right now. Look how she took that slap. It's like she's used to getting that slap. Her specifically. Look how she ate that slap up.
I feel you, brother. Maybe this conversation is because I started.
In the chat, Tanzan said you got Hindus and you got Hindons. I like that, Tan. Tanzan, what say you to what you saw?
Well, yeah, nobody should. This is not even like a lady, a man, or a woman thing. Nobody should be putting their hands on anyone, and they took it pretty well. She was wrongly abusing them and trying to provoke them, and her words didn't work. So when she finally walked away, she could have just kept walking. But then this other guy, with the simpish, he's not only simpish, but he's also cattish. It was not enough for her to just, tear them down verbally. He wanted, a physical altercation. So he says, oh, don't you want to show them your challenge? Just egging her on. And then she comes back, and then that's when she, delivers the slap. So, there are men who also encourage women to act this way. They also tell them, yeah, you go, girl, especially, some type of, sweet, limp-wristed men. Yeah,
dominatrix.
No, I was talking about men who tell women, who encourage women to behave in this way. They are usually the limp-wristed ones. You know what I mean, right?
Yes, we got you.
Okay, yeah. So, girls who have, their best friend is, this guy, and they're just hanging out and all of that stuff. That's where, a lot of these women also get that, boldness to go up to a man, because another so-called man has told them, oh, it's okay for you to do these things. And this man who's telling her all this, he's not even going to be there to defend her. You see, it was all these other men who came out here and then went and did whatever they did. But women are emboldened by other men to also go and behave this way, because he tells her, oh, you're not going to do the challenge. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, and then when they're out there dealing with some men who are not going to take it like these other men in the corner, and then now they're surprised. So, this is just self-defense, for women, that you're not going to win a physical fight with a man. So just don't start, Yeah, but how can she slap? Yeah, you're really tempting the bear when you poke at it, because if somebody latches at you or lunges at you and is, attacking you, then of course you as a woman and everybody has a right to defend themselves. But you're not just going to use the defense, the weak defense that, oh, I'm weak, therefore you can't beat me, therefore I'm going to beat you. That doesn't work. And ant is small, but they can still cause you some kind of pain. It's a small kind of pain, but it's still irritating as hell. So, you know, some women think that just by being women, that protects them from the violence of men. No, it's actually men's restraint that protects women from the violence of men. You know, if men really wanted to go apeshit, as they say, women would have very little to no defense, unless it's from, you know, the men who are related to them or in their families and so on. But yeah, that's all I had to say. How can she slap? Yeah, she was really, you know, crazy to do that, and to do that in public. You know, if you do that in private, you know, maybe some men might like it. Who knows? You know, say she has a whip and she looks like she could be good at doing something with those, you know, heels and stuff, those boots. So she's dressed for a certain part, and she plays it very well. And some men might like it. But, you know, you're not just going to do that in public and humiliate a man and expect to get away with it. So, yeah, and I have to say that, you know, she was standing quite well, quite surprised. And then when the men came, it's like when a child hurts itself, and then you come in and the child was just, you know, there, just quietly contemplating the situation, right? Learning her or his lesson, and then you come and tell the child, oh, you hurt, oh, you poor baby. And then what does the baby start doing? They just start crying because now you feel bad for them, whereas before they could have just, you know, taken it and walked away. Now you're making it, you see, and then afterwards is you know, crying in the background. You know, if something hurts, you cry right away and you continue crying. But anyway, I don't want to you know.
But with that said, though, after the actual physical incident, right? All these men who ran up, right? One guy initially shoved him. Then the guy who I think is cupcaking, he came out the back there, and I mean, he's really emotional all about it. How could you hit her? I mean, shut your ass up. Like, so the question is, are these men, after the incident happened, should these men have gotten involved?
Well, they should have come in and told the lady, you should not be slapping men in
Right.
public because, you know, you might get hurt, and we're doing this for your own protection. You are in public today, but I hope you don't do that in private, because something might happen to you. They should have come and then talked to her and told her, look, we care about you and we want you to be safe. So, you know, there's so much, you know, some men can take. You can talk to them, you know, any kind of way, but you can't just put your hands on them, you know. That's all.
Real black
After
gentleman.
checking on her that she's okay, you know, if he had punched her in the face, you know, that would have been a whole different situation, because yes, that can cause a jaw to break. So he just gave her what she gave him, and I think that's you know, that's sort of equal, you know, maybe a bit more for her, but you know, a slap is different from a punch. If he had punched her in the face and just, you know, gone, you know, crazy on her, you know, that one would have been excessive. But I think it was just you know, I give you what you give me. So yeah, I don't think it's too much.
Real black gentleman, what say you?
Man, look, men got to be careful. You know, I heard one of the speakers said, you know what I'm saying, with women generally being weighing less than men, and we need to, like, you know, keep our eyes open. It's not like, you know, women weigh 100 pounds. No, unfortunately, with nutrition and, you know, calories, a lot of women out here weigh 200. A lot of women out here weigh 300. Look, I'm not going to let a 100-pound woman with a knife harm me. I'm going to defend myself. I'm not going to let a 200-pound woman with a gun with
Real black gentleman say a lot of them weigh 200
with a gun. Look,
they heavyweights.
I know. Look, the whole simping thing here. Look, women, you cannot initiate situations where you will induce a situation of the damsel. If the way she walked away, she didn't try to stop the continuation of more violence. She initiated a slap, which, you know, you can cut an eye. You know, women have nails and teeth, just like any old wild animal out here. No.
Wow, did you just say
I'm not a yin and yang. We're like, man strong, woman weak. I recognize the potency in. I have two old. I have female. So like I get However, in this world that we live in, again, like women aren't necessarily dainty. There are 200-pound women out here. Women who weigh as much as their men. The tall. Skimpy. A lot of these women can hold their own. Keep in mind, there's different biochemistry there. There's different brain chemistry. We're not the same. And the worst part about it is the lines that would naturally make men and women in our environmental states are being blurred by all the chemistry and all that. But like, look, we can't have a situation, you cannot sit here and try to enforce upon women like this. There has to be a bit of tension that has to be resolved over time without initiating more. You cannot go out here and have the man be a send off on just like he did something to me that needs to be like nipped in the bud last decade. Cause this is what goes on in this country. You know what I'm saying? Just the irony of the whole fist icon and everything. When we're talking about violence, there's a whole bunch of fists on the aprons and that little rainbow little fist right there. There's a whole bunch of punching going on. But like, I am as a man, you never initiate that. But you have to keep your eyes open, and sometimes preemption occurs. So if I sit back and I see a woman coming at me with momentum towards my person, I'm not going to try to like use my verbs and try to. No, I'm going to like. I might have to circle around. If she's first.
Real black gentleman. With that
real
said,
black gentleman get off.
Yeah. Real black gentleman does describe women like Sasquatch. But anyway, with that said, you get into this altercation with this woman, similar to what happened in the video. Should the men around attack you for that? Is it simping, right? Or to protect black women, right? Or is it like some honorable thing? Should the men around attack you? With all that you said, if you're in that situation, should all the men around attack you?
Oh, you asking me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, of course not. And these people probably came out of the audience and just trying to, the whole idea. Someone said it was a cucking or a simping, and again, it's like cucking. You can be a simp and get the puss. You just a simp. You just really just want some. You really just gonna just do anything. It doesn't matter. Come on, man.
Isn't cuckolding when you have your wife screwing with a man in front of you?
Yes.
Yeah. I think that all the men who jump to her rescue are misogynists. They hate women. I don't think that they like women because they don't believe that a woman could be equal to a man. So if equality meant that she should have been able to slap him and he should have been able to slap her. That's what equality looks like. I don't think the West understands what equality looks like. And if they understand what equality looks like, they wouldn't really ask for it.
Right. Shout out to Lutra, by the way. Let's welcome our boy Gas him up. Gas him up, how are you this week? You're muted, Gas, if you're talking. All right, I guess Gas stepped away. Let's go to Oni. Oni, what say you to this?
Yeah. Yeah, okay, it's working now. Yeah, so this response is exactly what you could expect, because I guess in the West, realistically, here's what it is. We had a conversation, I think it was Tuesday, right? Where we were discussing, well, why don't, like Asian women, the way how they look at the way how they look at black men is different from how black women look at black men. The way how Asian women look at Asian men is different from how black women look at black men. And the question becomes, well, do we as black men treat black women the same way that Indian men or Asian men treat Asian women. And I'm not saying that it's a there's a 1-to-1 general ratio, all that kind of stuff. And as far as I can understand about this guy, at last time I checked, I don't really know, but I think it might be his sister, which is why, like, I don't think he's cupcaking as much as the guy just slapped his sister in front of him. But it might not be his sister. It might just be, like you guys said, it might be he's cupcaking. I don't know.
Yeah,
But
I figured it could be his sister, but the energy is a little bit funny. It feels more like cupcaking.
yeah.
But go ahead.
All right, but yeah, so the question becomes, so like, and I noticed even for myself, because like most of us, I feel like in the West would say,
sorry to interrupt though, but even if it's his sister, like if it was your sister, you'd still tell her, don't be slapping men, otherwise you could get slapped back. It applies to
that's
everyone,
what I'm saying.
right?
So, yeah, let me finish, I guess. So what I'm saying is that, in the West, the idea of protecting the black woman all the time, like universally, period, right, is not a thing. So you even got, like, you got Tanzania, a black woman saying, "Yeah, I don't need to be protected from that shit. Please, I was wrong," right? Whereas we all could watch this and say, "Yo, that Indian lady was wrong," right? I think they were on a game show where you had to get the guy to like have, like, you had to get them into making a response without touching them, I guess. I don't know. And then she just slaps the dude, right? And so, obviously breaks protocol. And, it's big. How can she slap? They're on a game show, they were losing. They're probably going to have to pay the guy, the couple or whatever. And then he slaps her, and then he slaps her right back. And it's like, a lot of us will look at his response of slapping her right back as pretty moderate, right? Like, oh, like, he didn't punch her, he didn't like choke her, he didn't do anything. He just slapped her because she slapped him. And the fact that we see that as moderate and they see that as extreme kind of goes to show that when you're making these cultural comparisons of, well, other cultural groups, like other cultural women will, I think that the theme was other cultural women submit to their men or something like that, right? Like when you do that cross-cultural comparison, you also have to analyze, well, how do those men view violence against women? Because for the most of us, like, we were kind of all like, oh, not me, I didn't speak yet, but for the most part, we, including Tanzan, who's a woman, we're like, yeah, violence against women, that's fine. It's fair and balanced. You know what I mean? And that's okay. That's your philosophy. But if that's your philosophy, you can't then also say, well, why can't women treat us the same way that other women groups treat male groups, if we are admitting that we don't expect our male group to treat women the same way that other men treat their women? Because what we saw here, just to reiterate, is that the woman was clearly wrong, right? She assaults a man in broad daylight on national television, clearly wrong, right? Notwithstanding that, the guy is getting beat up by a whole bunch of other dudes. Like, the lynch mob comes for him, right? Whereas in our community, we could confidently say, if a woman walks up to a man and slaps him, right, unprovoked for no damn reason, a lot of us probably, if he slaps her back, we'd say, yeah, you did a good thing, dude. Not me, I would probably say that, but the thing is that a lot of people would say, yeah, they're definitely not going to have a mob that's going to respond to this dude in kind. You might have, as Tanzan said, a man come by this woman and say, hey, look, don't slap dudes, but what we saw, like I said, it really kind of reflects on, what we as a cult, like when we start to compare ourselves to other groups, whether or not when we start to compare our women to other groups, whether or not we as men really compare to these other groups in the same sense. That's what I would say.
After hearing that, I'd like to hear what the matron had to say.
Okay, so fun fact, there was something in Virginia called the Casual Killing Act, where because they didn't want to send white women to jail for killing children or beating black people, slaves, to death, they passed this law that said if you killed your own slave in the commission of punishment or for running away or things like that, you wouldn't go to jail. And in 2022, we are dealing with Karens. Fun fact. And they're setting themselves up for a similar situation. No, we don't protect Black women at all costs. And Black people as a whole, I don't think even want the type of relationships that other ethnic groups have with each other, because we just want a balanced relationship with one another. We want to be able to say, I trust your judgment, you're going to do the right thing. I trust if you see me getting into a fight with someone, you got my back because you know that I'm not out here on no mess and on no BS. So from my perspective, this situation was just wrong 3 ways from Sunday, Saturday, any day, because I guess the point of the game show is to try to get someone to react and respond. And she took it up a notch by trying to physically accost this man. She got equality. She got what she fighting for. She got what she was looking for. And she needs to deal with that. All these other men running up on the stage to handle one man, to me, says that they're all weak men. Because if it take a gang of y'all to address one man that hit a girl, then y'all some punks. That's all I got to say about that.
And one one of those so-called man wanted to punish the fella in the gooch, by the way. I didn't miss that shit either. Let's welcome and gas him up if he's there. Gas, how are you this week? One more time, guys.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm well, sir. I'm well. Yeah, I remember when this video came out years ago. It was funny. It wasn't funny, but we typically laugh at male pain. That's how we're conditioned in this society. Look, it's just more of male pandering. This is the same society that they rape women on the bus, they masturbate in front of women. So I'm not convinced about this whole they're trying to protect their women logic. No, this chick was out of order, and she put her hands on the dude, and instead of them dudes to check her to say, yo, you wrong, what the hell is wrong with you, they running at the dude. And that's why when I come on panels and I say I don't listen to women, I typically try to not engage with them in public and stuff like that. I do my business and go, because this stuff is crazy, man. A woman could just wake up and accuse you of anything. When people say in my experience in America, when people say that they don't protect Black women, it's half and half. Because I've seen dudes, there's a lot of dudes sitting in jail, over nonsense. The guy who played Merlin Santana, who played Romeo on Steve Harvey's show, was killed because a girl over there on the West Coast, which is why I'm most likely not going over to Cali ever in my life. You can keep that and keep them gangbangers with you guys. But the girl said he raped her. She went and told some gang members. They went and shot up his car. He died. And, it was a lie. And when the detectives asked the girl, like, yo, why did you do that? She said, it just felt good to see that somebody would, do this for me. So for me, in my experience, you got to be careful with women. They can lie on the drop of a dime and shed some tears. And most men fall for women's tears. And they're willing to kill and maim all in the name. I've seen a video a while back on YouTube. Indian guy gets his wallet stolen by this Black chick, and he's trying to hold her so she doesn't run away. This big Black dude come and knock out the Indian dude trying to get the girl's number. Now I'm like, if this guy get a gun and kill this dude, y'all, everybody gonna say he's wrong. But it's just like, like I said, I think it's half and half. Is it the type of protection that Black women may want? No, but I will say that, and I'm sorry to say, particularly what I've seen a lot of times is just most men don't have the wherewithal to even correct a woman's behavior when she's out of order. He smacked her like, hey, yo, dude, you ain't got to hit her no more. We know she was wrong. But listen, lady, what are you doing? You're a grown adult. If you hit him, what do you think he's going to do? You're wrong. Like the brother said, what if your nail went in his eye and scratched his cornea? These things happen. But like I said, a woman could have shot your mother dead and killed your kids. And you start whooping on her ass in public, they don't care if she shot your mother. Oh, she's still a woman. She's still a woman. I know she killed your mama. I know she drowned your kids, but she's still a woman. When men talk like that around me, I stay away from those type of men. because it's not about abusing women. It's just like, as a father, me personally, as a father, I don't spoil my child or my children. No, I'm not a fan of that, particularly my girls, because if you spoil your girls, you're destroying your family. If your girls don't have any order and no control, you're destroying your family, because it's largely women that hold the family. So, that type of woman, she's entitled. Like, she's a woman who's never had to face consequences. I tell every girl, listen, don't feel that if they lock you and that man in a room, no weapons, you think you're really gonna walk out the victor. But that's my little 3 cents to it, man. I'm just tired of men just making excuses for not being able to check women. If a woman does something wrong, it's okay. She ain't your mama. She ain't gonna cry. Just tell her, miss, you was wrong. Why in particular black men, like, why are black men in America so fearful of their women? What the hell is going on here? And I know it's about the Indian thing, but I just don't understand it. Why are men so fearful of women these days? What are they gonna do? Spank you? I don't know. I'm done.
I appreciate that. Jay, if you're still there, just stay there. The Zuliism came back on. Let me hear from the Zuliism. Then I want to hear from you, Laz. The Zuliism, what say you to all of this?
I think everybody should keep their hands to themselves. But when a lot of people say the women is the weaker physically out of the sex, but the woman could muster up a whole gang of guys to come after you and kill you and destroy you. A lot of men are, if it's their sister, if it's their mother, if it's a cousin that says something, they go, phew. They don't think, they don't ask questions, they don't even question their family members who are females or their wife, what happened. They just go from 0 to 100 and go attack another man. Look at this. This lady slaps the man retaliate, everybody jumps on the man. Nobody jumped on her when she did something, because they could say, okay, where are the women in the audience or his cousins that say, no, you're not supposed to do that? You know, probably what? His female cousin or sister is probably standing there looking like, oh, that's okay. When you let women run the asylum, this is chaos. You cannot let a sex get away with everything, and then if a man retaliate, it's an issue. This is very chaotic, and I see it in all races. But like Gasimov just said, like, if you talk about somebody's sister, the sister could be a whore, and you could be dating the sister, and you call her sister a whore because the brother's gonna go, oh, don't call my sister a whore. Like, what is the point of that? You cannot check women in this society now. Like I said, everybody should keep their hands to themselves. But just because you're a woman, you don't get the right to raise your hand on the man. And it doesn't matter how hard you hit the man. You don't tell somebody how much to retaliate when you put your hands on them. And this is consistent throughout the society. It all started with the 1980s simp, with the 1950s simps talking about happy wife, happy life, making all these whack ass R&B songs, putting all women in a pedestal. I'm not pronouncing it right. And pedestal, and then letting them get away with everything. Again, we're not saying a man should not put a hand on a woman at all, but a woman is not. This is how disrespectful women are. Most women know most men are stronger than them, could hurt them, and they still go and attack. Because you know why? Men are created with that thing in them, which are there to protect women, and men can seem to override it when a woman is being destructive towards them. That's all I'm saying.
Appreciate that. Marcus Garvey is the way in the chat says, let's keep that energy for white supremacy with a laugh. Trigger Happy 262 says wars have been fought over women before, so that tells you something.
But you know what? You know what? No, we are fighting white supremacy when we checking women, because this is the society that's letting y'all get away with everything. A lot of women can't do that in the Caribbean. A lot of women can't do that. Can't attack you and beat you and then call the police on you and get you arrested in the Caribbean or in Africa or in South America. How come they do that shit a lot in the Western countries?
Jay, are you there?
I'm here. Yeah.
What say you to all of it?
I'm
Is it
all
simping?
ear, and
Why Jay
I am
sound like
so
that?
surprised to hear.
Yeah, Jay, what's going
I'm
on?
so surprised that.
That is not Jay. That's his
let, let,
doppelganger.
let,
That's
I,
not
I,
let
Jay.
me
I thought I heard a woman.
let me yeah, that was my sarcastic voice, my jelly wristed voice. But yeah, I'm surprised, man. Everybody is uh, is on the same line. But in reality, in reality, people will jump you. What happens in that video, and something else is also funny, because everybody jumped on the video while the topic was about black men and black women. But and I guess them up, and that's also something that I want you all to know, or to think about, because knowing, I don't know shit, right? But I want y'all to think about it. It's not a rape culture. India is drowning in NGOs combating rape culture, but what it really is, that raping, you can rape an untouchable and nothing will happen. You can rape an untouchable in a bus and nobody will stick out a finger, right? That's what's happening. And then all these NGOs come in, and they come to punish and to push down those same untouchable men that can't defend their woman, else they get beat up like the poor guy in this video. So the untouchables are having a very hard time after this rape culture myth. Yes, there are rapes, but it's not that like India. In India, every woman is in danger of being raped or slapped in the face. I believe that if it was an untouchable, nobody would get up to defend her. But anyway,
Well, Jose, I said that quickly. I said that because Oni was throwing the narrative out there that, oh, it's because those women are protected by any cost, and I'm just sick and tired of hearing that narrative from black men in America. It's just like it's not true.
it's, yes,
Gas him
it's
up.
black.
Gas him up.
It's
Wait,
black.
you can't compare
It's
the.
black woman in America that are being protected at any cost. And it's in Europe. It's the same, because it's always, yeah, the black American woman, the black American woman, black American woman. No, it's the black woman in diaspora that is affected and protected by the white society. Yeah. Your man is dangerous. Oh man, you must be strong because you live with these beasts, and these women are gassed up. They gas them up. And then 2-3 generations later, it's black man ain't shit this, black man ain't shit that, black man ain't shit that, in front of my children. B, itch, shut up. You're infesting my children. You're poisoning my children's mind. Slap. Right? So what is out of pocket? Because that's what I see in the topic. Nobody touched out of pocket. Let's talk about what is out of pocket. Is out of pocket eating up all the child support that's supposed to go to the child. Is that out of pocket? May I slap her when she's eating up all the money that is supposed to go to the child? What is out of pocket? When is a man out of pocket? When is a woman out of pocket? What is checking? What is checking? You know, is checking, telling someone to shut the hell up when it's my turn to speak. That's checking, right? Or isn't it? what's going on? You know, I think not everybody is people are not being honest about this topic, because again, you know, if this happens in the Netherlands, Germany, in black realms, right? In black realms, in a black club, at a black birthday, you know, be it in America, and again, every time the black American woman is gets pointed at, and it's not a black American thing. It's living in the staple of white men. And what do we see in the staple of white men? Cows, chickens, and sheep. You know, not so many bulls. A few bucks maybe to impregnate. You know, all these cows get impregnated by the same few bucks, right?
One
So
1 second, Jake. Kevin Curry, do me a favor. I'm gonna put you in backstage. Someone's been trying to come up on the panel.
Got you,
Put
no
you in
problem.
backstage, and whoever was trying to get on, try again now. Jay, finish your thought.
So someone said females hold the culture. I believe so. Yes, females hold the culture. You grow up in your first 6-7 years. Your mind is like open for programming. So what you see from your first to your sixth, that will be normal for the rest of your life, right? And who is there from your who is God from your first to your sixth, from 0 to 6? That's your mother, you know. So let a mother be strict. Let a mother punish children.
Jose, I'm sorry
And
to
let a mother,
interrupt, but Jose, sorry to interrupt, and I do apologize. You can take my turn. You know, that's why, you know, the godmother is considered, you know, to be the giver of wishes, this lovely, you know, maternal figure, but the godfather is like this gangster, horrible, criminal guy. Just thought that. Sorry, I hope I didn't, you know, throw at you. Go ahead.
you speak of a godfather and not a father. Anyways, where was I? Because I'm out of. I got kicked out of pocket. So let his mother be strict. Let this mother be strict again. You know, let her be the primary educator again, instead of this narcissistic me. It's about me. Men should respect me. No, you should be at shoulder to shoulder together with the father of your children, making adults of those children. You know, you're not making a boy of the father of your children and a man of your son. You know, and let's and again, I want to finish with this. What we see in this video is what you will see if you try to check a female or a woman at somewhere where a lot of black people are. This is what you will see. All these heroes will come out to kill you, to knock you down, to
People like Oni.
mob on you.
It's the
Mob
same
on
guy.
you.
Jose,
They will do exactly that. And I pass the mic.
remember the lady that was fighting the guy at the airport? She smacked the guy at the airport, the black guy at the airport, and when the black guy hit him, all these men started coming. Oh, don't hit her, she's a woman. And then he was like, she hit me. The man was like, it doesn't matter if she hit you.
Yeah.
This is the society we live in.
Yes.
Men are mattresses.
Yes.
We are the carpet. Kill us, nothing.
Yeah. Okay. So I could actually let me say that though. So yeah, if you're talking about untouchables being mistreated in India, that's like their religion. You know, I don't really think that that's the same as looking at how they would treat a Brahmin, which is I guess what these people were. So I wouldn't put that on. You know, I wouldn't say, hey, these Indians don't protect women if they like that's really their religion. Like, just like, you know, like a Christian would like watch a mosque burn or something. You know what I mean? Like it's not like they're whatever. But as far as that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, I think we are admitting that because the thing is that we have the same conversation where we continually say, hey, look, the Asian woman treats the Asian man this way, the Asian woman does this, and it's like, if you're going to have that conversation, just tell the full story. If the Asian man is going to stand up for the Asian woman at all costs, then that's probably why she would.
But he does not do that. That's a lie. The Asian man does not stand up for his women at all costs.
Stop saying
They
that.
check their women. Look, Only listen. I'm gonna be real with you. Treat your woman. Hold on, Urzuli. Let me tell him this.
We're saying
Only treat your woman. Treat black women like Asian men treat Asian women. See what black women tell you.
I mean, I don't know. Again, so I'm not the one demanding that Asian. See, that's the thing. The demand that I heard from, I guess it was you as well as other people, was that.
Wait. What was my demand? Wait.
The Asian women. No, sorry. That the black woman treats the.
I never made that demand. I never made that demand.
You said Asian women submit to Asian men, correct?
No. Let me clarify, because I think you're confusing. Me personally, I don't care. It give two donkey whatever about what black women do, because if she doesn't follow my program, she doesn't exist to me. I don't care what any woman thinks. You want to be around gas, you following my program. If you can't handle it, that is fine. There's always a door. There's a whole bunch of other little Debbies and Twinkies that you can go hang out with. I don't want any black woman to submit to me if she doesn't choose to submit to me. I come correct. I know what I bring to the table. So if she doesn't see value in what I bring, too bad. So that's one. Yeah, because you tried to throw me a shot. But here's what I'm going to say. What I was and what I've consistently said is, if you people are telling me until black men lead, yada, 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 that doesn't make sense, because everybody was under subjugation of this European that left his continent, alleged continent. And none of the women said they're divesting. You haven't seen Mexican women say they're going to divest. You haven't heard any other woman complain to their men. They stand by their men. That's all I'm saying.
All right. So if you want them to sound the same, then why don't you sound the same?
What do you mean? What you're saying is this is what you're saying. I'm not even gonna call him a simp. He just doesn't realize that what he's saying is not adding up. What Gas is saying is simple. I'm not telling you that these men are not getting the submission that they need because of no. I don't care if they don't get the submission. What I'm pointing out is that everybody's under the thumb of the Euro, but the women of these other cultures are also not sitting down there saying they want to leave their men. Are you telling me that black men are worse than Yemeni men, or men from Yemen, or men from Albania, or men from parts of Italy? Hell no.
So
Yes,
my thing
that's
is,
what are we
exactly
talking
he's
about?
saying.
Of course he's saying that.
No. So anyway, Tanzan. All right. So no, look, what I'm saying is this. If you are comparing, because again, I would not make the statement that there's no divesting movement in other groups, because I don't speak the language of other groups, and I happen to besides from the marriage statistics of Asian people marrying out more than black women, and besides from having known Asian people with their own white supremacy or their own white inferiority complexes. So I would not necessarily subscribe to the view that only black women are making this sort of movement. But what I would say is that if you are going by the logic, hey, we are if you're saying, hey, look, like by this example, that men would stand up for a woman that's wrong, clearly, right? And then at the same time, you're saying that black people will not stand up for a woman that's wrong, clearly, right? Then it behooves us to not take that into consideration when we say
But that's not what we said.
Two groups of women are behaving differently to the
That
two.
is not what we're saying. We're saying black men are standing
black
up for the
women-
women when they're wrong.
Exactly. What are you talking about?
What are
That's
you
that's
talking
what
about?
happens in the community.
Black
Only
men is
black-
not standing up for black women. I can
Oh God.
I can hear at least 3 on this panel now that don't have the nuts to. Shit,
Yeah, I don't want the nuts. You can keep the nuts.
They just said
don't
all
have
You
the
can
You
keep
can
the
keep the
nuts.
nuts. You can keep the nuts. You're right.
Because I don't want the.
And the women. You got
All
all
right,
the nuts, Bakari. You got all the nuts.
these women.
Jerry.
Tanzan, if you slapped a man, do you expect a group of black men to attack the guy who slaps you back?
No.
No, Tan. No. See, that was a very silly question. Tan, if you are in certain neighborhoods and there are a group
How is
of
that a
men,
silly question?
wait, hold on. Let me show you, because you tried to lead her somewhere. Tan, if you are in a black neighborhood or you're in a particular neighborhood where there are a lot of men and a man or you slap a man and that man slaps you back, do you think, not do you expect, but do you think that those men are going to come to your defense? Be honest.
With black men, yes.
Wait, like gang up on the guy and beat him up for slapping you?
Yeah.
What neighborhood is that?
Definitely not Oneyville.
Hey, Coco, you
Well,
put the wrong video.
let me explain myself, and I hope Yona B. I don't know about her back experiences, but the reason why I say that yes, I expect the men to come and beat up the guy is because they, men, and not just black men, but men always have this, oh, it's a woman, and they'll feel bad for the woman, and then they'll come and especially if they see the slap, afterwards, if they see me slapping him, they will come to my defense. But if they see me slapping him in African society, they will tell you that you cannot do that. So, and it's actually,
Tanzan, you got to use the parallel example. It's not that nobody saw. It's not that nobody saw this woman slap the guy. Everybody saw, like they're watching a show. You know what I mean? Like it's a live show that she's the focus.
Yeah, I wouldn't
they
expect
saw
them to
her do it.
attack
You can't
him,
use an example where a man slaps you. Okay, so be realistic. There is a real example where you are berating a guy.
Read the chat, Oni.
You are berating a guy. What's the chat say? I can't read it. I'm on the phone. But yeah, you're berating a guy, and then after you berate him, you slap him, and then he slaps you back. That's it. And he's apologetic immediately. And then you're going to say that they're going to then beat him up.
Oh, if he's apologetic, then that's a different thing.
10 dudes have gotten killed in the United States. Oni is lying. Listen, I'm tired of black men who come on here with this nonsense that they cannot get over the fact that black. Look, man, I'm telling you, if y'all follow Oni, you're gonna get killed. You go in the wrong neighborhood. And let me tell you, you know what's funny, Urzuli? Let me say this sentence real quick. Yeah. You know what's funny? Do you know who really gets away with beating the shit out of black women? Excuse me for cursing, Koku. It's these Pookies and Ray Rays. Because I'm telling you right now, if you go to any neighborhood, any ghetto, and you watch like a ghetto dude, like a dude who really is like he's not afraid of jail, and he's beating the crap out of his woman, nobody interferes because they know that dude will stay there and start shooting you too. But the regular, like that guy, he's a small guy. So he felt comfortable. But I'm telling you, if he knew that guy was a shooter and a gangster, he wouldn't have gotten involved. He would have said, no, I'm going to mind my business on this one. I promise you that. I've seen it play out. When these gangster dudes start beating their women, I saw an interview on Matt Hoffa's show. Gangster dude named Bimmy. He said he spit in the girl's face that he was living with because something happened. He spit in her face. And I wanted to ask myself, or I wish I could ask him, you got a daughter. Your daughter get out of pocket, I spit in her face, you're going to have them killers try to shoot me. But you, because you're a gangster, you can spit in her face. Jay-Z said he left condoms on the baby seat. I dare a guy to leave condoms on Blue Ivy's seat and see what happens to that guy. Like, it's just pick and choose, and I'm sick and tired of black men, particularly in America, with this simping shit, man. Like, let it go. Check me out women.
You're saying there's violence against women. You're saying there's violence against women. How is that proven? How is that against my point?
Yo, let me show you.
Can I say?
Go ahead, Bakari. Go ahead.
Bakari and then Urzuli. Bakari and Urzuli.
This is my thing, right? Like, I've heard guys, he like to compare black men to other men. He even tell black men, go be like Arab men. I've heard him say that several times. Now he say, what Asian men do. I don't know what Asian country he lived in. I lived in Korea for a whole year. And I can tell you who runs shit over there. When you go inside and you buy, women run shit. Men sat there, women is the one who running shit. I have been there and I lived there for 365 days. I lived in Sonson and I lived in Ouijambu and I used to be in Tondechon and we used to be in Seoul and damn, I forget the other one. Start with a Y. The women run shit over there. You know what the men do? The men is there just in case they have to do some protecting, right? I'm not saying a woman should put her hand on a man, but to sit here and black women don't deserve no protection. Like I have literally seen, you can go through videos and you can see black men on the streets beating the shit out of black women. People stand around and watch, just like that white boy did in Dallas, Texas, and this dude in Houston who the big gangster, Jay Prince. He can have somebody go find a gold chain in Chicago while he's in Houston, Texas, but he can't do nothing for the black woman that's right in Dallas, Texas. He didn't call nobody for that. I hear a lot of weak black men talk. They got all this venom and strife, and they will attack a woman, especially a black woman, if not physically, verbally. They're gangster when it comes to them, but when it comes to everybody else, they scared and they want to bow down. Then they're going to tell you, you should be like them. So if he ain't promoting beat your women, why would he promote be like an Arab? Because they most definitely beat their women. It's in their Muslim Bible. They call it the Quran. It's in their Muslim Bible. Well, if your woman don't obey, beat her. But you suggest that a black man should be like them. So now you suggest that we should be like Asians. No, we shouldn't be like nothing. I'm not saying black women is perfect. I'm not saying black men is perfect. But what we need to do is stop trying to look at other folks and see who we are and see what we are doing wrong to protect our neighborhood and our community. Because I can tell you now, I hear a whole lot of men. I'll tell my daughter, stay away from them. Stay away from them. That ain't nobody you want to bring around me at all. Because I'm the one that gonna scare them. Because see, I ain't worried about the gangster that's a shooter, because I'm a shooter.
Yeah. I'm gonna say this. There's two news. The
Erzuli and then Tan. Erzuli and then Tan.
A girl was having an argument with her man. The man, she goes and call her brothers. Brothers didn't ask no question. Come through and trying to beat up the boyfriend. Luckily, the boyfriend had a gat and deleted them. I saw another story. A sister was acting disrespectful on the bus, disrespecting somebody on the bus. She called her cousins. Her male cousin come to with M16 and aired out the bus. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying for brothers not to protect the righteous, the good woman. But if you're acting out of character and disrespectful, we don't owe you protection. That's what I'm saying.
I'm going to tell you right now, if somebody hit my sister or my daughter, I ain't going to ask her, what did you do to make him hit you? I'm going to come get your punk ass.
And that's the problem.
That's the reason they'll never behave. And then
how is it the problem? How is it a problem?
You mess with the wrong dude, you're going to get
out. These guys don't get it.
No, you wild, man. You wild.
Can I tell you why it's a problem?
Your daughter could do anything to other niggas in the street.
Can I tell you why it's a problem?
I tell my daughter don't mess with niggas. I tell my daughter don't mess with niggas because we ain't niggas.
Brother Bakari, can I tell you why it's a problem?
Why is it a problem?
Okay. Obviously, I would never want anyone to do anything to any of your loved ones, particularly the women in your family. You know, I would never want that. But what I will say is this. When I was younger, I used to look because, they had separations of the genders, right? The women's had the women's group, the men had the men's group, and women kind of did their things. And it's like, man, why, of course, as you get older, all that sexist and blah, blah, blah. But I understand it now. And that is why a lot of times, like I said, I typically would tell a woman, hey, can I speak with your husband instead? Because if there's an issue, when you look at other cultures, right? Let's say I go to a store. And I'll give you an example. It happened in Nigeria. I had some products that were shipped in. So I called the company. I'm like, one of the goods, because my supplier said that it's here, this is the tracking number. And the girl was so rude, like disrespectful. She even hung up the phone on me. I called again, still rude. So I didn't say nothing. So I got the number to the overall manager. And I called him and I said, hey, I need to meet with you. So I went to his office and I sat down. I said, look, man, your lady that works here, I don't know if she related to you, I don't know, but she was super rude, man. And I had to hold my cool because I know she's working for you. I didn't want to react a certain way, but that can't happen no more. You need to stop that because next time I'm not gonna. I might not be able to control myself and give you the courtesy. And he said, you know what, brother, that's not gonna happen no more. The next time I went there when my goods came in, you know, she wasn't necessarily the nicest person, but I know he spoke enough to her to let her know, like, yo, this guy's doing business with us. You need to check that BS or you can get up out of here. I'm pretty sure that was the conversation that was had. And what I'm saying is that as a father myself, that should be the type of conversation. I should be able to meet you and say, Brother Bakari, look, man, this particular woman in your family did this to me. That can't happen no more. You're gonna have to talk to her. Because if I talk to her, it's gonna seem out of pocket. You're gonna feel, you know, you're still gonna have to defend her because she's yours. So I'm giving you that courtesy and respect as the man in the situation. And I think if black men have that understanding, there'd be a lot less violence. So I'm not excusing abuse of black women. That guy who killed the black girl, and she rest in peace because of a basketball game, he's a clown. They need to rape him in jail. I don't care. Because you out there killing that woman for no reason, man, screw him. He needs to get run over by a bus. But what I'm saying is that when a woman is out of order, when she's out of pocket, I should be able to go to the men in her whatever authority she is under. I should be able to go and meet that man and say, yo, look, I'm not trying to come at her a certain way, but this is what happened and she's out of pocket. Because if it was my lady that did that or my sister or my mom or whoever, I would nip that in the bud. I need you to nip that in the bud. And that's what I'm trying to say. That conversation is not being had. You understand what I'm saying? But I'll yield the mic because I know Tam wants to say something.
Yeah, before Tan goes, real black gentlemen, do me a favor, step off the panel or step backstage for a time. Let me get forecasts on real quick, and then I'll have you come back on. Tan, go ahead, and then Oni and Brother Bakari.
Okay, I can go ahead, and then I can jump off and let somebody on, and then come back on in a bit. So, you know, the question was asked to me, you know, if I slapped somebody and, you know, I was slapped back, what would the men do? I would think that even if I was in the wrong, that the men would still come to my defense, you know. And we're talking about black men now, not the you know, the clip. But yeah, I would think that black men would still come to my defense, whether or not I was in the wrong. Now, obviously, you know, that is not something that you should do, but that's just what every woman expects men around her to do for her. So, you know, the same way maybe a man expects to win a fight against you know, a physical fight, is the same way a woman expects to win an emotional fight, even if she's in the wrong. So I would expect the men to come to my defense in some sort of way, but I wouldn't expect them to come and attack him. That's a different thing. They would probably come to my defense and say, oh, are you okay? And, you know, all that, and make sure, you know, everything was okay and so on. And then they would probably, you know, go and ask, you know, what happened, you know, if it's not like a very, you know, difficult or, you know, chaotic situation, like people are in a bar or some sort of crazy environment, but just a regular thing, people would come and ask questions, and then he would say, well, she slapped me, and you know, I was mad, I slapped her back, and that's what happened. And they would ask, did this happen? And I would say yes, and that's what. But the other thing is this: what would happen if, on the other hand, I didn't slap him and then he just out of the blue slapped me? Then the effect would still be the same, and this time the men would, you know, come and attack him. But the other third scenario is what would happen if it was just me and a man and he attacked me. And obviously, the first scenario is I would have no recourse but to just sit there and take a beating. The second one is if I had any power, I would probably exercise that. So if I had some sort of protection or, you know, something, you know, of that sort, and you know, things could happen in a very accidental fashion. In any case, you know, I would want to mete out the same physical beating that was enacted on me on the man. I have that same desire to beat up a man as a man has to beat me up, you know. But that's why we are civilized people. We don't act on our desires. If we wanted to beat everybody up who annoyed us, you know, we would be, you know, a bunch of wild things. So obviously, if somebody instigates it, you cannot, you know, go physical if it's just words. I think we're all mature enough to have that, or mature enough to walk away. But once somebody violates that personal space, then, you know, as they say, all gloves are off. And this is something. The other thing I wanted to say is earlier when somebody said, oh, you know, the guy who rushed in, that was his sister. So what? Do you think that, you know, when somebody's seeing a woman, you know, now they have to figure out whether she's somebody's sister or wife, or she was not there representing, you know, her brother. She was there as a woman by herself, looking at two men by themselves. She was not thinking that, oh, these two are somebody's sons, you know, they're probably somebody's brother and all that. So having some rules for you know, your sisters versus your I don't know, your wives or something like that. You know, Brother Bakari, yeah, you say that if somebody, you know, came and beat your daughter, you wouldn't even come and ask questions and just, you know, beat them. But what if a woman came and said, you know, Brother Bakari, you did this to me, and slapped you in the face? You know, I don't expect you to slap her back, but you can't just say you treat her differently than if somebody related to you. But the conduct should be the same for everyone. If you expect your sister to behave in a certain way, you should expect your mother, not your mother, you know, I'm not saying that, but you should expect all women to behave in a certain, you know, fashion. And if they don't do that, then you should also tell them that, look, not that what did you do to, you know, to get a beating, you know, you if it was an unprovoked one, then yes, you figure out whatever justice it is that, you know, the man requires. But you have to ask yourself also, what are the circumstances? And then another thing too, let's say, suppose you go and you know, do your thing. Some of the times the women who stay with these men, they stay with them despite the abuse. You can see some woman just getting, you know, beat up in the streets, and sometimes a woman stays with them for years and years. It's like when two people break up and then you talk shit about the other person and all that, and then they get back together, and now you have egg on your face, like, I didn't mean all the stuff that we said. So, you know, you can get in between people and you don't know what the stuff. I'm not saying that you know, just turn a blind eye and all that, but you should also ask the women, you know, do you have a choice to leave? Are you simply staying there because, you know, ask the woman, do you have, are you stuck? Are you handcuffed to this situation that you cannot leave? If the best thing, instead of resorting to violence, first, you know, just walk away. That's what I would say. But,
all right.
yeah.
Interesting. Anyway, yeah, okay. I totally forgot what I was gonna say. So yeah, I totally forgot what I was gonna say. But
all right, think about that.
Oh yeah, I think there was an example though of I think there was these guys who, like, we saw this on Shoot the Breeze the other day, where these guys, like, this girl didn't give her number to this group of guys, and then the guys just like beat her up in broad daylight. Well, nighttime, but and I think that when Gas was saying, hey, you know what, there are thugs who get away with shit, right? Yeah, that's one of the problems. That's why you would check your men. And I think also Gas was outlining how black, I think he was saying black women. Oh, no, he was saying that if you're dealing with a woman, you would then kind of not deal with her like you would a man, and you would deal with her male relatives and say, check her. And I think that's the thing, that everybody understands that, you know, like, women should be checked. It's just a question of, should women be checked with violence by other men? And I mean, I'm not necessarily, and my thing is this, I don't necessarily believe that I wouldn't personally strike a woman.
You couldn't check a woman with a pair of Nikes on.
Yeah,
you said what?
Because you're a simp. That's why we didn't strike a woman. Simple.
You wouldn't check a woman. You wouldn't check a woman with a pair of Nikes on and 3 checkbooks in your pocket.
I would tell them, don't hit men, but I'm not going to just hit a woman. And like, I mean, yeah, I wouldn't just hit a woman, no. But like, yeah, I do think that women shouldn't hit men. And like I said, I've been saying it earlier. I said the woman is clearly wrong. All the same, I think.
So should fathers discipline their daughters?
You said, should fathers discipline their daughters?
Yeah, the same way that a father would discipline his son.
Yeah, of course. Well, not the same way, no. But
Aha! Now we see the root of the problem.
you mean like beating her?
If you would beat your son, would you beat your daughter?
Absolutely, I beat my son. Yeah, but would I beat my
Okay,
daughter?
I'm saying, would you beat your?
I don't
That's
have a
my
daughter,
problem.
but I don't think I would hit her the same way. No.
I'm
There's
gonna
no.
spank my daughter the same way I'm gonna spank my son because
Well, yeah.
again,
Oh, that's another thing I wanted to say. So, a lot of you guys are saying these women wanted equality, didn't they? But this is like India. Like, I don't know
no,
why
this has
the
nothing to do with
assumption is
equality.
that these women were asking for equality with their men. No, they're not saying that. They're saying they want to be
But
protected by their men.
the
You
topic
understand?
was about
And so,
cupcaking. But the topic was about cupcaking in American society. And again, you just highlighted a quintessential problem that I feel in masculinity. A lot of men can't shake their mothers, can't shake their daughters, can't shake. You gotta learn, in my opinion, you gotta learn to look at women
no,
objectively.
but women behave
If you
differently
have
from
a
boys,
daughter,
dude. No, hold on a second.
if
So the thing is
okay,
that
go ahead.
women behave differently from boys. You're not expecting like boys. If I don't know if you have sons. I don't know if you have a son. I sound like you have a daughter, but boys are I have a son. They're just different. They're not the same. So you're not going to like you could tell your daughter, hey, sit down, and she'll sit down. You could tell your son, hey, sit down, and he's like, I ain't gonna fucking do that. Like, yo, make me. You know what I mean? It's now again, I don't have a daughter, so I can't say if it were the case that my daughter behaved like my son, then
I
that's different.
discipline my children equally. I don't care.
So, but do they behave the same?
It doesn't matter. Not
All right,
listening
there
is
you
not
go.
listening.
Well, look,
It
that's what I'm
doesn't
saying.
matter.
Like you got to go. See, what I'm saying is that you want to go by the biological. Like you kind of like it's like you're going halfway. If you're going to admit that there's biological differences, and that let's say if you say one is like you say one like I don't know if you say lead or one was whatever, one should set the program, one shouldn't, whatever. If you want to say that there's some biological difference between the male and the female, then yes, you would treat them differently. But if
Not
you're
when it
saying
comes
that
to
there's
not
not a
following my
biological difference, then
authority.
why are you treating them different? Why are you treating them the
No,
same?
I never said anything about treating anyone differently. I think you're confusing. Maybe Tam
You're
said
saying you
that.
treat them. No, I'm saying yes. You
I'm
should treat them differently. You're saying you treat them the same. You don't treat them the
I
same.
I'm saying
They're different.
in reference to misbehavior, in reference to not following the authority in the
But
household.
what's the misbehavior that your daughter's doing that your son is like your son? Like my son is
My point is that the misbehavior is misbehavior across the board. As the authority in the household,
I
if you
don't
don't listen,
know.
I don't
I
care
don't know
if
what
you don't
daughter's doing.
listen. I don't care if
I don't know what
I
they're
don't
doing.
care if a daughter doesn't listen with a cute face and says giggles, and my son says hoo 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 hoo, you're still gonna get your ass waxed, whether man or child or woman child, you're still gonna get beat and disciplined. And I just think men should have that where it's like, look, if you spoil your daughters,
And
you're
the same
creating a
strength.
problem for her husband.
Let's hear from Bakari and then forecast. Go ahead, Bakari.
Now watch. So we was using the word beat, right? So let me explain. When I say beat, I'm talking about literally beat. I ain't talking about a woman and push you and you may have slapped her. I would break it up in all honesty. But I'm talking about when I say beat, I'm talking about some videos you can find and you can literally see black women being beat. But one thing is somebody put this in the chat, right? Like we have all these women, how we should check women, right? But when white folks and these police shoot us, we walk around and say, hands up, don't shoot. Or don't put your hoodie on. That's what we want to do when everybody else does something to us. But when it comes to our women, we strong. We real gangster. I don't have as much the way I deal with women, right? And like I'm gonna use my daughter, because we were just talking about daughters. No, I can't discipline my daughter the same way I discipline my son. Because y'all just admitted that a boy is gonna be stronger, is physically more equipped for certain things that a woman is not. So how can I discipline and do the same thing to them? The problem is,
Well, he said he wasn't gonna beat.
well, I discipline my daughter. I have to. My daughter mama is from Brooklyn, and if you hear her talk, you'll think she's from Brooklyn. So I had to check her. So I have to my kid's mom. So
What do you mean by beat? What do you mean by beat? Like slap them with the belt a couple of times, or are you talking about and how hard are you talking? Like, I mean, when my son was younger, I might have like slapped him on the arm, but he's too resilient from that. He's like, whatever, I eat those, you know? But I doubt that my daughter would look at me like, whatever, I eat those. She would probably, like, as far as I understand about the psychology of boys and girls, I feel like the girl would get the slap on the wrist. The girl would get the reprimand. And if she gets the reprimand, if she gets the slap on the wrist, then I'm not going to go further. But the boy, if he eats those, you know, like he eats a slap, then I can't use a slap. You know what I'm saying? So it really comes upon what is the biological, like what is their resistance level? And if their resistance level is such that, you know, it's kind of like if like let's be honest, like if a dude was acting out of order and then you just tickled them or something, you know, like yeah, you got to escalate according to their biological physique. And I don't know if my daughter will build up a muscle mass like my son did. You know, my son's doing dips and shit. You know what I mean? He don't give a shit about no. He don't give a shit about no slap on the arm.
No, he don't. And but my thing. So for me, right? Do I discipline my daughter? Yes. I also tell my daughter keep her hands to herself. I also tell my daughter if you go out here and start stuff, don't try to call your brother, neither one of your brothers, and put your brothers in something that you could have walked away from, right? So when I talking about protecting black women, I'll give as an example, right? Erica Howard was on the phone with me one day, and I said I tell a lot of stuff on YouTube and people don't know it. So I bumped into this lady in the Publix, and this is how we met, right? So she worked in this grocery store that I go to, and it was this white dude really disrespecting her while she was at work, and he cursed her while I'm there. He was being real disrespectful. So for me, I looked at the white dude and I got in between him and that sister, and I said, if you say another word, I'm gonna bust your ass in here. And he turned around and he walked off. And I don't care. It might be some people who would sit and think that's okay for that white boy to do that, but it's not. It's not okay for me to be there and watch that white boy do that. It was not okay for me to sit there and watch that white boy make a sister cry over a parking spot and me being a black man. See, we the only people in the world, anybody can come to our neighborhood and treat you like shit, because there's going to be a whole lot of people that ain't going to say nothing because they want to look on their phone or the database and go ask questions. What did she do? But what I saw was him get in her face because she straddled the line when she parked and put his hand up in her face and made her cry. So I walked up and I was like, you ain't got to worry about shit, leave her alone. You ain't got to worry about him no more. I'm going to be right here. Don't go in that store. I'm going to be right here. And when he come back, I bet he don't say a word. And I had, they might be a shoot. And I ain't worried about that. And I don't think I'm no big badass. But one thing for sure, two things for certain, and the third one is a fact. Ain't none of them gonna disrespect no sister around me. And I sat there and watch and try to figure out what did that sister do wrong. I just can't do it. And to Yoni being in the chat, Jim, she says it's a different situation. See a difference with cops and with you and your household. You're right, it is a difference because the cops can shoot you and beat you and can kneel on your neck for 9 minutes, or a white dude can follow you around a subdivision and start a fight with you, then kill you, or they can choke you to death out there in front of a store for selling loose cigarettes. And none of these black men have none of this same smoke. So you're right. It is a big difference. It's a damn big difference. You understand? So it's a difference. See, I got the smoke. That's what I got the smoke for. So when everybody laugh at NFAC, when they did that drive-by down there in Atlanta, a lot of people don't even know that after they burnt that Wendy's down, white people came back that Juneteenth and did a drive-by. See, that's who I got the smoke for. So I took me and the newly, we went down. I had my AR, my 9, and I gave her my other AR. And we went down there, we was ready, we ran some white folks from down there that day. That's who I see all my smoke and being mad and angry and want to talk about how my black woman, they better submit to me. If you're gonna compare yourself to other men, start doing what other men do. Let's protect our neighborhood, because anybody can come to our neighborhood and do whatever the hell they want to our women, to our children, and we ain't gonna ever do nothing but march. That's it. I yield the mic.
Let's hear from Forecast. Forecast, how are you this week?
Yo, what's going on, y'all? What's going on?
All right, Forecast.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I forgot some of the stuff I wanted to say, but I will say, because I was it went somewhere else, but going back to like the video thing, Now, if that dude would have like started like mauling her or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, like I would expect those dudes to jump in. Like, this what I'm saying. This is a false equivalency because, like, when I talk about it, you know, all of y'all was against me because when that white boy be in the store beating up his sister, y'all be like, well, you know, we gotta see what the. But I'm not even talking. You don't have to have a shootout with the person, you know what I'm saying? But just break it up so the dude is not mauling the sister, you know what I'm saying? And this is something like because we do have the energy and stuff for the people that look like us, but we don't have the energy for people who don't look like us, and that's why I push that a lot, you know. And another thing, when Oni was saying like, you know, with the other people, I think it was like kind of backwards because I would say like, yo, if you harm the hair on Asia, a Chinese person, you know, or whatever you want to call them, or any Asian person, you know what I'm saying, like for the most, I'm not even gonna say a white girl because that's too easy. Can y'all hear me? Right?
Yeah.
All right, yeah. I'm not gonna say a white girl because that's too easy. You know, we've been lynched a whole lot for that. You know, but like I'm saying for an Asian person, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, if you go into their communities and harm one of their women, what do you think is gonna happen? And but for them to come in our communities, what do you think is gonna happen? So, you know. I forgot what else I was gonna say, but I'll pass the mic. But you know, I'll get off so the brother can get back on though.
All right. Thanks, Forecast, for coming through. And actually, I think we have space. You could hang around if you have the time. Matron had to step away. Buana Hagazigi, do you have something you want to say to add to this? Last words? Mr. Untouchable must be falling asleep. All right. With that said, then,
All these these guys vetted this question to this. I mean, to nail nub, so we can move on, man.
Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 tonight. Successful fathers, resentful sons, entitlement, or bad parenting. This came with a link. We'll check it out, and then we'll discuss.
Yeah. My son gonna be $1 million nigga. I'm $1 billion nigga. My son gonna be $1 billion nigga.
Sometimes when you've been hurt a lot and you've done your share of the hurting too, it feels best to walk away. I came extremely close not long ago after I unexpectedly bumped into Marquise in my jeweler's store in Manhattan. I didn't even know he was in the city at the time, so I was shocked to see him. I tried to start a conversation, but he immediately accused me of having him followed. I told him that was crazy, but things only went downhill from there. The energy between us was terrible. Marquise even said, "What, I'm supposed to be afraid of you?" That really messed my head up. This was my firstborn son, my own flesh and blood, and we couldn't even speak to each other, let alone hug and laugh at an unexpected encounter. Finally, without a word, Marquise basically fled the store, leaving me dumbfounded. A couple of my guys went down to the street and tried to catch up with Marquise and say, "Why are you bugging? This is your father. Come talk to him." But Marquise had already disappeared. He didn't want to be found. I couldn't even follow them into the street. My mind was fuzzy and I couldn't think straight. I had to take several minutes to compose myself. Entitlement creates resentment. There have been a lot of disappointing moments in my relationship with Marquise over the past few years. But the lowest was when I saw him post a picture of himself with Kyle McGriff, the son of Kenneth Supreme McGriff. Without rehashing too much bad history, Kenneth McGriff was one of the biggest drug dealers in Queens, and the man the authorities believe was behind the attempt on my life. So by posing with his son, Marquise was basically co-signing an individual who might have tried to have his father killed. I had known Marquise resented me for a while, but I never imagined he would hate me so much that he'd allow himself to be used as a prop by my enemy. Someone recently sent me a quote from Benjamin Franklin that really resonated with me. Franklin's son had sided with the British in the Revolutionary War, despite the fact that his father was one of the leaders of the revolution. It messed with Ben Franklin for the rest of his life. He wrote, "Nothing has ever hurt me so much and affected me with such keen sensation as to find myself deserted in my old age by my only son. And not only deserted, but to find him taking up arms against me, in a cause wherein my good fame, fortune, and life were all at stake." Marquise might not have been literally taking up arms against me, but he was standing next to the son of someone who might have. I could recognize Franklin's pain. I spent a lot of time searching my soul, trying to understand what can make a son forsake his father like that. I've tried to put myself in Marquise's shoes. Just as he doesn't know what it's like to grow up under the circumstances I did, I don't know what it was like to grow up as the son of 50 Cent. Certainly on the surface, he had everything he wanted. But there must have been pressures and insecurities from being my son that I can't identify with. I accept that. I still can't see how those pressures and insecurities would force a child to go against his own father, especially a father who has provided everything for him. As I go over our relationship in my mind, the only answer that I can come up with is that I actually might have done too much for Marquise. How do you make a privileged child feel deprived or angry? I guess by getting him whatever he wants. Like many kids from his generation, Marquise has always been into sneakers. Because he's my son, he couldn't just rock any old sneakers either. If a new pair of Jordans came out, he had to have them right away. If Marquise asked for a pair of Jordans on Monday, his mother would make sure they were on his feet by Tuesday. It still didn't make him happy. Instead of being excited to rock his new pair of Jordans, all Marquise could think about was all of the retro Jordans he didn't have, all the different flyaways and colors that weren't in his closet. When he should have felt gratification, all he really felt was disappointment. I could not relate. The kid didn't have a job, but somehow wanted to collect $300 sneakers, and then still felt unhappy when he actually got them? His entire mindset was alien to me. I have to believe his mother was behind his disappointment. He thought he could have every sneaker ever made, even though he hadn't actually earned any of them. He's not regular, she would tell me when I asked why he needed another new pair. He's your son. She had already established the pattern that you didn't have to work for something to get it. Marquise was just following her lead. I didn't want that sense of entitlement to become a core part of who he was. I was determined to help him learn that he would actually be much happier when he worked for the things he wanted, that their value would increase exponentially. One day I was driving through Harlem when I noticed that a sneaker store was going out of business on 125th Street. My mind immediately flashed to my son. Marquise loves sneakers, so I pulled over to see if I can grab him a couple of pairs on the cheap. Being naturally inquisitive, I asked the owner why he was going out of business if sneakers were so hot. He explained that he picked the wrong location and never got enough foot traffic to make it work. My mind started clicking. Say, how much do you pay for a pair of Air Force Ones, I asked. About $40, he told me. And how much you sell them for? About $80. That seemed like a pretty solid profit margin to me. What are you going to do with all these Air Forces now, I asked. I don't know, he said. Probably just stash them in my basement till I figure out my next move. I tell you what, I told him. I'm going to buy the rest of the inventory from you right now at KWAZ. The guy jumped at my offer. Suddenly, I was the new owner of a couple hundred pairs of Nikes. I hatched a plan. Marquise was in Atlanta, where I knew storage space was cheap. I would ship the sneakers down to him, where he could put them in a warehouse. Instead of opening up a brick and mortar shop, which would have taken a lot of investment and depended on foot traffic, he could set up an internet site selling sneakers, what is referred to as direct-to-consumer sales. All it would require would be for him to run the site and maybe hire a friend to manage the warehouse side of things. The idea felt like a winner. As soon as I left the shop, I called up my son. Yo, Marquise, you know how you always been fascinated with shoes? I asked. Well, I just figured out a way you can afford them yourself and start to earn a little money of your own too. I broke down the whole plan for him. I explained how it was a great opportunity that would not only support his passion, but allow him to get a nuts and bolts understanding of how business works. This is a layup, I told him. Not too many stores get to start off with free inventory. You could really do something with this. If you're truly passionate about sneakers, this is the time to show it. Marquise said all the right things on the phone, how excited he was and how it sounded like a great opportunity. So I had the shoes shipped down to Atlanta. Then I never heard from him about it again. Weeks and months passed. Finally, one day, his mother called me and announced that she and Marquise been talking. Instead of an online sneaker store, they wanted to open a clothing boutique in Atlanta. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The plan I envisioned didn't include her. I wanted our son to learn how to be responsible for himself. By injecting herself into the mix, she was just trying to keep him a boy a little longer. I still wanted Marquise to get some experience, so I said, sure, let me know when you guys want to do something. But of course, their boutique never went anywhere. And the online sneaker shop didn't either. My issue with Marquise wasn't that he wanted all those sneakers. When I was a kid, I wanted sneakers too. The difference is that I was willing, make that determined, to do the work necessary to obtain them. I wouldn't for a second want Marquise to have to resort to the type of work I put in to get my kicks. At the time, I perceived selling drugs as the only viable option in my environment, so I pursued it. Marquise has so many more options in front of him than I ever had. I just needed to see him pick one and put in the work. Sure, Marquise never following up on the sneakers might seem like a small thing, the type of irresponsibility and lack of initiative teenagers and young adults display all the time, but it was a huge disappointment to me. Forget about being able to afford his personal sneaker collection. That online store could have ended up making us both a killing. We had that conversation years ago. Since then, online sneaker sites have become incredibly lucrative. GOAT.com is valued at $550 million, while StockX.com has a $1 billion valuation. If Marquise had followed through on what we talked about, he could have been included in that conversation. He could be independently rich. Shit, he might be in a position to tell me to go fuck myself and my money if that's what he wanted to do. I'm sure when Marquise reads about GOAT or StockX, deep down he probably realizes I was right. Maybe he says, why did I not listen to my father and start that fucking online shop? Or maybe he can't bring himself to say that.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. What I did find very curious is how is what black folks, certain black folks, but it seems to be many of them, what they consider endearing. Your kid wanted a pair of sneakers and he got it the next day. Like, that's endearing. Sneakers and all that. It's just real strange to me. With that said,
So wait, Coco, what would endearing be like in terms of what? Because he's saying the sneakers. Because remember, this guy's traveling, and the only reason why I say this is that I got the opportunity to intern with them when I was in college.
okay.
So I remember when I met 50 Cent's son, the same Marquise, and I was so proud because I asked him, and that was when I was working at Junior Clothing. I asked the son, I said, "What's your favorite subject?" And he said math. And I was like, "Wow!" Like, most black celebrities, most kids ain't gonna tell you math is their favorite subject. And I was like, "Man, this guy's doing something different with his son." Only for it to turn out like this. But I just want to hear your thoughts. Like, what would have been endearing in your opinion?
Well, I think like D Web from the House Rally podcast is pretty much saying it in the chat for me. He says it says crazy how he's equating superficial items or monetary support as quote unquote providing. He didn't speak on tossing a football or teaching him to ride a bike or even simply having a fun outing. Boy, one of his time. That to me, those things that Webb mentioned is a bit more endearing. I'm not saying that sneakers is not cool and all that type of stuff, but
here's the thing: a father. See, I agree with what you guys are saying, but let's be real here. In that situation, as an entrepreneur, particularly in the entertainment business, and I'm not here making excuses for 50 because he's done a lot of coonish things too. But as an entrepreneur in that entertainment business, there's a trade off. Bill Gates or Warren Buffett wasn't at every soccer game tossing a football, right? So I'm just saying that there's that trade off where I have to put this career first to provide you the things that you have access to.
Yeah, but
a lot of times the mothers or the wives are the ones who make up for it on the back end, right? And that's the arrangement.
Yeah,
so,
but don't sell me, buying some sneakers pronto is endearing. You know what I mean? Just don't try to sell that to me as endearing. I get that's what you're like.
But Coco, you got to also take into account. Remember, these are people, particularly his story. when you're coming from a situation where getting sneak, and I think that's what happens a lot of times. Parents, we end up trying to give kids, we try to live the childhood through the, retroactively through the child, and give the child things that we wanted, as opposed to finding out what is it that the child wants, right? So him as a young kid growing up living in his grandma's house, and there's, he has to share the bed with someone who's, I think one of the cousins used to pee the bed, so he went and stayed in the basement, and he had the cheap shoes and everything. So for him, he just wanted a nice pair of sneakers, I'm sure, when he was a child. So unfortunately, he probably taken that and, oh, my son would want the same thing, you know.
Yeah, I see. I mean, I can see that as well. I can see he's kind of projecting his own childhood stuff onto his kid. And you're right. We should tap into them and find out from them what it is that they're really interested in. I think someone else wanted to speak just now.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I was speaking over you, but he wasn't. He wasn't, and he was answering to his son interested in sneakers. And he said when he was younger and he wanted sneakers, he turned to selling drugs to obtain those things. But he was answering to the interest of his son in sneakers. So it was a demand that was coming from his son. And secondly, he's speaking about his late teens. The tossing a ball. I saw in the beginning we saw some pictures. So he spent time. He had his son pushed against him. Like a father would love to hug his son. We saw a few of those pictures in the beginning, right? And I don't know when it went wrong between baby moms and 50, but what we were hearing eventually was his mother in the background. His mother taking over, wanted to decide where this sneaker shop went through.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So his son, and I've seen more of those videos. I've seen somebody else interview the son, and the son is really problematic. He wants nothing.
Yeah.
He wants
The son
nothing.
said, Jose, the son said $6,700 a month.
Yeah.
That's how much he said. 6,000. Coco, listen to this. The guy said they were asking because the mother was getting $6,700 a month, and he's saying that's not enough money.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at what point do we not realize that this kid? And I've seen interviews with the mother. I'm not saying 50 Cent is perfect, but she's the quintessential out of order woman. Can't nobody talk to her. She ain't gonna listen to her daddy. Like this. And so when I say these things, people are like, "Oni, I get why you get defensive," but it's like, dude, listen, you guys are creating monsters.
Wait, hold on a
that
second. So
regular men have to deal with.
Hold on, look. When somebody says your name, you tell them don't say your name, right? All right. So you could. I mean, I'm not gonna do like you.
It's just banter, Oni. Come on, you know we're not
I know.
beefing.
I'm
It's
not gonna do
banter.
like you, but what I'm saying is that you gotta, like, if you're gonna demand some sort of, omni respect, you gotta return it. That's it. But
No, Oni, I didn't disrespect you. It was banter. I wouldn't disrespect you.
look, I'm just saying, like, if that's how you play, because that's how you play. You know what I mean? I don't play that way. But if
Okay,
that's
so
how you
all right,
play,
fine, then, but I didn't disrespect you.
bro,
Don't say I
I'm
disrespected
saying
you.
that's how you play. You hear me?
No, I hear you, but I didn't
All right.
disrespect
So
you.
anyway,
No,
I
it's
mean,
not
you
all right.
mentioned my
Tell me
name a
how I
couple of times.
disrespected you.
Bro,
Can you
I'm
explain to
just
me how I
telling you, you
disrespected
said
you?
my name a couple of times. So if you're gonna do that, then I can't do it. You're saying I shouldn't do that.
I never
right?
said that you couldn't do it.
All right.
We play around
So,
all the time. Where's this coming from?
bro.
Here's the mark. Next time,
All right.
say
So, right, like it's just take it. Now, what
No,
I'm
I'm
saying
not
is
just
this.
gonna take it. Where's it coming from? Like we played around and
Bro, when
laughed
I
and
said you,
had a good time.
Bro, all right. So what I'm saying is this, right? If you want to keep, Oni's gonna ruin the race. I'm not gonna fucking ruin the race. I don't have a daughter. You get what I'm saying? So I don't know where this is that I'm, corrupting all these women. I don't know 50 Cent's woman. 50 Cent got with this woman. 50 Cent's a celebrity, 50 Cent's a millionaire. You know, this guy's an idiot, first off. And then the idea that, oh, the woman is spoiling his daughter. The woman is spoiling his son. How is he giving her a whole inventory of shoes, not spoiling his son? So I don't understand. Like, these are two dummies. They're two celebrity dummies. I don't see how this is some big thing, let alone to be like, yo, Oni's gonna ruin the race. If she married this woman, I mean, if he got with this woman, that's him. I don't get with these kind of women. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't know. But, you know, I'll say this. Like, if I say, hey, Gas Him Up says this, you say, don't use that. Don't say my name. And I'm like, you know what? That's respectful. I'll do that.
But whenever
So
I ever told you, don't say my name.
All right. So last time when that lady, melanated, whatever, was like, I was like, I think she meant you and him. You and Jose. And you were like, don't put me in that. And I was like, you know what? You're right. I should.
Yeah, but I didn't say it. Hold on, time out. Let's be clear.
I'm just saying,
when Melanated Goddess said what she said, I never said in the tone that you're saying. I never said, "Oh, don't use my name." I said, "Wait, no, don't say it," because she was talking about Jose. I never said. I was saying, yeah. So where's that coming from?
I'm not going to call you out your name. You said I'm not going to say.
I didn't call you out your name.
I'm not going to say this. I'm not going to say, "Yo, Gas Him Up is going to ruin the race with his behavior." I would never say that. I would never say Gas Him Up is going to, you can't check women or can't check men. I'm never going to say nothing about your story. I don't know what you could do. I'm not going to throw shade. You know what?
You're right. I'll stay. I'll respect that. You're right.
I'm not going to throw shade at you. I'm not going to be like, yo, Gas Him Up can't do shit.
But I just wanted to be clear for the record. I never disrespect you, but it's cool.
Bro.
Hey, Gas,
you telling me I'm going to destroy the fucking race?
So throw shade at me.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you can say, I'm going to destroy the race.
Because I throw shade at you.
This is what I'm saying, brother Bakari. You come on here and we laugh and you say that I don't. But hey, look, like I said, it's cool. I'm not mad. It is cool. So I have nothing to say. I respect it. You said not to say your name. It's cool. I respect that.
I ain't saying don't say my name. I'm just saying, what are you trying to shade me for? Like, we grown ass men.
Yeah, I think I think we should leave that one alone now. I don't think it. I thought it was a good-natured ribbon.
Can I say something about it?
Yes. Just give me a second. I think it was a good-natured ribbon. I don't think it was a personal attack of any kind. Bakari and then Tanzan.
Okay, look, I'm gonna tell you, I got a lot from this, right? Even though I raised my oldest son, he moved me into 524, but it don't seem like 50 spent time with his son, right? And with but it also seemed like to me that the mother could be in the son's ear. And I went through that when my oldest son went off to college, that the mother can get in the ear and they start seeing something, and it can cause problems. And you can do a lot, buying stuff can't make up for the time where you could have taught your son to ride a bike. You could have threw the football with your son. You understand? Try to teach him how to play baseball. Do all that with your son. Play the video game with your son. Buying stuff, it does not make up for that. But it's more to it from what I'm just saying what I think. And I was saying this even before I heard 50 Cent say something about his mama. And I just thought about my son, and I don't have no man, but I just know when he went off to college, it was like, I need this, I need this, I need this, I need this. Like, I just gave you that. Like, what's the problem? Then one of the coaches, once he got in trouble, he played football, and one of the coaches just called me. The defense coordinator was like, look, when your son go to the next school and play football, send him as far away. He said, I know you want him here. You want him to go to an HBCU here. But send him as far away from mama as you can. She's up here all the time asking for money and asking him. So in turn, he's asking me to give to, and it is causing problems, right? So now the business thing, I didn't have that type of money where I could just go buy those type of shoes, but I did give my oldest son, a 6-figure business, right? I gave him a business that was probably making me about $150,000 a year. And I just gave it to him, and it hurt when they don't do, and it hurt when they don't do what they're supposed to do when you're determined, everything in you, you did everything you could to grow your business from nothing. When people was looking like, I don't have everything, but I'm out here learning. I'm going to people doing stuff for free so I can learn how to do it, right? And then when I finally built my business up, I had to stop doing it because some of the chemical, it was a pressure washing business. Chemicals started messing, and I just gave it to my son. And 4 months after giving it to him, my millionaire customers calling, I'm solidifying getting new contracts down. They calling me, he can't come back. I don't even ask why. So it hurts. But listening to 50, of course, I ain't had that kind of money. But it's him not spending time, and it's the mama being right there, and the son is caught in the middle. And the son seemed like he might be crying out, like he just won't. And even though he ran from 50, because that's that hurt. It's more hurt than anger, right? But it seemed like he want to just spend time with his daddy, not on the road, not in front of no camera. You're a celebrity, not around everybody. Just me and you. Let's just chill and talk. Let's go sit down somewhere and get us something to eat. Just me and you. You understand? That's just how. Let's play some basketball together, me and you. Let me be your son. That's how I see it, but I do think the mother is in a way causing problems. I do think she's causing problems as well. And I hear the mic.
I know I said time after Bakari, but actually it's the forecast. Forecast, you go ahead.
Well, I'll say about this that with this, there is a such thing as successful fathers. And like with me, like my father was in the home, of course he went to work and did everything he had to do, but he was home and he wasn't like extra rich and like always on the road or nothing like that. But I wouldn't trade that, for the time that, we went to games or we went to go, to the park or, him showing me how to drive or, just being there. So like, some things are more important, and, I personally wouldn't trade that. And, there is a such thing as like, you can try to raise your kid the right way, but then like, when you have an abundance of like resources, like sometimes a kid will just get spoiled or whatever, and there is a such thing as that. And it doesn't mean you're a simp to say this, but I would say, like to me, it's just like a red flag to watch that you would make a diss video about your kid. Even if I had a problem with my kid or whatever, blah blah blah, I would try to work it out, but I don't know if I would make a diss video. Like I try to bite my tongue with y'all on here, you know what I'm saying? And but I wouldn't try to make a diss video about my kid though. I'm just saying that if that's not like a red flag, you know what I'm saying? And it doesn't mean anything about his mom, that's a whole nother topic, but it just says successful sons and resentful fathers. So, but okay, yeah, I'll pass the mic.
Let's hear from Tanzan.
Well, this was an interesting one because for me, I don't know one way or another whether I wouldn't probably nominate somebody called 50 as the parent of the year, but from what it seems from the pictures, and like I said, pictures can be deceiving. The time of a picture being worth 1,000 words is now over because you can manipulate pictures and images and so on. So yeah, so from his point of view, his son is just is spoiled, but he also says that he's the one who spoiled him. When we I remember we had a conversation on SNN about spoiling the rod and the child or whatever, and so he admits to his parents' style being constantly giving his child. So I can Marquise is a child, Marquise and 50. So Marquise always gave 50 always gave Marquise what Marquise wanted. instead of what 50 thought was best for him. Maybe he thought it was sneakers were best for him, whatever. But if he thought that the child had an unhealthy obsession with sneakers, he should not have been, encouraging him. I don't hear him saying that, I tried to teach him this and that. Well, he did try to teach him about business. I will give him that, because he did try to teach him about, starting his own corporation. But maybe by that time, the lesson was already, lost on him. But this idea of trying to please your child and making them happy by giving them things that you didn't have, that's living vicariously through your children, instead of you teaching them to be, to be themselves and to be who they are. So sometimes maybe he thought, well, when I was growing up, I didn't have this, so my child should have everything that I didn't have. And maybe, like somebody said, the time was more important to the child than even the things that he felt that he was giving him. So yeah, that's all I'll say on that.
Kevin Carr, Ray had come back on. Kevin Carr, you had anything to add here?
Yeah, I'm not a father yet, so I can't really speak. But from my observation, as Brother
I am
Bakari-
neither a father nor a son, so
yeah. But from what Brother Bakari was saying, I agree with him. It's not like the son has a void that needs to be filled, and sneakers and material things are not gonna fill it. And you said you gotta spend time with your son. When I was watching the video, I'm thinking back, because it's been a year now since my father passed away. In Jamaica. I never told, only you and a few people know about that situation. But I thought back to, he worked hard and did all that stuff, but he also spent time with me. We didn't have a lot of money growing up in Kingston, but he always spent time. And I was only there for 9 years. Now my mother came and got me to bring me here in New York, which I'm very grateful for both ends. But the one thing I'm seeing as with a lot of wealthy people is, you don't have time, and what your babysitter is money. And what happens after a while, that child's gonna get so used to getting whatever they want, and you're not spending time, and he's gonna become spoiled, and you're gonna start acting out. So that's what I'm seeing. But the other thing I noticed in the videos too is, if you picked it up in the beginning, is finger pointing the mother. You chose to be with her. You should have vetted her, in the beginning. It goes both, the blame goes both ways. It's not just one person. And to me, the victim right here is the son. But you know what? That's just me. I said I'm not a father yet, so I'm gonna pass the mic to people more qualified to speak.
Wana Hagazigi, what say you?
Initially, I had my opinions on this matter of this brother talking about fatherhood and things like that, but I had to think about it twice, and I think that 50 Cent, for his audience, for who would listen to his advice on certain things, he has an impact, and he has the ability to make fathers, for people who follow him, think. So I think that this is an excellent video for people who are fans of his, and people who wait to listen to what he has to say on fatherhood, on how to take care of women and things like that. I think for his audience, I don't know what that noise is in the background, but I think that for his audience, I think that it align where it's supposed to. For me personally, I don't tend to. I wouldn't listen to him for any kind of advice on anything, but I think that business, he's a great business person, but I don't really care for the game that he is in. So it's not my lane. It's just not my lane. But I respect him as a brilliant business person, and I'm sure that for his audience, he is effective for whoever he's talking to. I mean, I'll just leave it there, man.
Any last words? But you have to keep it very brief.
I'll be very brief. I just want to say that a lot of times we state that, oh, the man chooses the woman, and that's all true. But at the end of the day, in this country, in the United States of America, let's be real. I don't care whatever you vet. If a woman decides to do what the hell she wants to do, you have no recourse. It's not like you can go to her family and have a conversation like in other cultures where, families can, create some sort of negotiation and figure out what's best, the best policy moving forward. So again, it just to me is just creating ways for, us not to acknowledge the power imbalance that exists in this country. So, there's no man in this country who has a woman, no matter how good that woman is and how much in charge you think you are. If she wakes up tomorrow for whatever reason and says, I'm going to, mess with you using the system, there's nothing you can do about it, particularly if you're a black man. I don't care how well you vetted her. So, I'm just hoping that the men could stop promoting that myth, in my opinion.
Thank you for that, Gas. Bakari?
Yeah, I know women that use the system, like let's say child support, right? But for me, I remember she had to put me on child support. My mom, I told my mama, look at this. Remember my mom was still living. She was like, don't worry. She said, I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen. When she go to child support court and she gonna realize that you taking care of your son, you give her more money than the court gonna give you. She gonna call you and apologize. And like 2 days later, that's exactly what she did. She called and apologized. But when they try to use the system, and I know child support wasn't mentioned in this, right? But all that is a lot of money. And he did mention the mama being involved and all that. Like, for me, as long as my child was taken care of, when I go see my son before he moved with me, when I would come home, because I was in the military, when I would come home, and if my son was taken care of, I didn't even care. I didn't ask. I didn't say nothing. I didn't even give a damn. Like my nephew, when his daughter, him and his daughter mom, they broke up. He said he ain't worried about that. He went, he bought 3 houses, everything is in his daughter's name. And he was like, he want his daughter to have somewhere safe. So he just told him, mama, you can stay here. You ain't got to pay no rent. You ain't got to do nothing. And it ain't about, as some people would say, a simp. No, you see, don't worry about what the woman doing. Your goal is to make sure that your child is taken care of. And as long as my child is taken care of, and my nephew, as long as his child is taken care of, everything is going to be okay. Somebody trying to get in the middle can cause problems, but we have to do what we have to do as dads to make sure that everything is taken care of. And I just try to stay prepared for whatever that woman you're dealing with, whatever she try to do, you make sure you are already prepared for that.
Yeah, I think when it comes to particularly women here in those states, it's probably more difficult. But I know my son's mother, for instance. So I'm like one of the few black men that get to get custody of his kid, because I got the juice. Anyway, but I'm talking to so I got custody of my kid and all that. And so, but here's the thing. So on the phone, sometimes me and his mother might, jib jab or whatever. Not jib, not like argue. Like one thing we don't do is we don't argue in front of each other. Obviously, we don't really argue either because she don't live with me, I don't live with her, so it's nothing like that. But occasionally she might jokingly say, "Well, you see how your father do this, or you see how your dad do that," and I call her out quick. I say, "Look, don't do that," But I know that that's a thing that women can do because I actually saw my mother do that to me. Do that about my father one time when I was really young, and I didn't like her doing that. Like just say, "Oh, your dad is this, that, so on and so forth." So I mean, I think that it's pretty. I don't think it's even a gender thing as much as that's what people do. People generally will be petty. I don't think women will be exempt from being petty, but I know that men can be petty as well. And I mean, like me personally, I don't do that petty stuff, but I know that like you can best believe that men will be petty and women will be petty. But like, yeah, you can nip it in the bud with anybody. You can like if you want to, you can call it out when you see it and just do that. But as far as so yeah, I think that there are toxic women because like I said, I've my son's mother was toxic. But as far as the conversation at hand in regards to 50 Cent, there's this song by these white boys. Because this white boy said that he thought it was the saddest song he ever heard, which is called "Cats in the Cradle." And the whole idea of the song is that my boy became just like me when he got older, because the father in the story is like, I was never there for my kid. And then when my kid got older, he was just never there for me. And it's just a regular thing. Now, obviously, when you're rich and you're moving around making money, you can't be there for your kid. But that's just the reality. If you as a father are not present for your child, then they're just not going to be present for you. And so you coming back 20 years later, bitching about how this kid's not present for you, right? It doesn't make any sense. Now, obviously, you're giving the kid's mother a lot of money, but you're supposed to. That's what child support is. Child support means that the custodial parent will get, either whatever you decide, either whether you agree, or they will get at minimum 15% of your income based off of the thing. And I don't think that $6,700 is 15% of 50 Cent's income, so he's getting off pretty easy. I mean, it's a lot of money. It's a large amount of money for us. Well, 50 Cent is probably nothing. But the reality is that the legal system that works for, so basically the legal system is actually not even applying the 15% minimum on 50 Cent, most likely. But even if it were, the reality is that's what the same legal system that every single Black parent is going through. That if you are the, unless you agree on the side to say, hey, I'll give more, or hey, I'll give less, if you agree, but if you come to the court, the law says, hey, you pay this percentage. And so, yeah, but now what she does with the money, obviously, if she got with a rapper, she's going to feel like she's making it easy. Just like all the women sleeping with that Nick Cannon feel like they got their life in check. But that's like, again, you have to, like, I would go by human psychology. The reality is that if a woman messed with 50 Cent because he has money, and he probably should have, like, he should know that. Like, you should know when you have money that people are going to mess with you because you have money. And in fact, I'll say this just really quickly. If you look at my like the review I got back when I came back from Ghana with my Airbnb or whatever, right? The review I got was like, yo, this guy was the favorite person. Like, he was everybody loved him in this in the community. And the reason why they said everybody loved him in the community is because I was giving out money. I was just giving, like, I was like, here's not real money, like $5, $2, $3. But for them, that was a lot of money. It was like giving them $20 bills and $100 bills, right? 100 CD, 20 CD, 5 CD, all that kind of stuff. So they were like, yeah, so people liked me because I was giving out money. And that's the thing, 50 Cent, now it's hard when you're rich to know whether or not somebody is with you for the money or not. And of course, even if they were with you when they weren't with the money, when they break up with you, they're like, yo, give me my fucking money. Because that's just what humans are going to do. But either way, I agree with Forecast in the sense, I think it was Forecast who said it, where it was like, I wouldn't make a video about my son being a badass. Like, he feels like you weren't there and you weren't there. He feels like he's closer to his mother because he was closer to his mother. I mean, the idea that he shouldn't be closer to his mother, or the idea that he should feel close to his father, doesn't even add up logically. If the father is not close, if the mother is close, he's going to be closer to the mother. And I mean, I don't know about posing with his thing, but of course, if you write in books and getting audio books and you're selling books where you're just talking crap about your son, or if you call up your son and be like, yo, here's a good business idea, and the son's like, yeah, I'm not really with it. And he's like, yeah, it's a good business idea. And then he's like, did you do the business idea? And he's like, yo, shut the fuck up. Just be my dad or some shit. So I understand where 50 Cent's coming from. He's a rich guy. He's an idiot, but he's a rich guy. And so he feels like, yo, this is something that my parents didn't give. And so I'm going to give it. But that's not all parenting is, I cater to my son's needs. Obviously, he doesn't desire shoes and shit, but I cater to his needs. But I'm also there, and so he can't be upset with me that. But if I was a distant father, if he was living with his mother and I was just sending money, and then I was worth a whole bunch of money, but I'm also out there, pretty much disrespecting his moms and flirting with other women, obviously I would definitely expect my son to be mad at me. Like I don't see why he would be like, yo, my dad's my hero or some shit, That's all I'm saying.
Hey, can I ask you real quick? Was that song from what's his name? Something Johnny. The song you mentioned earlier.
I don't remember the guy's name, but Johnny Cash. No, I don't think it's Johnny Cash, but I think it was some white boy. I can't remember his name, but it's like, cats in the cradle and the silver spoon, that kind of shit.
Yeah, I think it's Johnny Cash. I think so.
Gas was saying some stuff in the private chat. Gas, say those thoughts out here, and then Jay, you respond.
No, I was just saying that the 15% for child support, it stops once you earn. I can't remember the cutoff. I think it's particularly in New York State. Once you earn over a certain amount of money, that 15% no longer applies, and that's what actually happened to the mom. He was giving her, I think, well over close to like 12,000 or 15,000 a month, and she just kept demanding for more. So he said he'll, let's go to child support court, and her friends told her, "Yeah, girl, you're gonna get 15% of what he makes," but they didn't read the statutes or whatever correctly, where it said that once you pass a certain income level, then the judge will make a determination. It won't just be, a flat 15%.
Yeah, that's good. I think that's good. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't see why. Like, we're like, yo, 6,700. Like, yeah, the motherfucker's rich. Like, of course he's gonna pay a lot of money. Like he's not gonna pay like 1,200, 500. Like, I guess 500 a month or something. He's not gonna do that shit. He's rich. He's like that dude's worth money, man. Like, oh, so yeah, if he's spending 600, I mean, yeah, that like most people figure that if you messing with a rich person, that's a come up. And I mean, that's like a ghetto culture. Like again, like he's a ghetto dude. I don't expect I don't know what kind of a woman he was gonna bring in anyway. You know what I mean? I feel like if he was gonna get a quality conscious sister, like it's very unlikely that he would be with a quality conscious sister, because like how would he attract her unless she was all after his money? But like again, like I mean, yeah, he's gonna get a ghetto woman because he's a ghetto dude. And I mean, no disrespect to the ghetto.
Let's have from Real Black Gentleman.
Yeah, I won't say too much. It might be a little bit of both. You know what I'm saying? And the entitlement is something as a young man he would have to like grow out of, because I mean, again, this is not a usual situation. I mean, let's face it. I mean, the idea of like working from home. Ideally, if I could like stay at my house and just like really like come up on some like corporate stuff, on some data driven stuff, and like have my piggy bank go up, you know what I'm saying, while I'm taking a dump. Yeah, that would work. But what usually happens, we gotta leave the house 6, 8, 10 hours a day and be out here 4, 5, 6 days a week. So I mean, the idea of like the man not being at home, I mean, that's just something that has to be negotiated. I mean, if you can spend a good 2 days, 3 days with your child and spend 6, 8 hours with them, that's, hey, you got to put this stuff to number. I mean, it's not about putting it in a hard object, but I mean, there's situations where it can't be that the man is just at the house, playing around, because you got to make this money in this world that we're living in. I mean, if you can do it, and it would be good to, I mean, it'd be great to like work with your son next to you, which I think might be, what I'm saying, if 50 could somehow, maybe that's what he wants to, his son to do, to somehow become more of an entrepreneur, not necessarily do it how he did it, but just mold his mind into a business sense so that maybe one day he could actually work with his son. That's all I'm going to say.
I know, Forecast, I'll give you the last word.
No, yeah, I was just about to say, because I'm out of time. I know I gotta go, but I do want to say something though, like because my brother brought up the court thing, and I'm not sure, because he said earlier, because before I know we was talking about submission thing, and they were saying like others submit more, but I know like when it comes to court, like nobody benefit more than white bitches. So I'm not sure if he's saying like that black women are the ones like benefiting from that, but that was a whole another conversation. But then also like it's too, like if assimilating to that system, that's the very system that people speak out against, because nobody's saying like the court system isn't like rigged, what I'm saying, like towards women and a certain thing. It's supposed to be, well, if you want to unbalance the society and keep them in check, that's what they're supposed to do, so I'm not saying that, but I'm saying like y'all assimilating into that, kind of seems like, but I gotta get off here. Thanks for letting me speak, and then and shout out to everybody too.
No problem. Thanks for coming through. We'll see you soon. Make sure you guys subscribe to the Forecast as well. You know what? Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 6. Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 says, unprovoked female aggression. Oh, I'm sorry. Was this 6 just now? Wait, I'm messing up. Sorry. No, that was 50 Cent just now. Oh, I see what happened here. I messed up. Yeah. So again, I'm gonna say, guys, when you post your Shoot the Breeze topics, post a topic with the link and not reply to the link, because
That was my mistake. I
I
apologize.
just copied a reply thinking it was a topic. All right. We're gonna skip 6 tonight, I guess. Just reminder to you guys, this show is part of a podcast network. Check out all the other shows on KWAZ Radio. Tomorrow should be a day full of podcasts on the network, so make sure you subscribe to all of them. Yeah, it should have been Shoot the Breeze topic number 6, but what I copied was actually a reply to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 or something, and I thought it was a prompt. So we're gonna skip 6. We'll go to 7 that says straight men who don't like women. What does that mean? Hopefully this is not a reply either. Okay, this is taking us to a short. Let's check it out, and then we'll discuss it on the other side.
To deal with you, and they act like it, don't they? Like, these men don't like women for real. They don't bond with women. They don't emotionally connect with women. They prefer to be around men. They respect men. They get along with men. They see men as their equals. They do not view you as it. But the only reason they're with you is because they're not sexually attracted to the men. If it wasn't for sex or power, they wouldn't be with you. I need y'all to watch out for these men. Like, actually, like, inquire about whether this man actually like women. Not if you're heterosexual. My question to you is, do you actually like women? There's so many men that don't like women, but they're sexually unattracted to men, and they have no choice but to deal with you. And they act like it, don't they? Like, these men don't like women for real. They don't bond with women. They don't emotionally connect with women. They prefer to be around men. They respect men. They get along with men. They see men as their equals. They do not view you as it. But the only reason they're with you is because they're not sexually attracted to the men. If it wasn't for sex or power, they wouldn't be with you. I need y'all to watch out for these men. Like, actually, like, inquire about whether this man actually like women. Not if you're heterosexual. My question to you is, do you actually like women? There's so many men.
All right. I guess that's ace metaphor. Beware of men who are emotionally unattracted to women. Gas them up. What say you to this? Gas, you're muted if you're still there. Okay, Jay, what say you?
Fantastic topic, and I'm afraid the rain was gone, but oh shit. Well, I'll speak. I hope you guys hear me. Oh yes, it's getting serious. Anyway, and maybe I shared this angle, this look, this look at the village or a community, right? So men used to go together hunting for whales, right? And they used to work together, right? And women used to stay in the village, in an action radius of about a mile around the village, collecting, gathering and collecting, and keeping the animals, and that type those type of things. And it used to be them competing with each other, and fighting with each other, right? And men would actually realize that they need each other, right? So he throws the spears, right? He throws the harpoon at the whales. You know, he's the navigator. He has the arms to row, and he too. So men used to acknowledge each other, right? And now these bunch of B words, these men that are afraid to check their mama, as if every female is their mama. These men be on the lap of their woman the whole damn day, sitting on the couch watching television and being babysitters. And these type of men don't understand what men do with men. Men build cities. Men build walls around cities. Men travel around the world together. That's men used to be shoulder to shoulder at war, defending the village, defending the city, defending the country. But nowadays, these couch potatoes, they don't understand what men do with men. I pass the mic.
Did Gas come back? If not, let's go to Brother Bakari.
Okay, look, I saw somebody put in there say he's simping in the chat. But you know what? Somebody said, so what's the context behind this? If you listen on YouTube, well, he's mainly talking about these people in like manosphere, that MGTOW, men go their own way. And I actually I have a friend, would tell me her brother, I know some people that would say their family members don't like women. They got a problem with women. They just want to have sex, right? And I'm gonna be honest, my thing is, and I know exactly what he's talking about, and I had this conversation with a couple of friends today. And all honesty, I just think the dude's gay. I think they're a little gay, and the only reason I say a little gay because they haven't been caught doing in their homophilia activity. But if you listen to these manosphere dudes on this YouTube, if anybody heard of the manosphere, haven't heard of the manosphere, just go listen to how they talk about women. And if you haven't heard, manosphere is black folks come from under the white folks thing, MGTOW. Men go their own way. So my thing is, what type of man gonna say, man, go your own way, get away from women? You understand what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, but I think that's what he's talking about, though. I think that's what he's talking about. Though, look, I'm gonna tell you something. I heard somebody, I was on his channel, right? And they were talking, and it came to this one dude said, I'm trying to think of the name, but he said a Snoop Dogg video saved his life. His exact words. Was it gin and juice? I forget the video. He like at the beginning of the video, they getting ready to go to the barbecue, and Snoop got a phone call. And he pushed the woman out the bed with him and just got up to go hang with his boys. That's what I'm talking about.
Gin juice, I think.
Yeah, men supposed to be with men. Men supposed to be, and when he just pushed her out the way and let her know that my boys, my brothers, my homies more important. And someone had asked me to come on the panel, right? I just left because they was agreeing with that, and I know they was gonna be mad with me, but it sounded gay to me. What you mean? That saved your life. A man pushed a woman out the bed to go hang with his homies because your homies, your dudes, they supposed to be more important to you than your woman. And that's just me. I might be an old school. I might be a little bit older than everybody on here. I might could be a little bit old, but that sounds gay to me. I mean, personally, I have I have more female friends than dude friends. That's me. Everybody else might not be like that, but I have more female friends than dude friends. I always have my back. I hear the mic.
All right. I guess Gas still isn't back.
No, I want to respond to Brother Bakari because maybe I'm old school too, because it's never been my issue. This whole contention between men and women, I do not understand it. And I am not limited in my experiences with the women I've met. I've had relationships with women in the States, in Canada, in the UK, in the Caribbean. Even I have had relationship with some
It
African
sounds
women.
like Shabaranks.
No,
Tralalot.
no. That's when I was in my younger days. But I'm saying that I don't see the whole contention and back and forth and anger, and I feel like it's a level of vitriol and it's like, let me tell you to put you in your place kind of business. And it's not been my experience with women. I don't know, and I don't feel like I'm a weird human being. I feel like I don't know. I don't. I feel like there's a unspoken dialogue that's going on between black men and women, where they are like at odds with one another, almost ready to walk away from one another. I'm like, why? What's the problem? And I feel like I think the whole idea of control comes in the picture. Who's controlling what? And I feel like there's an unseen hand that's operating within the within the relationship itself, this unseen hand. When I hear these words of patriarchy and dominance, and you can't tell me what to do, I just think that some things should be natural. If I'm a natural man, I feel, and you a natural woman, certain things should fall into place. It shouldn't be forced. You should want to do certain things, and I feel like a woman want to be a woman around me, my personality. And I don't know. It's not to disparage any other brothers. It's just that if I do certain things, women are gonna naturally fall in line, and the women don't. They're gonna just, I guess, fall to the wayside or deal with other kinds of men. I feel like it shouldn't be so forced, and it's a fighting, and we got to have these long 3-hour conversations, or what it is what manner it's supposed to be. I feel like certain things should come natural between a woman and a man. And if it doesn't happen that way, then you just blend off and find another relationship. The world has 5 to 6 billion people inside of it. Many people and many relationships that you could get in that's conducive to you. If a woman you find ain't up your alley, you find another woman. If a man you feel ain't up your alley, you find another man. You'll respectfully say goodbye. It's been a good time dealing with one another, but unfortunately we can't go a step further. I feel like it shouldn't be so forced. And I feel like with these kinds of situations, a man is trying to put a woman in this place, and a woman trying to say, well, you can't control me because of this. I feel like it's a ridiculousness about it. But maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm old school. Me and Brother Bakari, we simps, and we don't know any better. But I don't know. Maybe I just have to carry that badge. I don't know. Who knows?
Who else did I not get to so far?
Oh, I want. I'll speak after the current speaker.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. About the speaker. Okay. I mean, it goes back into this is like a false dichotomy thing where the man is basically supposed to kind of, the idea that the kind of company that a oh geez, I don't want to say typical, but you can imagine a variety of men in various fields and endeavors would spend most of their time with women that are maybe not necessarily their significant others or what I mean. I think that what he's trying to say is that emotionally unattracted. I mean, again, I think that this isn't too big of a deal, honestly, because I don't think that is so much that the men are emotionally unattracted to women, but sometimes I think that the women are not as emotionally attracted to as many or as the many types of men as could be. Someone has said in the chat about social media. And I've seen I'm referring to things I've heard, like, a lot of the, with social media in the 2010s, whatnot, a lot of like, I'm paraphrasing and alluding. I wish I could refer to you like in a hard reference, but like, a lot of like dating, like, preferences are leading that women are kind of liking the same men. Like before you had social media, you couldn't just find a man, and women want the same basically 20% of men. That leaves the rest of the 80% of men, you know, if they're not necessarily as able to attract, for whatever reason, money, time, which is, again, an interesting thing, because a woman wants a man with free time. You know, if a man is at work, he's unavailable, let alone being in a situation, being unattracted. And it's kind of hard to constantly be, you know, engaged in with that person at work, at least at a steady level. There's a lot of things going on with this. I think that you know, the idea of straight men not liking women, that means you're gay. You're not going to be able to go and spin this around. You can't say like a penguin that does not fly. You know what I'm saying? Like, of course, it's a penguin that swims already. It's like, you know, it's like, come on now. But the whole idea of being you don't want to go into the opposite, where you basically, as a man, are not fraternizing with other men who could probably engage you with, you know, businesses and, you know, business opportunities, social opportunities that could, you know, stabilize or advance, you know what I'm saying, your current situation, which is not necessarily impossible with women. But I mean, if we're talking about, you know, the realm and the you know what I'm saying, the cultural algorithm that, you know what I'm saying, that is likely to happen, you're not going to do that if you're just constantly attached to and, you know, emotionally unattracted. I mean, if it's like, you know, what he's talking about, like spending a lot of time with men, like there's, I mean, that's just tends to be what happened in our day to day. If I'm at work, I mean, unless it depends on the settings, but chances are you're going to be working with a lot of men are going to be working, unless, you know what I'm saying, there are places we can say, but I mean, if we, you know, just throw occupations out of a hat, I mean, you know what I'm saying, statistics are going to probably say that men are probably going to be spending a lot of time with men. So the idea that, you know, what he's talking about, I just think is off. You know, as far as that manosphere, I know what they're talking about. I hear it. And I think that, going back to feminism, I think, again, a lot of men are really, look, we cannot have this situation where, you know, a lot of the economics where women enter the workforce, as opposed to a situation where in the 50s, you know, if you're a man, even though we're black and it was hard enough to get a job anyways, but imagine a lot of black people with jobs were able to support their families and send kids to, these things were real. And these situations so happen because of a lot of the nuance and the subterfuges, you know, the left hand and the right hand sieving out the people's sensibilities with, you know, like sand between their hands and stuff. And I do recognize that, you know, there is something going on with, you know, with a lot of the shifts that are not natural. And you know, the previous statement talked about, well, things will naturally come together. But once again, if the women tend to have a preference, and a lot of these preferences are molded, sculpted by the environments that as young women and men we grow up in, we really gotta, just more than nuance. There's a lot of like hidden hands, a lot of like knobs being pulled. You know, with the radio, with how, like, you know, the black radio was decimated in the 90s. Now our music is becoming monoculture. And as much as people like to say things like, you know, black people aren't a monolith, we kind of are like a grotesque monolith of and I'm just, when I look at black people, like, and we talk about our reactions to white supremacy, like, we are like anemic. We are so reactive. It's not even funny. I mean, the whole idea of family structure, you know, how can we go hard against each other because Lord knows our house is not in order. How do we go against the outside world if we go against the outside world on an unbalanced footing? And Lord knows we're trying to say, other foot, we have to get in a lockstep, and it kind of has to be man leading the family. It kind of has to be that way. Men are designed. We are tougher. We are going to go out into these elements, and we're going to die before women. We're going to die before women. We're tougher. We're built to endure, to be the shock absorbers for the family, and that's just how it is.
Let's hear
We
from
gotta go out there and
Oni.
maybe not be attached to women, but the women knows that we will reattach ourselves after we go through these struggles. I'm gonna pass.
All right, Oni, go ahead. Let's cut down the length of the responses because we still have a few topics well to go through. Oni.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if this guy was gay. I thought the story was that the guy speaking was gay. But like I would say this is like real simping. And this is also like I think it's a gay guy with his oh y'all don't like women like we like women. But like yeah, I mean I totally get that. I'm cool with women, but I don't know what he's like referring to. Like is he talking about like, oh, y'all don't play dress up like I play dress up. Like, no, we don't, But as far as, the MGTOW, whatever, men go their own way or whatever. It's that homies over hoes song, where it's like, yeah, I'm not like I think it was the pimp named Slipback or whatever. If y'all watch that animation where he was like, he never put no homie over no hoe, period. Or he never put a man over a woman. No, but at the same time, yeah, no, I don't know any dude that like. I mean, yeah, there are dudes. I think there are dudes that only like women for sex, but I also think there are some women who only like men for sex. I think that's a thing. Like that's a reality. So it is like if you don't like if you're with a as a woman, if you go to a man and he only likes you for sex, then either give him the draws or don't. You know what I mean? But that's like up to the woman, just like how we say that men choose their women choose their men, and so there are going to be some men who are about that. There's going to be some women who are about that. Like the city girl probably just wants you for sex. And the city boys, city boys is they might like the women only for sex. But like, yeah, this guy, I think the speaker is gay. And so my thing is like, I don't really care what gay people think, realistically. So I don't really know like what more to say. I mean, yeah, there are some straight men who don't like women, but like, yeah, there's some straight women who don't like men. I mean, and that's it,
Let's hear from Tanzan finally.
No, I was I didn't really have an opinion about it. It was more of an inquiry because to me, when he says that apart from the physical and what did he say, the sex and the power, and I was like, well, I think at the end of the day, you want somebody for something that you don't have yourself, and that's the whole thing. So, if you don't want somebody, if you don't want the sex or the power, or if you don't want anybody from a woman, then it's just platonic. Then what else is there? But on the other hand, what does he mean by not liking women? I mean, a lot of comedians, they joke about, women, talk too much or nag too much and all this stuff and so on. But, the same could go, well, I think women like men more than men like women. But in any case, do you think that that's a valid thing? That's why I said the straight men who don't like women. I thought that straight men liked women. I thought that was the whole point of being, a straight man. But so the guy is saying that there are some men who can just I guess deal with women but not like them. So yeah, I don't understand what that really means. So yeah, I appreciate the clarification, but I don't know what this and then the emotional attraction, this the people, they talk about emotional infidelity, and if men and women can't be friends without having sex, then how can men and women cheat without having sex? But anyway, I haven't thought it out through. I was more interested in what the men had to say.
D Web from the House Rally podcast in the chat said he's a life coach, so that whatever he says, take with a grain of salt. Needs to sell tickets and book clients. Goes on to say a quick scroll of his YouTube channel, and all his videos basically the same subject. quote unquote, man, you suck, women, you deserve more type of content. Real Black Gentleman on the agent hunt again in the chat says, Yana, with all due respect, I don't know who sent you or who you advocate for, but you can speak for yourself, in my humble opinion. Because earlier, once again, Yana said, like I said before, we lost the battle, and we need to realize that and start to rebuild. I think Kevin Curry, did I hear from you on this one? Your mic is muted.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, let me be on the record. I love women. We can't live without them. We need each other to survive. I don't know what the hell this guy's talking about, but you know, to each their own opinion. You know, I complain about New York City. You know, it's changed. If I don't like a lot of women here, I'll have to go to another state or might leave the country. But I'm not gonna say, I don't want to deal with women. Nah, that's not gonna work for me. We need each other, man. But you know, as I said, it's these MGTOW, these MGTOW men going their own way. Ibmore, and there's another one. If you look in Asia, more in Japan, called herbivore men. They're like, yeah, we don't want to be around women. I'm like, yeah, to each their own. But as I said, I love women. And I'll pass the mic.
All right, thank you for that. Thanks everyone for the input there. Let's go straight to Shoot the Breeze. Should be number 7, but it's gonna be number 8 because we had to skip one. Shoot the Breeze topic number 8 is work or surgery. Does it matter how she got it? This came with a link. Oh crap! Hold on. This came with a link. We'll check it out and then we'll discuss.
Dr. Who's fitness class. Who's Dr. Who? It's always a nosy bitch, ain't it? Y'all are here because y'all refuse to work out wearing fitness gear, but y'all would rather save up y'all money that y'all ain't gonna never have to get surgery. You're damn right. Using waist trainers, you can shave the inches off your waist. For you, yards. You have no more weight to lose, so you wouldn't be here for anything. So actually go eat. Go eat. I don't even know why you got that on. That just looked like a vest. Bring it around. Plant your feet, girl. Plant your feet.
You said that this was going to work. You said that this was going to work. Well,
you got hidden fat.
Said this was going to work.
You got it. You know what? Go ahead, bitch. Get that surgery, man.
See, that's what I said. I wanted to
come back
anyway.
after that, because they might not get it all that time. Hey y'all, what's up? Welcome to Dr. Who's fitness class.
All right, a little bit of humor there from Jess Hilarious. Kevin Curry, what were your thoughts in watching that?
Sorry about that again. Mute got stuck. It is what it is. What it is, man. Surgery is not going to save you. Maybe a gastric bypass surgery to cut down the fat, but in the day you got to put in the work if you want to keep in shape. And I'm not looking at it from a veneer point of view. You gotta get in shape, eat healthy to stay alive, especially in this day and age. If you don't, you're gonna die off, or you're just gonna waste yourself away. But I'll pass the mic.
Mm-hmm. Jay, what say you?
What do they say? Prevention is better than, or is that only a Dutch proverb? Prevention is better than curing. Yes. That's what I think of about this topic. But you know, a little more is welcome. You know, actually.
A little bit more is welcome, huh? Does it matter to you, to Jay and Kevin Curry? Does it matter if a woman got it naturally or through surgery? Like if you met a woman and she's just banging, but she got it through surgery, do you turn her down? Do you turn her away?
Well, I'll be questioning her discipline, her self-discipline. So yeah, the natural is the preference, of course.
And Kevin Curry?
you know me, natural. You know, you see my photos when I was doing a project years ago. It's always about natural, no makeup, just be yourself. You know, that's it.
I'm guessing gas never came back, right? Real Black Gentleman, what say you? You're on mute if you're
And
talking.
I'm here. This is gym or surgery. Look, I mean, this. Okay, now, this. Now, okay. Let me just go. Let me be sensitive here. Let me be sensitive, right? Look, you gotta watch what you eat in this society. This is something that is something that. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! You know, part of this is stuff that is outside of our control or outside of our active, like, you know, strategic, like, you know, planning of like our diets, because we're not growing our own food. You know, I was sitting here telling jokes, you know what I'm saying, about big women. Now, again, I didn't mention like our nutrition is completely different. You know what I'm saying? All this, you know, the food, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? The country gonna make sure we eat, you know what I'm saying? The problem is there's hormones in the food because they're gonna hyperproduce. Okay, they gotta make sure that, you know what I'm saying, there's some substance. So it's we can these things can be, I don't know how, because you know what I'm saying, like you do, I mean, exercise is its own good reward, walking outside, being active, staying on your feet. You know, you don't have to, you know, lift weights or be strenuous, just be on your feet. The more you are on your feet, more you're moving around, the more weight you're going to just burn. I mean, I do work outside all day, you know what I'm saying, all day. And it's like I had another job where I was outside and I wasn't doing as much work. Now I'm working around. I'm losing. I feel, you know what I'm saying, I feel like I'm in the best health of my life in a lot of ways. So like part of it really is, you know, sedentary. You know, being sedentary is real. You cannot. You gotta get off your feet. You gotta have an active lifestyle, and it's not just diet, because you know what I'm saying, it really is. You know, some degree of like lifting up. You know what I'm saying, something heavy every now and then. You know what I'm saying. You know, just, you know, sweating it out a little bit. That's good. I mean, exercise is good. But you don't want to feel like you have to go to a gym to be healthy. I mean, that turns into a whole psychological block that I have to go to this place. You know what I'm saying? You gotta synthesize that. Maybe just have a weight in your house, or just, there are things that you can do. You don't, surgery is terrible. You don't want to go through surgery to like, nah. No, I mean, it just doesn't seem like I mean, if it's that bad, and you know what I'm saying, circumstances and biology led to that. I mean, I understand how, you know what I'm saying, how those surgeries work, you know what I'm saying, stomach shrinking, yeah, reducing the amount that your body's going to hold. Yeah, that cannot be like a primary option though. That's a bad way of thinking. So it's good to see, you know what I'm saying? It's good to see, you know what I'm saying, as much as I'm saying we do have to, like, you know, and it's not just black people, you know what I'm saying, the way it works is that, you know what I'm saying, the poison spreads to everyone, you know what I'm saying? So like, we got to make sure that, you know what I'm saying, just be more, just watch what you eat. You don't have to eat as much. I'm gonna pass.
All right. I think gas still didn't return, right? Yeah, let me stop asking for gas. It looks like Oni dropped out as well. Buana Hagoziki, what say you?
No, I was saying that Jess Lyrics having this nice little body on her too. You know?
Yeah, she has some shape.
Yeah. No, I believe in the process. I believe in good exercise and going to the gym, because I'm a believer in that. You know, I'm an advocate of that. I don't think that you should cheat and have surgery, because I think that you're trying to avoid the process, and it's through the process you learn the how-tos. You learn to become your better self, and people like to avoid the pain of, you know, trying to shortcut the experience of getting there, getting there. And I think that that's an important part of the experience, going through the hardship and the work and the discipline to actually get there. I don't think that you should shortcut it, because if you shortcut it, you in 6 months you'll be there again. And for those of y'all who think I like big girls, this girl is a little bit too big for me. She's a little bit out of the scope of the Queen Latifah size, so I couldn't get with a woman of her size. You know, that's still a little bit too big for me. Yeah, she needs to be a little bit smaller than that. Maybe.
Mr. Untouchable, I'm tracking your social media. I see you sliding in her DM, man. Stop lying.
Kev, I think I need to get 2 sizes a little bit smaller. That's a little bit too big.
We're Caribbean men, man. We love those big girls.
I do like thick women, but that's a little bit too big, one. That's too big, Kev.
It's never too big.
Nah, it's too big, Kev. That's too big. Me and I could be fighting over the food. You know what I mean?
Yeah, boy. Bobby Wright in the chat said, I prefer natural sisters. Trigger Happy 262 Plus says natural better, and that's what genetically will carry over, which has some value in terms of beauty and desirability. Yeah, Trigger Happy and D Web was thinking along same lines as me. D Web says, honestly, it's false advertising. Genetics is a thing you think you may be getting with a certain person, and turns out they're 35% plastic. Not cool. Yana B says to Real Black Gentleman, it's late. Sweet talk won't get you nowhere, darling. I should be giving you the side eye with that name. Real sus in my New York voice. Trigger Happy 262 Plus says, this topic definitely gets into an interesting topic on Black beauty standards. Yeah, you know, I think I had mentioned this some months back, but I think we should always be discussing beauty standards in some form of fashion, like every week on Shoot the Breeze.
Definitely. I think that what is beauty and what is all these kinds of things is it should be discussed, because the brothers, they make light of they make light of my interest in certain kinds, but I like all kinds of women, and I think that what is beauty and what is attractive in particular to white men and Black men needs to be distinguished, because I find that white men like that boyish look. You know, you look like a young prepubescent, like 13. That's the women they kind of go for. We like the more of we want to see the curves.
Bountiful.
Absolutely. We want to see them circles. We have a love affair with circles and that you know, that curves kind of situation going on. So I think that there's a difference between beauty standards that needs to be discussed. So Trigger Happy is right, even though he never comes on. So
yeah, I think every week we should be talking about beauty standards. I remember reading how Gavi and them used to throw these beauty pageants. When I was young, I thought that was kind of strange, but as I grew old, I realized, you really do need to be reinforcing constantly, frequently.
Absolutely. Look at it. He even talked with the gap teeth. For me, that's a attraction for me, you know.
Yes.
Some people see the gap teeth as an unattractive. My mommy have a gap teeth. You know what I mean? I grew up with seeing. I think it's a beautiful, fascinating aspect of Black women, and I know that in the West we choose to get what do you call it? Braces. Braces to close that gap. And I think it's a beautiful facet that distinguishes a woman's features. So I think that we should talk about beauty standards. That's very important. I appreciate that comment. I'm Trigger Happy. Like I say, even though you don't want to come on.
Trigger Happy 262 Plus also says, a lot of African countries, for example, love gap teeth, and the Fulani, for example, purposely darken their gums, which is a trait I like myself in terms of teeth on a woman. I did not know that. That's interesting. They darken their gums. That's interesting. Tanzan, you heard everything everyone had to say. You saw the chat. What say you to this?
Yeah, very, very interesting. And I think that that was a very funny, that was a funny clip. So for me, the question that, you know, a woman might ask is that, well, if you're going to the gym, let's say, and you're doing all that work, you know, you're working hard and, you know, putting in your time, and somebody is just going to go in and, you know, pay some money and go under the knife and come out looking, you know, almost as well or better than you, then, you know, that's what the lady says, like, what's the point of going through all that hardship if you can just do the shortcut and the results will be the same? Because and to be honest, like, some of those things are so realistic that they're just like perfectly done, you know. They look just like, I mean, I don't know if men can tell, but some of those to me, they look like the real thing. So if that's the effect, and also there's this other argument that some women say, it's like it's just like makeup. It's just enhancing your features the same way that you put things on, and you do your best and so on. So it's just doing it using modern science. So that's what some people say. But I had the opinion, and yeah, that's it was interesting to me, because I don't have an opinion one way or another. It's just more of what do the men care about, because before surgery has become normalized now, like for Black women. Before, I think there was a time when even white women would deny that they had work done, so to speak, the actors and all that. But nowadays it's not regarded as a big thing. Like, yeah, you're supposed to get things done, and sometimes for some people, the earlier the better. It used to be like a corrective thing where people to correct the age, but nowadays they even have implants and things at the youngest age. Is supposed to correct all the mistakes that nature made. So yeah, some women regard it as that you're not doing anything extreme. You're just and using science to enhance your looks. And if no one can tell, then why does it matter? But I heard from the men. So yes.
No, let me say that it certainly does matter. It certainly does matter. And if you talk to 100 Black men in particular, Black men would tell you to do the exercise, go through the hardship of exercise rather than going under a knife. They would tell you, and I think that what happens is that Black women don't necessarily listen to Black men and what they say. They do things for themselves as opposed to their partners. Because a Black man will tell you, say, I like most Black men will tell you, say, I like natural hair. Most Black men, I tell you, and that's a big thing. That's a big statement. Most Black men will tell you, say, I don't really like so much of that makeup, Most
I
Black
agree.
men will tell you that. Most Black men will tell you that. I'm telling you. I think that a lot of times when they do these things, so it's matter in going under a knife and surgery and things of that nature, they do that in competition with other women or for their own selfish aggrandizement. They're not doing that for their partners. Because I've listened to certain Black men and how they talk, and even myself, I'm not interested in that. That's not an attraction for me. And I'm sure if you do a consensus to most of these men, and like you say, well, it's an Pan-African channel, but I'm sure if you do consensus with most Black men, even in the Western world, we're not interested in the whole makeup, surgery, too much of this, too much of that. We're not interested in that. That's being dictated to by the other. And that's not really the norm for what we feel to be attractive and what we interested in. I promise you about that.
Can I chime in?
Go for it.
You remember that this show called Saved by the Bell?
Yeah.
That like the only Black girl, like she looks like a ghost now, man. She looked good the way she was, but then she just went crazy with the surgery and the skin lightening. Even what's that guy that's doing some Time in My Country, Vibes Cartel, man? Guy look like a damn ghost.
A corpse, not a ghost. Dead body.
In the chat, Zuliism is out there. He says, "You're not the apex, so they won't listen to you." Talking about
Tell my brother Zuli, stop pushing his insecurities off on me. I am the apex. I am who I say I am. Don't push your insecurities off on me, brother. You keep that to you. You know what I mean? But if you don't feel like you're the apex, you are who you say you are. You know what I mean? And I keep on trying to get this in your heads, but you all keep on passing it off onto these other guys. You know what I mean? But like I say, I'm a Gaviite. I have a belief in myself. I believe I was a winner first before anybody else. Y'all believe what y'all want to believe, man. But I'll stop, Coco. Sorry for interrupting.
House Ready Podcast. Zuliism says you're the apex of simping. House Ready Podcast says plus anytime. He says to Trigger Happy 262 plus. Anytime you have to be put to sleep is a decent chance you may not wake up. Kanye's mom is an example. I was saying about Kanye's mom during the discussion too. Risking your life to have a big poom instead of doing squats is a turnoff. Real black gentleman out there said Sammy Sosa. If we have no last words here, I think I got to everyone just now. We have no last words here. Let's go to prompt number 9 tonight. Looks like we're gonna finish maybe even a little bit early tonight because of the one missing prompt. That's all good. Sorry about this. Hold on. Should be prompt number 9 tonight is helping the irresponsible. Should we rescue people from their mistakes? This came with a link. Let's check it out.
Oh man, they're about to put me out of my house, man. I'm 8 months behind. I said, you should have called me when you was a day behind. Don't call me 8 months later. Call me the day that you owe. You know, if you want help, that's not help. That's taken care of. I had a guy tell me, Charles, he said, wow, man, they're about to put me out of my house, man. I'm 8 months behind. I said, you should have called me when you was a day behind. Don't call me 8 months later. Call me the day that you owe. You know, if you want help, that's not help. That's taken care of. I had a guy
Good old Bernie Mac. Yeah, that's taken care of, man. So helping the irresponsible. Should we rescue people from their mistakes? Let me hear from Kevin Carre.
All right, I look at it this way. You know, if you are, you know, doing it all the time, we help you out once, twice. The third time it's gonna be like, nah, man, I can't do it. But if it's a honest mistake, you know, that you know, sometimes you can be working. Like, let's say what he's talking about. You know, you forget to pay something. But yeah, eight months is a long time. But let's say something, you know, that you forgot, and you know, it's honest. Like, yeah, I'll help you, but if you keep repeating the same thing over and over, after a while you're gonna get irritated. Like, yo, it's time to move on, man. You gotta hold your own. You know, you know what, your own water. I'll pass.
Jay, what say you?
Yeah, same thing. You know, I'm harsh. I don't know, man. I doubt. Sometimes I think I always find excuses for myself. The other times I think I'm harsh for myself. But you know, it the lesson comes with the fall. You know, you hit your nose. It bleeds, and then you know not to walk into that direction because there's a wall there. You know, I don't know. People should fall. You should let people get in the mud for refusing to listen to you or anybody else who has been there. You understand where I'm going? I may sound a little blurry,
Not good.
but you know what, the one's bitten twice shy, etc etc. No, you should not help them. You should help them yeah, get their nose bleeding. I pass the mic.
Let's hear from Real Black Gentleman.
Helping the irresponsible, man. You know what I'm saying? That becomes you don't. It's, how would I say it? You want to have your own, like, you would, if I have my own what's the word I want to say, my own principles that I stand on, you know what I'm saying, that I abide by. I know that everyone's not going to see things the same way as I do, and that, you know, another one person's you know, little mishap is another person's catastrophe, right? And so, like, it's a lot of it is subjective. You do the whole process of acknowledging and repairing the mistake has to be an active process by all participants, because once again, it can't be the person who makes the mistake. You know what I'm saying? If I accidentally break something and I have the capacity to repair it, I should be beholden to make sure that I understand how to make this not a mistake, so that it's not the same mistake. Some things are not mistakes. Some things you just feel bad for. You don't want them to feel bad, so you interject and you just smooth everything out. But sometimes, you're on your own, player. It's on your time. Your mistake. You know what I'm saying? I got my own time to not make mistakes, so that I'm not asking another person for it. And this is life. I mean, this is the things that we are taught, hopefully as we're young and we have our wits and our good senses about us, to listen to the people around us about what's going on, and right and wrong and good and bad. It's a time to help people for mistakes and time not to. One day it might be a perfect time to ask a person for the mistake, the help from a mistake. The same time tomorrow, it is not the time to you SOL. It is what it is. But I mean, it's a very uneven situation, and you got to have grace. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you need to help people out more than you really thought. But if you can acknowledge the unusualness of it, and just acknowledge that, once again, sometimes a lot of bad things happen, and just have the grace to make it right, then you should do so. I'm a pass.
Thank you for that, Real Black Gentleman. Let's welcome in D-Web this week. D-Web, how are you this week?
I'm doing pretty good. You can hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. So as far as this prompt goes, I say it's totally dependent upon who you're dealing with. You know what I'm saying? It's been people in my life where they do this every week or every month. It's like, oh, my rent's behind, this is behind. This and also depends if they're trying to help themselves in the meantime. So if you enable somebody who's purposely being or just being irresponsible with their finances, then no. But if you're dealing with somebody who may have happened, you know what I'm saying? They may have had a bill come unexpectedly, somebody might have needed surgery, anything like that, So to me, it's not a one size fits all thing, Ain't no such thing as rescuing people from their mistakes. But if you know somebody that needs some help and they legitimately got a reason that they need that help, then fine. If you got it, go ahead. You know what I'm saying? You can't take it with you anyway. As long as you're not putting yourself in debt or anything like that, go right ahead. But that's all I got on this prompt. It's not nothing too crazy or nuanced. But for me, is if they deserving of the help, then help them. If not, keep it pushing.
Well, thank you for that, D-Web. Buana, what say you?
Yeah, shout out to my brother D-Web. First of all, I don't believe in helping the irresponsible, because they're irresponsible. If they was responsible, I would have some consideration. I treat you like the bank. You have to show me your diligence in being responsible for a certain amount of time, as far as taking care of your bills, etc., before I am inclined to. This is what intelligent men do. Before I am inclined to lend you money or lend you a helping hand. But if you prove yourself to be an irresponsible person, you kind of asking me to be an idiot. You know what I mean? I'm giving you money in knowing that more than likely you're not gonna give me it back. You're gonna be frivolous to whatever I give you or do for you, because you've proven yourself to be irresponsible. I think that charity has its place. I think that you could be charitable to people, but for some people, they're gonna do the same things no matter what, and that's an unfortunate thing. Not only with the black race, but with many different races of people. And I think that you have a right to be smart and objective with what you do with your hard-earned dollars. If people prove themselves to be responsible and they fall in hard times, like it happens to many of us, sure. But as far as you proving yourself to be irresponsible, people take your money and go buy cocaine with it. No, fuck the hell with that. You know what I mean? No, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all. No, I would prefer to leave you doing what you've been doing, because my I don't know about your brothers on the panel, but I work very hard for my money. And for someone to take even $1 from me to take it and go spend it on the lottery, the gambling man and his shop, or to spend it on the cocaine man to buy his cocaine and drugs, I offended by that, even if it's $1. Fuck that. You know what I mean? But that's just me. That's just me, and that's just my opinions. I'll leave it there.
Mr. Untouchable, I need some money for some Appleton. Can you spare me a dime?
Hey, even in me doing this, I earn the right to drink. Hey, Kev,
Yo, listen, I can't keep drinking J Ray Nephew, man. That thing is like drinking lava.
Kev, I earn my right to drink my gin. Yeah, and I drink my gin one time a week. I earn my right to drink their gin. They ain't give me nothing to drink. The woman who asked me for $1 to go put together and buy gin, she wouldn't even give me a blowjob, and I wouldn't ask her for one. I'm just saying, I'm just saying that they don't earn the right to do the things that I'm doing. Who earn the right to do the things that I'm doing?
Yo,
not for free.
Yeah, I got to tell you a funny story about that. Where I am in Queens, I'm going to the subway. So this guy, I'm at the Golden Cross. So he goes, "Hey, can you get me something? Can you give me $1?" I'm like, "Oh, no problem. Listen, pick something on the menu and I'll buy it from you." He goes, "Oh no, I want to go get a beef patty and Popeyes." I'm like, "We're in the Golden Cross. They don't sell beef patties and Popeyes." But yeah, man, you said, man, there's too much.
Kev, ask them. Listen, man, do not. I'm telling you, bro. Do not give no brothers more free money. Ask them. So what you good? What you willing to do for me? If they ain't willing to do shit for you, keep it stepping because your money is hard earned. You work hard for that. You know what I mean? If they ain't want, tell them clean your shoes. If they look at you crazy, keep stepping, man. Keep stepping. Fuck them.
Yep.
In the chat, Bobby Rice says we should make it a habit, maybe once or twice. Yona B said, R.I.P. Bernie Mac. Finally, let's get to Tanzan. Tan, what say you to everything you heard?
Well said, well said. And for me, the reason why I said why it was for the irresponsible people, not somebody who has like once or twice or, has a tragedy or something like that. No, just people who have a pattern of irresponsibility. And this is something that, especially people who come from somewhere else, you have all these expectations that once you achieve something or you get something, or you have to share it with people, and even people who don't feel that they did anything to to help or support you. Everyone always feels like they have some sort of because you're doing well, you should be helping people, which, or that has some aspect to it. You should give back to the community and so on. But I think that for a lot of our people, even sending, even dealing with people, when you go back home, people always expect things for free. They'll give you that, and it's not to say that people don't really have tragedies in their lives. And life is hard in Africa. Life is hard for a lot of people. And when you start going, and sometimes it's not even a responsibility. Sometimes it's just circumstances. It's just how things are. But when it comes to the people who are not responsible, we also have to come to a conclusion that some of our people are just not going to make it. And unfortunately, like we were talking about, that should the breeze, or talk about T.I. and his son, if your son or somebody does something that is responsible, sometimes it's easy to just say, oh, well, let them rot in jail, or let this happen and so on. But a lot of the times, when it comes to someone who's close to us, or a relative, or, a childhood friend, or somebody, that, well enough, or knows you, quite well, or just a little bit, it's always harder to say no to that. And it's hard to come to that realization that sometimes, firstly, you can't help everyone, and definitely not those who are responsible. And some of them will just have to stay in jail, and pay for their mistakes, unfortunately. So sometimes being good also means being, almost seeming colors to people, because when you don't help people, they're also going to, even though you say that, this is my hard-earned money, I shouldn't have to share it with people. When you tell somebody that, no, I'm not sharing my hard-earned money with you, even though they had no right to your money, they will still feel that you're being, selfish, and you think that you're better than them, or you lack sympathy and empathy and things like that. Even though they have no right to anything that you worked for. So
Han,
yeah,
Han,
yes.
if you keep rescuing someone who is consistently proving themselves always into getting into certain things, you know what you're doing? You're crippling them. You're crippling them from learning how to do certain things for themselves. And you know what? You're gonna let love cause them to be, because if they don't have you in their lives, someone to fall on when they get into problem and resolve their issues, they would not necessarily know how to think themselves out of the situation and actively try to do certain things to get them out of the situation. If you constantly come into their rescue, you are crippling them. It's the same way the mother cripples the child who is proving themselves to be irresponsible, as not doing certain things, fulfilling themselves when they become adults and things like that, always coming to their rescue and aid. The parent, through their love, is in fact crippling the child, always coming to their aid and rescue. There are some times where you should leave the child to sort out his own issues and problems for himself. And I think that this is what happens to adult people. Adult people can't work out their own issues and problems because they always have someone to come and save and rescue them, whether it's the government, some adult, some person coming to solve their problems for them. How can they grow? How can they grow? Well, let me shed my help. Guy, I'm sorry, Tan, for interrupting you. Go ahead.
No,
Hey,
no,
can
no.
I add a little something to that too?
Yeah.
Also, would that person do the same thing for you? You have to
Nope.
take that in consideration. If you were down and out, with that same person be asking you for that same favor, that same courtesy, for that same, helping hand? You know what I'm saying? I have people who've asked me for things like, bro, I don't even mess with you like that. Like, well, if I, what I mean, if you had $20, you wouldn't give me five, and I know that about you. So you also got to keep that in consideration. Would it be reciprocated? Or have they done something for you in the past to even garner that same reciprocation or that same help that they're asking from you? And that's not a tit for tat thing. It's just a fact of the matter is there's a lot of people here to ask you for stuff, but won't give you a F if they had one to spare. You know what I'm saying? So you have to keep that into consideration too when you're dealing with these people. But that's all I got.
That's a good way to put it. But yeah, the whole idea of reciprocation, because unfortunately, the people, the rich use, what do they call it? Maybe what I would call fear or intimidation to make people think like they do, and the poor use guilt and shame, to make you do their will. I'm not saying that one is better than the other, but sometimes we think that just because someone is, poor, that they're necessarily good, and that's not to say one way or the other, but some of our people, they have learned to, the art of the poor grifter. There's a rich grifter who's good at what he does, and there's also the poor grifter who just gets enough to get by, and that's all he needs. He just needs a meal for today and he's happy. So sometimes good people are too good to their detriment. Sometimes good people try to do too much good, and then they end up not doing anything at all, because the people who see that you have this, oh, you're Pan-African, therefore you're supposed to be, emptying out your pocket to the first, Black African person who comes your way and calls you my brother. Like, you're not supposed to be stupid for your ideals. You're still supposed to have some sort of, way to determine things, some sort of discretion, and not just to be, this simpleton, in your idealism or ideology, whichever one it was. But also, this idea, and guilt and shame is a powerful thing, because you feel this duty and obligation to do something, especially when you find yourself in a position that, not that you're better, but like people who have traveled, or people who have gone far, or who have gone outside. You always feel like, I was given something that a lot of people wanted, and you sort of feel this responsibility. And sometimes people do know that, and also sometimes it's not even in an evil way. It's just that people are expected to do things for people, for other people. Like if you have something, you're supposed to, you know, share it, not you know, to your detriment, but to be, you know, to give what you have received. And so some people just lie in wait, you know, waiting to use that to say, look, you know, you signed this you know, sort of contract, and so because you do, I have the right to ask you. So sometimes also, and like you said, it enables people to keep, because if you get something for free, you're not going to work for it. You know, you know, when you're talking about the surgery thing, or, you know, you can get it and then afterwards you have to maintain it. But then if you can maintain it, why not just start it, and then, you know, if it gets to the last resort, you know, do that instead. But you know, we live in such an easy life that there's always options. If you can't do it one way, you're going to find it another way. If you ask person A and they say no, you're just going to find somebody else to ask, and so on. So, you know, that's what I was just, you know, saying. Sometimes we have to just let people go, and even if it's people who are, you know, people who are close, we have to say sometimes, no, you can't help everybody, and some people cannot be rescued from their mistakes. So yeah, that's all I had to say today.
Anyone else want to follow up what Tan had to say? If not, we could go to the final topic
Yeah,
tonight.
I want to end with something. I think that, and Coco, you know this as well. In the Bahamas, the young boys, the way they taught to swim is the older men, they would take you out into the sea and they would leave you.
Yep.
And for some people who looking at that, people look at that as an act of cruelty. Now they're not gonna let you drown. If you sincerely gonna drown, they can attempt to rescue you. But the reason why they do that is you either could sink or swim. In a situation like that, they leave you to see if you either can sink or swim. They can see if your panic and fear could cause you either to sink or swim. And for many of us, we learn how to swim in that circumstance because we have no one to depend on but ourselves in that situation. So we are made to use our brain, made to use our brains in a situation like that. And for me, that has been a test or an example to carry me through life, because it showed me that you ain't gonna always have that help and rescue. You know what I mean? To come to your aid and rescue. Sometimes you have to learn to teach yourself how to swim. You have to teach yourself how to swim sometimes. Nobody gonna always come to your rescue. And I think that for me, I feel like sometimes the world they have it twisted to believe and think that somebody will come out there to take pity on you and feel sorry for you, to put food to your mouth, to cause you to sustain your life. It doesn't happen that way. It doesn't work. Especially in a free economy. Oh man. You know what, Koku? Go ahead, brother. Let's go to the next.
Wait. Before you go to, there's something else you just reminded me of a story of Marcus Garvey. I think his father had him dig a hole, had a ladder, and he took the ladder out, and he had to spend his night in that hole. So he eventually got him out of the hole. He goes, "Listen, in life, just like you said, you gotta do things for yourself. No one's gonna come and rescue you."
Oh man, that's the Gavi. Let me just say he ain't the only one who gone to that experience. I had the graveyard, I had the sea to contend with. I had the sea to contend with, and Koku verified that many young men in this country, they go through that experience. I can't speak for Jamaica. I'm just saying that, you know what I mean. The reality is that if you always have someone to come to your rescue, how can you learn? How can you learn? How could you really develop yourself as a human being or somebody always there to make sure, okay, baby, it's gonna be all right, and put a spoon to your mouth? It doesn't work that way with life. But I found that to be so. Maybe someone else may find it to be different, but I'll find it to be so, you know?
All right. Let's head on to the last prompt for tonight.
Can I just say something before we go? I know we're trying to keep it short, but I'm sort of perplexed, and maybe it is the woman in me that makes that sound particularly harsh. Like, okay, I know that you want to teach the child to sink or swim or whatever, but can't you just teach them how to swim a little bit and then throw them into the pool, at least giving them something. What if the child goes into the pool and they can't, and they sink, and then they are forever, scarred by that experience? You don't know how. At least give them, can you just give them preparation and teach them, like, okay, what?
No, because it's the importance of mind. That's the difference between, because the women, just like you was telling me before, in the village, the boys are made to go into the wilderness, and I'm sure the women in the village cry and say, "Well, there's lions out there. You have to make sure that the child is." And the men understand. They look at it differently. That's how. That's the importance of men and women as far as the roles for the child, the men and women. Because if you listen to the woman can have the child, the woman can have the male child right under her breast, making sure that he is away from the danger, not understanding that. For the man looking at it differently, the man looking at it as one day that boy will have to protect the whole village, whether it's from a lion or an external enemy. So he have to face the dangers that's out there. But the woman looking at her, I have to keep him safe because I love him. They through her love, she is actually crippling the boy from protecting the village. The man is saying, I know the boy one day will have to protect the village, but even though I love him, I have to send him out there. So it's just a funny thing. That's a funny thing how we look at things.
There's a term in anthropology. It's three things. It's called separation, where when you come of age, they, like you said, they'll put you out the village, and then they put you in something called the liminal zone, where you have to prove yourself, right? And after you prove yourself, you get reintegrated back into the village. So it's a kind of like a rite of passage. Like I say, like a lot of Greek mythology, or you can read any mythology. If you look at their mythology, you always see like the hero or the heroine. They get put out. Like, yo, you got to go out there and prove yourself, and then when they come back, they become really part of the village. Look it up.
That's actual shit here in the with the Jola people. My baby mom's is half Jola and half Serer, and I witnessed that in 2012. Like from toddler to 30-year-olds were chased into the woods with only a cloth to cover their freshly cut meat. And it used to be about 2 or 3 months, and they would have to survive in the woods, and then they would be welcomed back as men, right? So yeah, it's still here.
Zuliism went and recharged, and I guess he has returned. Zuliism, what say you?
I mean, I understand what Mr. Untouchable is saying and everybody, but what's wrong with giving the person the tool first and then dropping them in the water? Because based on what you're saying, to learn to protect, if that's what we're saying, all these men have failed. Africa was colonized. So all this shit you dropping them, how you drop a boy in the forest and tell him go without giving him, I don't know, without giving him the tools, without teaching him how to catch, how to do this. How is that oh, that's manly. You drop somebody in the water and the ocean and tell them to swim? How is that? And I could understand if you taught them how to swim and then you giving them the test and you just drop them. How is that? Even animals don't do that to each other. Animals teach their offspring to do the thing first, and then, well, not all. Some just, but we are all
Really like a deer and a hare. When they're born, they learn how to run real quick. it gets real out there in the Serengeti.
No, but that's because they are genetically they are created like that. They program like humans are not like that. So I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I don't understand. Oh, dropping into the forest and let them come back as a man. Okay, how did that work? Africa got colonized. Who they protected? So I don't understand how this is. Oh, this is that's a man
What do you
thing.
mean? What do you mean? Africa got colonized. What do you exactly mean by that?
He said, Mr. Entrepreneur said, "Oh, that you should just drop it, and the women don't understand." I understand the you have to put the child into some harsh environment. But I'm saying I don't see what Tenzin said was wrong. Tenzin is not saying, "Oh, let them be under my breast all the time." Tenzin is saying, "Why don't you teach them and then drop them on the danger zone?" Navy SEALs don't do that. Navy SEALs don't just drop you in there. They teach you all of that. So I don't understand how our mindset is like, "Oh, let's drop them. Let's as a young 10, 6, let's throw him in the jungle and he comes back as a man." I'm saying that didn't work because he came back as a man and we still got conquered. All these boys that was sent to the wild with no, I don't know. That's what you guys are saying, that they just drop them in the in
Okay,
the in the
now I understand. Now I understand what you mean. So they were chased into the bush, and they came back as a man, and then the white man came with his gun and etc. And he still got to succumb to the white
I,
dominant.
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, I don't understand. I get what you're saying. We are men, and I understand what Mr. Untouchable was saying. A perfect example. I was teaching my nephew how to ride a bike. So I'm teaching my nephew how to ride a bike, and he keeps falling, and he's falling, and I'm telling him, get back on the bike, let's go. I'm teaching him. He fell a couple of times, and my mother, his grandmother, came in and said, "Yo, leave him alone. Let him come back. Let him sit and teach him tomorrow." I looked at my mom. I said, "You crazy? No, get back on the bike and let's go." And guess what? The little boy learned how to ride the bike, and then 20 minutes after that, he learned how to ride the bike. So I get it. I understand what Mr. Untouchable is saying, but the thing that let's drop the kid into the environment with no
Well, well, in the example that you just gave, maybe shame was just what he needed. Like, oh, wait a minute. Am I a pussy? No, I'm going to learn to ride this bike right now. Mm, mm, mm. I'm not a mama's boy. Maybe it played a
But I'm
part,
saying
but
I
but
could have
but
I could
but
have
but
gave in. I could have gave him and let him, but this is what I'm saying. When I was teaching him how to ride the bike, I was holding the bike and I was giving him reassurance. You could do it, man. All that pain is nothing. Once you're
yeah,
gonna
but
get
listen,
it.
but listen. What if the deep that he needed was that little touch of shame? So he got thrown in the deep, not by you, not by your mother, but he felt it.
What I'm saying is the little boy wanted to go back inside. I said, you're not going back inside because that's what Mr. Untouchable was talking about. Like the mother wants to be. Oh no, leave him. No, as a man, like Mr. Untouchable said, I was like, no, get back on the bike. We're gonna learn how to ride the bike today. So I get it, but I'm just saying. And when you drop somebody in the pool or you drop somebody in the ocean and tell them swim, like, bro, that like I don't understand how that's more powerful than, okay, you know how to swim. You're not a great swimmer, but I'm gonna drop you in there and then you're gonna become a great swimmer. Or like, oh, I'm not gonna teach you how to hunt and I'm gonna drop you in the wilderness at 13 or at 10 to hunt, unless unless these kids were taught to hunt by their fathers, they watch their fathers, and then okay, then I get that. That's what I'm saying. But
Okay.
Since you ain't been through it, let me explain to you what happened. Since you ain't been through it, what it teaches you is how to handle fear. And I think that one of our biggest things in going through life is the fear of. Fear is something that the black community, I think that it holds to their chest very closely, and it stops them from taking all risks and doing certain things, and really standing in the sunlight and doing the things that they need to do. And in my life, coming from a small country, growing up in a small country, having to live in very countries with millions of peoples that exist in it, I had to exist in these spaces. You know what I mean? And I had to get rid of, in dealing with these kinds of things and early on in life, it caused me to have a different relationship with fear. I think that our people, because of this idea of fear, it stops them from doing certain things. Like I say, what I see in my community and what I perceive, that we are risk averse. We only do the things that's safe, and we expect to be conquerors, and we expect to be dominant, and we expect to control the world. But only people with balls do that. Only people with balls do that. And I think that as a community, we are very safe, very safe. We don't take no risk. So we don't really get the rewards that we feel like we need to get. And I think that that's, for me, that's the aspect of dealing with fear. Now, how other men in the world deal with it, I can't speak for them. I'm sure that African men deal with it in different ways and manner because they'll go all over the world. You only talk about us at the point where we are right now. You know what I mean? As far as conquering and different things like that. But the world is moving, brother. It consistently moves. You know, the old world and what happened because of the Gatling gun in Africa and whatever, the world is still moving. The world ain't standing still. The Chinese gonna be ahead of in the world in a minute, and the black men continue to work and do the things that they need to do. We'll be ahead of the world too. You know what I mean? I don't take this pessimistic view of the world like as you do. I think that eventually we'll be dominating this world too. You know, if
What do
we
you
do.
got pessimistic view to give the people the tool before you send them in the wilderness? Bro,
Explain that again. Say that again.
I said, how is that a pessimistic view? Because I said I kind of see what tends in. Even the matron said the same thing. And trigger happy, trigger happy. So I don't understand what you mean.
No. You say that we are dominant. You say all of that shit don't mean nothing because we are still dominated anyways. That's what you say. And I said
No.
what I. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No. I'm listening to you. Go ahead, brother.
And what I'm saying to that is, at the time, at certain times, we've been in this world for a very long time. Very human beings, human beings, and at different points in our stages of human development, there are different people who conquer the world. There are different people who come and conquer the world. That is just groups of people are like that. And I personally feel that eventually we'll be to where we need to be again, because initially we was the conquerors of the world before the Gatling gun and things like that, because of sciences, because of ill discipline, because us arguing amongst one another. I think that we lost the world. I think that we'll gain the world again. I believe that. I believe that with all my heart. It might not necessarily happen in my lifetime, but I believe that'll exist again in the world. I believe that, and I work towards that. I don't just accept the fact that we dominated and praise the Lord, amen. Keep the book closed. No fucking way. I don't believe that. I don't.
I agree with you. I might be a little pessimistic, but I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, and I think that you as, and I work with you too, Azuli, believe it or not, I try to put little seeds in your brain too, because I know that you are a film creator, and I trying to put you could be the future propagandist. You as the future Haitian propagandist, because the Haitian story has not been told yet about what they in fact did for the world to set the black world free. You know what I mean? It's unprecedented. The whole world was enslaved, and a group of backwards Africans in Haiti was able to defeat the so-called military might of the whole entire world. That story must be told, whether it's in Creole or French or whatever. Because for me, that's sending a signal out to the rest of the men of the world to say that it can be done. That's why I'm an optimist. When the world said that it was impossible, these motherfuckers did it. So if they could do it, I could do it too. It showed me I could do it too. If Tucson and Desaline live, I could fucking live too. That's how it showed me. That's what that story showed me. And when the children see it in live picture, just like how when the white children see Superman and Thor and Batman and all these other characters, I can teach the little children to see Tucson and Desaline as Supermen. So when they go out in the world, and they can compete differently. This is the game that we playing. We playing the game on another level. This is why I'm an optimist, and I believe that we'll win that game. But I'm a dreamer. And let me drink my rum and be quiet and sit in the corner like an old man. Go ahead, brother. Y'all go ahead and talk.
All right. In the chat, Real Black Gentleman says Shaka Zulu is greater than the NBA 2K on Madden 22. Tanzan said, "Fair, that was part of my presentation, yet unpresented." That's Tan referring to her show, not getting to be able to present her presentations 2 weeks in a row. But still good episodes though. So you guys should check those out for real. Real Black Gentleman chat said children are given cultural cues from birth in a tight-knit society. 8, 9, 10 years of heavy cultural immersion can be a sound foundation for anything, even as a very young man or woman. The matron said, setting a child out without preparation and tools is setting them up to be prey. If there's no other last words here, let's go to the final topic tonight. Should be topic number 10, but actually number 9 is degenerate dad, degenerate son. Joe and Hunter with a question mark came with a link. Let's check it out.
Got the stuff.
Hey, don't tell your mom. Have a good day at school, son.
Thanks, Dad. Got the stuff.
Hey, don't tell your mom.
All right. Degenerate dad, degenerate son. Joe and Hunter. Does this video remind you of Joe and Hunter? Real Black Gentleman? Unmute your mic, brother. All right, let's go to Kevin Curry 42.
Hey, was that flour or sugar that they? I'm joking. yeah. Joe Biden looked like he's always somewhere else. Doesn't want to be there. Hunter's sniffing crack or whatever the hell he sniffs. It is what it is, man.
Jay Bronze, what say you? Jose, are you still there? All right, let's go to D-Web.
Yeah. Honestly, nah, because that's regular cocaine is too high class for these people. Hunter smokes crack. He deals with what Whitney Houston said back in the day. I don't smoke crack. That's low budget. I do cocaine, pure cocaine. So nah, but honestly, when you're dealing with these government people, man, the vast majority, it's crazy that somebody that works at Amazon gets drug tested. But the vast majority of your representatives don't get drug tested. So I'm sure if they start dropping these people, that you'd see a whole lot of Hunters and Sleepy Joes testing positive and popping positive on these tests. That's kind of a indictment of actually the whole entire system we live in. You go to any country club in America, this is a normal thing, right? So yeah, I think it's just kind of a play on that. But yeah, Hunter doesn't do that good stuff. He does the pookie,
Right. All right. I hear that.
All right, man.
Let's go to Buana Hagozigi. What say you?
So his dad, they both coke addicts, and well, they probably like my brother was saying that there's a difference between cocaine and crack, and Hunter Biden is on crack, and his dad is a degenerate who likes little girls. But it's interesting that they still doing the legacy thing. They still doing these wealthy people. They do the legacy thing, and with Donald Trump and his son and his daughter, they do the legacy thing. They understand the importance of family, and if we don't learn nothing from these devils and demons who in positions of power, they understand the importance of legacy, to passing something down on to their own children, whether for the good or for the bad. And I think that if we learn anything from these people, it's that which we should learn: the importance of family, the importance of legacy, and the importance of passing something on, even if it's not your even if it's not your immediate children, even if it's not your biological children. The importance of passing something on is important. So I'll stop there.
All right, Tanzan, what say you?
Yeah, I think when Haguzeki got it entirely, the whole idea of legacy. Obviously, this is not a like a deep skit or anything, but just the fact that firstly, they protect each other's, criminality, they protect each other's secrets, and they do share each other's vices. They pretend to each other, they lie to each other all the time, but once they discover, each other's hidden lives, they're like, oh, okay, that's what you do, then let's do it together. I'm not saying that they should, but just the fact that the father just said, okay, well, my son is not who I thought he was. I'm not who he thought I was, but we're going to work together. So yeah, they understand that you pass everything on, and they do pass everything on. They pass on even that racist grandfather, that we started with earlier. You think that nobody in his family inherited that racism, that it just died with their last grandfather? Of course not. They just know how to hide it better. The new generation just knows how to hide it better, say the right phrases, and not be so openly, racist as their grandfather was. But that same hatred, degeneracy, backwardness, brutality, they already know who they are. The father was just like the son at this age, and he understands. He's not even, he's mildly surprised, but not that much. They know who they are, and they accept even their children's criminality and their parents deviousness. So yeah, that's all I had to say on that one.
All right, I think I got everyone on that one, right? Does anyone have any last words since this is the last prompt of the night?
Yeah, I'll say something real quick. Look, Joe Biden probably shouldn't be president. This dude is the oldest president in United States history. He done failed twice that we know of. Look, his son. Oh, geez. I don't. Look, people can find out what they will about him, but man, look, Joe Biden. He needs to put Kamala in there and just keep this shit pushing. Joe Biden.
No.
House, man. Just kill
Boo. Boo. We don't like it. You think it's bad with Joe? Wait till you get Kamala in there, yo. Yeah, you ought to check. I don't agree with that either. I agree with the brother was saying, like, that's terrible, yo. But the whole system needs to be undone, yo. The whole system is broken, yo. I don't think we should advocate for none of these cats. Get rid of all of them, bro.
My thing I want to say is degenerate son, degenerate dad. Y'all still voted them in. So what does that say about this nation?
Listen, you heard what he said. He's trying to run for a second term. He's telling Al Sharpton, go get them jigaboos to the poll.
Well, yeah. I'm not talking about people here. Degenerate son, degenerate dad. So what? What are you gonna? You can't do nothing about it. It's in your face. What are you gonna do? Nothing. And still voted him in. So what does that say about a society that votes this person's father in?
We're in the age of idiocracy. If you go look up that movie and you see what I'm talking about.
No, I saw the movie. You're saying, yeah, but I'm just saying that they're making fun of this person right now, all of that. But y'all voted them in. So how could you make fun of the guy, his father, like you voted him in? So I don't understand. And like you see, you can't touch him. All this allegation, all this thing, Hunter's doing this and that. They still there. Nothing. No investigation. Nothing. So I don't understand it. That's power.
I mean, the presidency been a simulation for forever. Like, these people have very little effect on your day-to-day life, yo. You make your own reality, who you surround yourself with, what you do on a daily basis. I don't like this whole, like, doldrum shit that you kind of pushing right now, bro. Like, you
So
know,
you
you
saying
gotta,
they don't,
you gotta.
you saying what the presidency doesn't affect you? Is that what you're saying?
On my daily, but I don't see these motherfuckers. Never saw them a day in my life. Don't live with them. I was at my baby girl's birthday party earlier. We was having a good ass
Are
motherfucking
you
time.
saying the? Are you
Joe
saying the?
Biden wasn't there. We can go out mentor children in the hood. Bro. If
So are
you
you saying?
if you
Are
if
you?
you want to indulge in the news and you want these people to take over your mental and your daily life, then do that. You know what I'm saying? That's up to you. If you want to be in the doldrums, be in the doldrums, bro. But we have a short, limited time on this earth. Do something positive. It's stuff that's out of your control that you can't control, and it is what it is. But you control what you think on a daily basis. You control what you do on a daily basis. You control who you influence on a daily basis. Stop living in this bullshit ass. Oh, Joe Biden is here. We don't control nothing. Man, that's a terrible attitude to have.
I
Bro.
don't. What do you mean,
bro?
How did I? How first of all, how did I say
How
that?
you
I saying.
sounding, bro? Anybody ask anybody on the panel how you sounding right now?
Let me ask you a question. Who right?
Go ahead.
So Joe Biden doesn't whatever policies they sign don't affect you. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying I affect what I can affect. What I don't affect, I can affect. So I'm gonna
First
do
of
the
all, you're
positive
acting
that
like
I can. Nah, stop, bro. I'm gonna do what I can on a daily basis to make my life the best that it can be. I'm gonna raise these babies. I'm gonna try to mentor as much as I can and have the biggest influence I can. But I'm not gonna sit here and bitch about this dude being in office or whatever's out of my control. Because all you're gonna do is drive yourself crazy. You're gonna end up being in the doldrums. You're gonna be depressed.
I don't understand by me. Hold on, let me finish. I don't understand by what I said. I said you guys voted him in. People
Who'd
voted
you
him in.
guys? I didn't vote for the cocksucker. Nobody on this panel voted for. I don't think so. Maybe they did. I don't know. Who
I
cares,
didn't
bro?
vote for him either.
Yeah, like
No.
I don't understand.
Julius, I'm living my best life right now, man. Once I get off social media, I'm living my best life.
Do that, bro. Do that. I'm saying that somebody made that prompt. I didn't put that prompt. I'm not talking about it. I don't talk about Joe Biden day to day. I'm just saying that
this is a joke. It's a joke. It's tongue in cheek.
So this is a joke. Y'all don't think y'all don't think the president and his son are degenerates. That's just a joke.
It is what it
Even though
is.
they're saying it don't
What
matter.
president isn't a degenerate? Name a president that wasn't degenerate. I'll wait.
Yes, that's true. It don't
So
matter.
why are you why? So if it didn't matter, why did this prompt come up?
It's tongue
Oh,
in
we
cheek.
having a little discussion on
I'm
it, bro.
discussing the prompt.
But we not
I
living
put it
in
up. So do you want me to explain?
I'm discussing the prompt. I don't understand how. I don't get
This
this.
your prompt?
Yes.
Okay, you could explain. Go ahead, sister.
Yes. So and you said it. You actually said it. Yeah, these are jokes, but behind every joke there's a lesson to be learned. They are short, but there is a lesson to be learned. And the prompt that I put was the generational degeneration, where white people they do have this father to son, but they pass on not just their financial economic legacies, but they also pass on these so-called negative aspects of themselves. But it's also these things that help to keep their society alive. These kinds of young men going drinking or having these crazy parties, or women doing things together. And unfortunately we don't have a lot of this kind of thing in the Black community, where fathers and sons actually not only spend time together but pass something on to their children. So like when Haguziki was saying, it's the idea of legacy. Legacy is not only passing the good, they're also passing the bad. And this is one thing that we don't. I'm not saying that we start passing around drugs to children and so on. I'm saying that. I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying yes. I'm agreeing.
Okay. Yeah, so and the other thing was that they protect their criminal element. The fathers, like in the one with the racist grandfather, that guy, he didn't say anything about he didn't say anything against his grandfather. Do you remember that? That's why I said he respects his ancestors. He could say, joke about it like, oh yeah, it was those days and all that, but he will not condemn him. He's still, even now, his 96-year-old grandfather, who's still affecting his dating choices, no matter how he pretends that that, oh, you know, it's this century and so on. So an old decrepit man who's 4 weeks away from death is still going to tell you not to date a black woman because of prejudices. I'm not saying that he should. I'm just saying that this is how much they respect even their ancestors. And then in this clip, yeah, this guy, he finds his father, and then he finds his father in a lower light probably than he saw him. But even that, he'll still protect his father's, you know, shady life. And the same thing with his father. His father thought that this was a clean cut, you know, his son was a clean cut young man. But upon finding it, they're like, oh, okay, you are just as bad as me. Cool. Let's, you know, let's party.
Yes, with the cocaine. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they protect each other. They protect not only their ancestors, you know, their racist grandparents, but they also protect their degenerate fathers, their degenerate sons, their, you
Yes.
know, women. They're, you know, we know, you know, what, you know, those women get up to. They're not as nice and innocent. They're not even snow bunnies. I don't know who calls
Not at
them
all.
that.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Yeah, but you don't find them talking about, you know, our white women are, you know, backwards and ratchet and all this stuff. But, you know, they know what's going on. They don't just put it out there. And if they do, they protect it amongst themselves. They'll talk amongst themselves, but they won't put it out there. Like, they protect their degeneracy as much as they protect
Definitely.
their power. So that's all
No,
I wanted to say with this.
definitely, and I think that this prom it rung home it as far as the degeneracy, but I just really wanted to show the legacy side and the sisters, man. I mean, goodness, man, I gotta give it up to them. I am what I am trying to do as an underhanded plan is really trying to associate these great sisters with who are thinkers with other kinds of men who would have let me leave that alone. But I'm just saying I'm hoping that they are able to create their own legacies as well in this on this planet, because it can't just be the degenerate people of the world are able to pass on their degeneracy to the rest of the world. And you have brilliant sisters and men who are on this panel as well, who are just pass on and die and not have great legacies ahead of them. So my goal is to create legacies with people like Tanzan and and people like the matron and things like that, because I can't just let that go like that. So well, let me leave that alone.
I hear the Appleton talking.
Maybe it's the gin talking, you know. It's the gin talking.
Yeah, untouchable.
Hey, D Web, man, it's getting kind of warm up here in the north, man. Come up north, man. It's good weather for you.
Man, you crazy. I'm from up north. I'm good, bro. I'm chilling.
He from friggin' Chicago.
Yeah, I know what it is. Like, we get the worst of the worst. I'm fine where I'm at. I'll see you next spring or summer, sir.
No.
Yeah,
D Web, man.
yeah.
Yo, once you have that lake effect stuff, man, you can't go back to Florida, man. That lake effect is good, man.
Oh man, I don't even know. The winter is probably summertime for D-Web, man, because Chicago is cold as shit. I gotta say,
the South is always in spring mode, man.
Oh good.
Yeah, a fall. We get a fall. I say we get 3 seasons, man. We get spring, summer, and fall. You know,
Yeah.
North Florida. At least.
Yo, I heard D-Web, the only ice you get is in your drink down there, right?
You hear? I ain't got no Appleton tonight, but you know, I would shake the glass for you. But I got you, bro.
Bobby, D-Web, I have a question for you. Do you feel like because I went to Chicago before, man. I felt like a little bit of y'all went to. Do you really feel the difference? I mean, because does the winters like really affect you, or are you kind of like it's like this is nothing?
It's not bad, man. To be honest with you,
Okay.
Like the last couple winters, I was like, but I'm in and out of cars and stuff. We're not standing out. The thing is, we're not standing on the corner. You know what I'm saying? Like we're in somebody's house or in somebody's car, and then we get used to it. And it's different. Honestly, like when it's 30 degrees in Florida, it feels way worse than 30 degrees.
Really? Wow.
That humidity, man, it feels way worse. Like I've been in Chicago when it's like 12 degrees, and it feels better than like 30 degrees. 30 degrees here is like miserable. You know what I'm saying?
The only problem with 12 degrees, man, is it's nice when there's no wind, but when that wind is blowing, that's when all hell breaks loose.
Oh yeah, that wind. We call it the Hulk, bro. Yeah, the Hulk does not play.
The Hulk. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, man. Because Chicago is freezing, man. It's freezing.
Yeah.
D-Web, you on tomorrow?
Yeah, we on tomorrow as usual. You know, we'll rock with who we rock with. I got Lero got a fine coming, but she'll be there. And L's been consistent so far. And Rod says so I got everybody confirmed for tomorrow. So should be a full panel. And next Wednesday, I want to say I will give more details tomorrow, but should be starting the thing with Rhonda. I still got to name that show. I don't know what the hell I want to name it, but that should be a thing too. So we got some things in the work, man.
All right. Looking forward to tomorrow. Tanzan, what we got in store for Tuesday?
Well, I'm still hoping to do my presentation, hopefully, but like Oni said, I might just do it I think offline and then post it and then do the program afterwards. So yeah, I'm still thinking of how to do that. But yeah, so Tuesday will either be the presentation, and I'm still working on the other one, but we'll see. You know, tomorrow is going to be a full day, you know, with everybody. I think Oni starts at 8 a.m. and then D-Webs, I think he's on in the afternoon, my time. And yeah, so we'll see, you know. So
yeah, Cassidra's on tomorrow.
Yes, I have notification for that as well. So tomorrow is probably going to be too full, but we'll work it out. You know, not stepping on anybody's
Julius, we got anything new going on?
No, I'm going to the gym though.
You going back by gym?
No, I said I'm going to the gym, you asshole.
No surgery.
I said I'm going to the gym. I didn't say I'm going by gyms.
Did Jay ever come back?
Yo, I checked out the movie, the Uptight movie.
Yeah.
I don't think it's what in a way I don't think it's what we need to review. It was all right. It's not, but it was anyway. It was written and directed by not by you know, them people, by not by us.
Oh really? So, okay.
Hey, y'all ever heard of this movie called Sankofa?
Yeah.
Yeah, Sankofa is yeah, of course we heard Sankofa.
Yeah. I want to put let's put some pressure on Razuli, because Razuli is a movie producer, and because he like to talk a whole lot of shit, and we need to put some pressure on him to make his greatest work, as far as doing the things that he always talk about doing, and making his greatest work in his movies. So we need to put some pressure on them brothers and sisters.
The show that we did.
That's great to know. That's great to know, and awesome.
The show that we did this past week. What day was that? Wednesday. The movie review for The Spook Who Sat by the Door. You know, one of the things I tried to stress, and I want to build upon it. I want to find a reproducible way to build on this with each review, where we really bring that filmmaker's perspective to it too, not just, you know, the critique of it on a Black Power level, but also like we did in this past review, that filmmaker eye.
Yeah, he has a great eye.
Yeah.
He has a great eye. Great eye.
Yeah, and that
we
and
need
that,
to put that pressure on him. Yes.
And those writing choices too. You know, those writing choices is important, because I've watched some shows and some movies and whatnot. I've been really intrigued by the choices an actor makes or a director makes, and so, you know, even to convey that kind of thing will be kind of fly too.
Was Zuli on that joint?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
yeah.
sir.
I was about to say, man, he need a whole podcast doing that. That could be like a niche right there in itself.
I told him it,
breaking
but
down movies, man. That
And
reaction.
hard.
See how the reaction videos do on here.
He brought up some shit that none of us was even thinking about. He has a distinct eye, and we need to pressure him to come up with his own shit.
Bro, the universe showing you what you need to be doing, bro. You need to go.
Yes.
It's fire, bro.
I hear you.
Yeah, that's all he says. I've told him this shit before. In fact, you know, I was looking to work with Azuli and Kevin Carey on a short film
Bro,
idea
I
too.
told you I was available. Y'all just never got back to me. I mean, I'm cool. For the writing part, yeah, we could do that, bro. I said I was available. I was
All right.
waiting for you. I know everybody got.
There's a movie director. I forget. He's a movie man too. He's a picture man. I forgot about that.
Wait, Julie, let me ask you something. What do you think about the Sonys now? Their stuff is just great now, man.
The Sony cameras.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're turning night into day, bro. So if they
Yeah.
could do that, that Sony is very. I think it's about to bypass Canon and stuff like that for the. You're talking about the small cameras, right? Not the
Yeah.
big ones.
But
Yeah.
but don't because I do photography. I'm slowly going like the cameras I have now. They're ancient. They don't make like the DSLR. They do shoot 4K and all that stuff, but they're going mirrorless. Like the AI is incredible. Like you know what a sparrow is, right? Those small birds.
Yeah.
Like you can track a small bird on the very top of the Empire State Building antenna. It'll track that bird. It'll get it in focus all the time.
Well, that's
Really, you need to talk to Kevin offline, man. You need to stop bullshitting and have a real conversation with him. You need to stop bullshitting. Have a real conversation.
Right now, Mr. Untouchable. I mean, I make time. I'm working with my business partner on I can't tell you. I'll tell you offline, but yeah. But
Yes,
also,
yeah, y'all need to talk though. Because it's your relationship. The universe and him just bring y'all together for no reason, and the fact that he's in close proximity to you is for a reason. And I think that y'all should have a conversation, Urzuli, and stop talking shit online. Stop talking at me. Y'all need to have a conversation as a movie
I don't
person.
talk. I just tell you stop simping. That's it.
No, that's all right. You can lash at me for simple. That's obvious, but I'm just saying for business reasons. I know that you have a particular eye, and I know Kev he's a picture man, a movie man. He works with things like that. So that's a relationship that you would want to cultivate and have a real conversation.
But the thing is, Mr. Untouchable, you have to. The project has to be there. I mean, I'm a writer. That's what I do, and I could direct. But it has to be there, bro.
Have a conversation with him. Have a conversation with him. It ain't for me. It's for you and him.
yeah.
Y'all need to talk.
Wait. Arzuli, I also I have a drone, the DJ Mavic drone.
Oh yeah, that's dope.
Shoots
That's
4K.
dope.
Also, but Koku, XRP starting to pump, man. It found support level above 40 cents.
But we can't buy it, bro. So what's the point?
What do you mean you can? I can show you how to buy it.
You want me to go to this loophole, buy some coins?
No. You just need a
All
wallet.
right, fellas. All right, fellas. You guys talk about that.
Give me
on y'all's
give me a
time.
call. Give me a call. I can show you how to do it.
All right.
Bobby right in the chat says Uptight was directed by a white boy, but the screenwriter was Julian Mayfield, a black man.
It
like
was written by the brother he said, and by the director, and by what's shorty name? The one I used to date. Yeah, I get it. But it was I don't know if it's all of that, but that's just me. But if we want to review it, we could definitely review it, and it's on YouTube.
Well, I'll just put it out there. I'm looking to do this once a month, maybe twice if there's real participation. Reviewing these old, classicals, stuff that we could find on YouTube, especially would be nice. To give these Black Power film reviews. A Spook Who Sat by the Door was a good one. You guys go to the community tab, look for the post, and drop your movie titles, and drop the link if you don't mind too, right? With that said, check out all the other shows on the channel. Kevin Curry, do you have something to shout out?
Yeah, sports this whole week. It just doesn't stop, man.
Okay, you guys, make sure to subscribe to everyone's channel who has a channel here. Make sure to subscribe to all the shows on KWAZ Radio, and subscribe to the KWAZ Radio YouTube channel as well. I'll see you guys next week. I'll probably see you guys during the week. Probably I'll see a bunch tomorrow on all the different shows. But we'll be back next week for Shoot the Breeze. So thank you guys on the panel for joining me tonight.
I have a question. What time is this? I always miss the show. That's what's his name? Show kids. The show tomorrow. What time is it? Is it 8 a.m. or 8 p.m.?
Who? Coney?
No.
Isn't that?
Yeah.
It's 8 p.m.
8 p.m. on Sundays.
Yeah.
And then Oni's is what? 11 p.m. on Sunday?
11
a.m.
11 a.m. All right, cool. Okay. All right.
Yeah, and then there's Brother Bakari. What time is Bakari? I want to say it's like 3.
But so there's 3 shows tomorrow. All right, cool.
There's 4 shows tomorrow because Considerate Cheeks is at like 1.
Man, somebody need to move to Friday, bro. Somebody need to take them Fridays.
Yeah, that's what I was saying in the chat. Go ahead, Rizuli.
No. So okay, I just wanted to make sure because I keep missing those shows, so I got to make a stop on there tomorrow. All right, so
yeah. So I'll see you there tomorrow. I'll see you guys during the week. Again, thanks for joining the panel. Thanks to Bobby Wright, Real Black Gentleman, Jay, Gassed Him Up, Oni, Trigger Happy 262, Daily Affirmations by Pauline, Jonelle, Derico Cooper, Photography, The Matron, Brother Bakari, The Forecast, Yana B. I think I got everyone in that. If I missed you, my apologies. But I'll see you guys next week. Until then, you guys be good. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.